Dreamscape presents The Predator by J.L. Beck, narrated by Renee Thorne and Ryan Stone. Chapter 1. Sebastian. It's never been a matter of if I'll kill Tanya, but when. Every person has a limit to the amount of bullshit they can take before they snap, and I'm teetering on the edge, looking down into the abyss. If I jump, will I ever be the same again? Pure luck and discipline have gotten me to this very point. I was barely 16 the night she took my virginity, and from then on, every disgusting word and touch has been fuel to keep me going, to focus on the future and forget the past. But trying to erase the past without healing from it first is pointless. It's like trying to heal an open wound while continuing to fuel the infection inside it. Unfortunately, not all wounds can be healed. Sometimes you have to physically cut the infection out and lose a piece of yourself to get rid of it. If I looked at killing Tanya like ridding my body of infection, then I could do it. I could end her pathetic life and move on with my own. It's tempting, very tempting. Yet I shove the thought away. It doesn't help, not when I can mentally feel her blood on my hands, warm and wet, soaking my skin. It's not about the sheer joy I'd feel ripping Tanya to shreds, and believe me, there would be joy. But it's the principle, the fact that no matter what happens, she'll never understand how fucked up she is. Her bare thighs are pressed against my flannel pajama pants, hugging against them, and the sensation makes me almost gag. Memories swim to the surface of my mind, threatening to drag me deep into their depths. I fought too hard to give up this easily. I rise, shoving my bare feet into the carpet to get the grip I need to shift out from underneath her, and the sudden relief I feel once her body weight disappears is almost frightening. She pops over onto the leather couch and releases a huff of frustration. She should be grateful she's still breathing right now. I stalk across the room to grab a bottle of liquor off the mantel and take a long draw. The pungent smell of bourbon replaces the scent of her perfume, and I know if I drink enough, her memory will disappear from my mind, too. I grit my teeth against the raging emotions ripping through me. I hate her. I hate her so fucking much, and it's crazy because she has no idea. Or maybe she does, and she doesn't give a shit. That seems more likely. Now would be the perfect opportunity to tell her how disgusting, cruel, and fucking vicious I think she is, how she's ruined me from the inside out. It's because of her I'll never find happiness, love, or any kind of solace for my shame. I let my eyes fall closed and try to calm my erratic breathing. No, I'm not that boy anymore. The one she used up and then discarded like trash once she had her fill. I don't need her love or approval to survive. She approaches again, the soft click of her heels sounding on the hardwood behind me, and presses against my back, pushing her breasts against me while I stare down into the fireplace, the flames casting an eerie shadow on the wall. My stomach roils with the memories of a past that refuses to let go. Tanya, you have 1 second to get off me before I throw you off. She huffs again, her cherry-scented breath hot against my neck. Sebby, baby, you know you want me. Everyone wants me. Men and women would die to get me into their beds. I'm not sure how I do it without tossing her out the window, but I grip her around her waist and shove her back. She stumbles on her towering heels and falls back onto the hardwood floor, her expression stunned. I stand above her, and for one brief second I consider pressing my foot to her neck and holding her down until the final gasp of air escapes her. But I don't. That's too easy a way for her to go. And after all she's done to me, she deserves to feel pain, to be torn apart, piece by terrible fucking piece. I want the proof of her destruction staining my hands. Good, then you don't need me. All I can do is shake my head, the rage festering deep in my veins, eating away at my resolve. I'm going to snap. I'm going to lose control. It wouldn't be a shock at all if Tanya was the reason I went to jail. In fact, it might be worth it if it makes her disappear from existence. No, I can't think like that. Belle needs me. Elise needs me. My friends need me. I peered down at her, a bubble of fucked-up laughter threatening to escape at the way she cowers. Are you fucking kidding me? She blinks up at me through her long lashes, innocence bleeding into her features while she curls her body into herself. When I was young and far more naive, I probably would have fallen for the tactic. But now, there's no fucking way she can fool me. I know her too well to ever see her as the damsel in distress. To me, she'll always be a snake in the grass. I look away from her and back to my hands. The visions in my mind refuse to go away. My hands stained red with her blood. Something dark and sinister threatens to swallow me whole. I can practically see her lifeless face in my mind. Death is what she deserves, and it's the only thing she'll get from me ever again. I should do it. I've killed someone before. What's another added to the list? I can take her out of the equation and make my life a little easier. It would mean a headache in probate, and I might lose the house, but do I really care? No, I fucking don't. It's just a house. It's never been a home. The day they laid my uncle in the ground is the day they took and buried all the good that ever lived inside this house. After that, I was left with scraps of whatever Tanya gave me, and I learned shame and humiliation were her favorite gifts. I look away from my hands and stare at the wall over her head. I can't kill her. Not yet. I won't give her an easy way out. Get out, Tanya. Now. I don't want to see you again. If you need to relay something, do it through your lawyer. If you are pregnant, and that's a big fucking if, I will require a paternity test immediately. She blinks up at me in disbelief, her throat bobbing as she swallows hard and then scrambles back onto her feet. With deliberate movements, she fixes her clothing, and once she's standing on those ridiculous high heels, she lifts her chin, narrows her eyes, and tosses her shoulders back like she's preparing for war. Sebastian, we can talk about this. Her tone isn't placating. It's an order. She thinks she can order me around. I turned to face the fire again because I can't fucking look at her, not without wanting to splatter her blood around the room. No, I'm done talking. I don't know why I didn't throw you out the second you showed up again. I can only say I was vulnerable. My friends were in trouble, and that made me lose focus. That's on me. But now I'm fixing it. Fucking leave. I cut her off. Leave. Now. I don't raise my voice often, but I have to release some of this tension, and she needs to understand I'm serious. Dead fucking serious. To the point that if she takes a step toward me, I don't think I'll be able to stop myself from killing her, which is a shame since she deserves to die slowly and painfully. There's silence, blessed fucking silence, broken only by the crackle in the fireplace every few seconds. I wait for her to take a step back, to walk out of the room, to do something, but the seconds tick by and she does nothing. Even with my warning hanging above her head, she still can't seem to grasp the danger here. Sebastian, I wonder what people will think if they see our little home videos. Red-hot shame washes through me like a tidal wave, breaking against the hardened exterior I've spent years building up. Fuck her. Fuck this. She doesn't get to hurt me anymore. She doesn't get to control me with a mere tug of her string. Turning on my heels to face her again, I give her the lazy, arrogant mask I learned to wear so well. Tanya, I wonder what people will think about you raping a 16-year-old boy. She purses her lips and then smiles. It wasn't rape. You can't scream rape because you decide you regret what we did years after. I sigh and stare her straight in the face. Get out now, or I will throw you out. I'm so close to cracking, and some small part of me wants to break open and give her what she deserves. One little push. Stupidly, she continues forward, taking another step, and it happens. Snap. Taking her by the arm with bruising force, I grip tight, but she goes off balance and falls to her knees. She shakes it off easily enough, staring up at me with clear intent in her eyes. Intent that makes my gut churn. Anything I can do for you while I'm down here, Sebastian? My mind goes blank, and suddenly I'm standing over her, my shoe pressed against the soft, meaty part of her neck, holding her down. One little shift and I could crush her windpipe, ending her miserable existence. She's clutching my ankle, scrabbling her legs to get free. Sebastian! She chokes out. Yes, there is something you can do for me. You can fuck off and die. I lift my foot and snatch up her forearm, dragging her toward the door while she cries and scratches at my fingers. I clench my fist tighter, not caring for a second if I leave bruises. She deserves so much worse than this. Let go of me! She struggles and tries to dig her heels in, but she's no match for me. I'm done with her games, her lies. This ends now. With my other hand, I open the front door and release her with a shove. Leave. I'll send your things to the Embark Motel. I don't wait for her to say anything. Nothing I've said is up for negotiation. Without speaking another word, I slam the front door, her gaping face disappearing behind the heavy wood. Tears streak her cheeks, and red rings her neck and her wrists. I'll remember that look for a long time. A smile creeps over my face, the expression sitting unfamiliar on my features. This feels like a severing, a clean cut into the jagged gashes I've been living with for years of my life. A cut that will heal instead of fester with infection. Turning, I stalk back into the foyer, and it occurs to me then, where the hell is that bodyguard of hers? He can get the fuck out too, but I don't think I've seen him in a couple of days, and usually he's plastered to her back. Tanya pounds her fist against the door, and the noise only intensifies my annoyance. I should go out there and snap her neck. Sebastian, this is absurd. You can't throw me out of my own house. Legally, I'm allowed to stay here. Need I remind you that it's only half yours? I raise my voice to make sure she hears me. Now fuck off. The doorknob rattles again. Please, Sebby. I don't even have my phone. I won't be able to call for help. What if something happens to me? Come on. I'll send it, I say, this time not raising my voice because I don't care if she hears me. I'll need to ensure security knows she is not allowed on the property. At this point, though, I'm looking at a complete security overhaul, considering all the slip-ups lately. As I enter the kitchen, I flip the lights on, the overheads gleaming off the stainless steel and granite. It only takes a second to jog down the stairs to the long hallway ending with the security room. As soon as I reach the door, I pause. The monitors are on, but the room is empty. A ceramic mug sits on the workstation, steam wafting off it. Whoever was in here hasn't been gone long, so maybe they're doing their rounds, or maybe they went to see what kind of commotion was happening with Tanya pounding on the front door. For some reason, a shiver rolls down my spine, setting off internal alarms as I inspect the empty room. Whatever these fucks are doing, they need to get back here now. It's eerily quiet in the back halls as I survey the line of rooms on my way back upstairs. A prickling sense of dread seeps into my mind. No one is around. No one downstairs. No one in the kitchen. It's like everyone has disappeared. Back in the foyer, I do a little spin, pausing and listening for any sign of Tanya, but I hear nothing. No yelling or pounding on the door. Could she have finally taken the hint and left? When she woke me with a call in the middle of the night, I knew it would be something stupid. I just never thought it would be this stupid. Fucking pregnant. Does she think I'm an idiot? I would never sleep with her, let alone without protection. Not in a million fucking years. But what if I did? Doubt creeps in. It wasn't more than a few weeks ago that I drank too much, and she was nearby to take advantage. I was trying to drown out my desire and need for Elise, and inevitably fucked myself over. It wouldn't surprise me if she had done something so vindictive. Really, I would expect it of her, like the first time she plied me with wine after my uncle's funeral when I was 16. The night she took my virginity. I pushed the memories away, refusing to let them drag me back to that dark place. I take a moment to shove Tanya into that tiny box in my gut and move toward the stairs. I know it's stupid of me, that I should go outside and wrangle up security, but I can't be bothered. Not when all I want to do is climb into bed next to Elise. She's the only reminder I need that everything will be okay. Once upstairs, I pause outside the bedroom. Thanks to the fire still roaring in the bedroom fireplace, the air is warmer up here. It hits me then how out of control I am, how ramped up with anger and emotion I am. Fuck. I don't want to carry this into that room. I take a couple of calming breaths. There's no reason to take all of what I'm feeling in there with her. No reason to threaten this precious peace between us with the truth of my past. She doesn't need to know all the vile details. I won't let Tanya's darkness taint yet another good thing in my life. I brace my back against the wall and close my eyes, focusing on how Ellie feels in my hands, how my Ellie feels underneath me, how perfectly she opens for me, letting me fuck her, own her, after so many nights of fantasizing about it. Elise is everything I need, everything I want. With her by my side, I can survive this. I just need to keep my head out of my ass and ensure she doesn't run off. My little prey has a habit of getting spooked, and I know that with all these feelings running rampant, it will be the first thing she does. Fuck, that would be both a great and terrible idea. If she ran from me, I'm not sure I'd be able to stop myself from hunting her down and dragging her back to the bed. Of course, I wouldn't end it there. I'd have to chain her to the bed, teach her a lesson, and force her to rely solely on me for her every want and need. I'd fuck her senseless and own every inch of her body, reminding her over and over again she belongs to me. The longer I think about it, the more appealing the idea becomes. My cock strains against my pajama bottoms. Before we fell asleep, everything was good, or it seemed that way at least. But everyone knows decisions made in the dark can easily become regrets in the light of day. And the mere thought of Elise regretting anything we did makes me sick to my stomach. I don't know what I'll do if she rejects me. Us. To even consider it is madness. The manic need to claim her, to possess her in every way I can, to embed myself beneath her skin like a tattoo she'll never be able to erase, grips me. This is stupid. I'm worrying for nothing. Elise is mine no matter what, and I won't let anyone take her from me. Not Yanov, not her father, not even Tanya. My phone pings loudly in my pocket and I tug it out. Lee's name flashes across the screen and I smile and roll my eyes. Lee, you left early, you dickhole. Get back here. I'll message him back later. With a chuckle, I shove my phone back into my pajama pants, No way in hell am I going to run around the forest with Lee, not when I have the most beautiful girl in the world waiting for me in my bed. The reminder gets my brain going once more. Maybe I should wake her up and show her my appreciation all over again. She'll be sore, but I'll be gentle. At least this time. The thought alone gives me the encouragement I need to finally go inside the room. The warmth hits me first, and my gaze lingers on the trail of clothes, followed by towels and dirt. I don't even try to suppress my smile as I cross the dark room with only the light of the fireplace guiding me. Last night was unexpected, but everything I needed. I can't believe I fought for so long against the inevitable. That's over now. I won't be fighting against what we have, not when I've barely gotten a taste of what's to come. Oh no. Ellie is mine. All mine. Once I reach the edge of the bed, I curl my leg up and slide against the sheets, reaching for her. At first, I can only find the soft sheets. I try not to panic, but I can feel the alarm building in my throat. I shift my hands around anxiously, but there's nothing but bedding. Dread chokes me when I grab the blankets in a big wad and toss them to the floor. The bed is empty. I scan the dark room for my missing piece, but she's not here. Elise? I whisper her name, the word of prayer. My gaze swings around the room, stopping at the bathroom door. Of course, she's probably using the bathroom. My shoulders sag in relief. I cross the room and rip the bathroom door open, my heart sinking into my stomach. The light's off, and there's no Elise. I try to focus around my swirling emotions. Where the hell did she go? Immediately, my mind rockets another way. She left. She fucking left me. Anger ripples across every nerve ending in my body. Oh, Ellie, you have no idea the mistake you've made. I didn't lie when I said there was no going back. I smile grimly, looking down at my hands. By the time I finish with her, she'll be begging for mercy.
Chapter 2. Elise. I'm always so cold when I have these dreams. The bone-deep chill threatens to freeze me from the inside out. It's the perfect backdrop to the pain radiating through my limbs. My shoulder twitches from the phantom bullet inside it, the one embedded deep in the muscle memory. No matter how often I have this nightmare, the cold keeps me from seeing all the pieces of the puzzle. My brain temporarily freezes, locking me out and barring me from seeing the truth. The longer I focus on it, the more it changes, the edges becoming hazy. As I sink deeper into the dream, my eyes catch on the glittering crystal of something above me. A chandelier? It's lovely, but nothing like home. Nothing like the house I grew up in or the room where I was beaten over and over and over. The dream feels real, like I'm experiencing it for the first time. I'm so close to the end of that night, so close to seeing what really happened, to filling in all the blank spots in my memory. A shadow moves back and forth in the crystal light, a darkness breaking up the infinite gleaming light. The cold breaks, and the warmth wraps around me like a heavy balm. Hands cup my cheeks, then the back of my neck. I sigh. Sebastian. Sebastian. This is a dream. A nightmare shifting into a better light. I'm tempted to curl into the warmth, to have it chase away the lingering cold, but I don't. I can't. Not until I see his face. The dream bursts like a bubble popping. A sharp burst of pain slaps across my cheek and I gasp, my eyes fluttering open. An onslaught of sensations crashes into me all at once. The bruises and cuts from last night ache, and the heat in the room is almost sweltering. Beads of sweat slip down between my breasts, under my ripped t-shirt. Sebastian's shirt that I snatched off the bed. I rear back, hitting the hard edge of a wooden chair with my shoulder blades and crushing my hands bound behind me with my own weight. "Ellie," a voice calls, and I know that voice. His terrible fucking voice. Tendrils of fear slither around me, tightening their grip. I blink at the hazy image before me, trying to make the nightmare of my reality disappear. But no matter how many times I open and close my eyes, the image never changes. Yanov is still there, his lips ghosting against my cheek, his other hand cradling the opposite side of my face. No, no, no. Dread slides along my skin, soaking into my lungs with every breath I take. Fuck, fuck, fuck. How did I get here? The memories come rushing back into my mind. The security guard. My damn trusting nature. How could I have been so stupid? A hot tear slides down the apple of my cheek, and I twist, trying to tug myself from his grasp. "Ellie," he whispers my name again. "It's so good to have you back. Right where you belong." My throat throbs as I swallow while trying to shake my head. "No, please, don't do this." "Don't do what? Bring you home? Marry you? Make babies with you? This is how it was always supposed to be, right?" I flinch at his tone, the edge in it, a warning I know well. I understand the warning. We can be happy together if you survive. Of course he doesn't say that, not in so many words anyway. The warning is clear, though, in the way he hovers over me, watching me, waiting. Habits are hard to break, though, and as usual, I find myself slipping back into that familiar role where I try to convince him I don't want him, and then my efforts implode around me. It didn't work in the past, and it's not going to work now. But that's all I know. How else will I survive? My voice is squeaky, fear leaching into each word. "What do you want from me?" His grip shifts, and his fingers pinch my chin hard. "Don't play dumb, Ellie. You know what I've always wanted. What was bound to happen." My entire body trembles, the blood in my veins freezing to ice. "You, baby. It's you. I want you. I want inside you. I want you on top of me. I want everything I was promised all those years ago before it was ripped away when your asshole of a father decided to betray me." His hold on my face tightens with each word he speaks, and I fight against the pain. Why do this when you know it's not what I want? I keep my voice small, trying my best not to provoke him. "It might not be what you want right now, but someday you'll see things my way. You belong to me. You always have." The terrible darkness blankets my skin when his hands slide down my neck to my shoulders. His hands continue down the length of my body, and thankfully he stops once he reaches my biceps. "I see the marks he put on you. Scratches, cuts, bruises. How could you let him fuck you in the woods like some cheap whore? You are better than that, Ellie. More than that." I fight against the desire to roll my eyes. Yeah, treat me better by breaking my bones and apologizing afterward. How can I believe that? You have me tied up like I'm some escape artist. It's not like I can outrun you, and even if I did, where would I go? I have no idea where we are. I peer around the room, making note of each detail. We're in some type of motel, a cheap one, from the look of the outdated manufactured wood furniture, the thin comforter on the bed and the dull, worn carpet covering the floor. The room is probably ground level, in the event he needs to make a quick escape, I imagine. He only shrugs, his gaze roving over my breasts. and then lower.
Escape artists, no. But you do have a habit of losing your shit, so I figured this would be easier once you were awake. You have a hard time accepting the inevitable.
A phone chimes somewhere on the other side of the room. He pushes away from me and stands, shoving his dirty hair from his face while giving me his back. I sag into the bonds, my hands and my feet burning from the rope as I hunch into myself in an attempt not to fall apart. I already know what's going to happen. He's going to rape me. He's going to rape me, and then he's going to beat me when he realizes I don't enjoy his touch. It's how I always saw my end. But after Sebastian entered the scene, I thought maybe I'd be okay. For once in my life, I felt safe, protected. I thought maybe it was possible. There's a murmur, and Janov stalks back over to me with his phone on speaker.
No, I have her right here. She's safe enough.
He stares down at me, his thighs too close, his free hand reaching out as if he's not quite sure where he wants to touch me yet. The voice on the other end of the line makes my blood run cold.
And she better stay that way until I arrive. We have business to discuss.
My father, the police chief of Oakmount, the only man with more power than some of these rich assholes running the school in the upper classes. Whispers of safety flutter hopefully in my mind. He's going to win. He always wins. When he sold me to pay his gambling debts, I thought I was free. Even belonging to someone else, I might have had a chance at escaping. But the chance is blown to pieces if he gives me to Janov. He'll chain me to the floor like a dog and never let me go. I don't hear the rest of the conversation, thankfully. My brain is too worried about how the hell I'm going to get out of here. Unfortunately, the reprieve I get while he's on the phone ends, and as soon as he's finished talking, he crouches in front of me again.
Come here, Ellie.
He scoots forward and wraps his arms around me, pressing his scratchy, bristled face into my chest. I'm rigid as a board, trying not to breathe the smell of stale alcohol and sweat wafting off him too deeply. It envelops me, though, and I shudder, trying not to puke.
Ellie, 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 Ellie.
He says it over and over like a prayer. I cringe inwardly, hating him for making the name ugly again so soon after Sebastian made it his. It feels like an eternity before he finally releases me. I curl away from him, into myself, wishing I could cover more of my body. I'm still only wearing Sebastian's football shirt and a pair of panties. No amount of clothing will ever be enough to make me feel safe in his presence.
I'm going to untie your hands, but you have to promise you'll be a good girl. No funny business, Ellie.
He glares at me, but doesn't wait for me to respond. Leaning forward, he rips at the bindings. Once my hands are free, I slowly pull them forward and cradle them in my lap. There's nothing else for me to do. I can't move, not with him so close. My only hope now is when he falls asleep. Maybe I'll be able to escape then? It's a slim chance, but one I have to take. I try not to flinch as his hands skim up my thighs, nor when he pries them apart. A scream builds in my throat. His penetrating gaze feels like a weight crushing down on my chest. I force myself to look straight ahead at the wall over his shoulder, so I don't do anything to get me killed. He's a ticking time bomb, and everything in his path is destroyed when he explodes.
Look how pretty you are.
Bile climbs up my throat, and I have to clamp my jaw shut to keep it down, to keep myself from gagging. I hate him so much. There's no telling with Janov what will happen next. All I know is nothing he says is an idle threat. His hands climb higher and circle my waist.
Such a beautiful girl. I knew the moment I met you that you would be mine.
Disgust sticks to my insides. I was only a child when my father introduced me to Yanov. Without warning, he stands, and I shudder with fear as I squeeze my eyes closed. He stalks behind me, circling me like prey, and I try my best to remain still. Drawing more attention to myself is stupid, but there's nowhere else for him to look. Nothing else he finds as entertaining as terrorizing me. His fingers skim over my shoulders, his touch haunting. A nightmare that never ends. It's like he's inspecting me, inspecting his next meal. I cast my gaze to the floor, afraid my facial expression might give away how fucked up I find this whole situation. Is it too much to hope Sebastian will notice I'm gone and come for me? That he might save me? I shake my head, refusing to let hope bloom. No one has ever saved me before. Why would they now? I snap back to the present when something cold and hard presses against my skin. It takes me a second to recognize the metal of the knife as he drags it over my shoulder and skims up to my neck. Try as I may to control my fear, my body refuses to hold it all in, and I tremble uncontrollably when he trails the tip of the blade around the back of my neck and to the other side of my shoulder. The shoulder with his name carved in it. The one punctured with a bullet hole scar. Phantom pain skates up my spine. I grit my teeth, knowing more will come. What is he going to do? Mark me again? I'm so tense my abs lock up and my knees knock together.
Oh, look at you, Ellie. I'm not going to hurt you.
His voice is soft, soothing. I know better than to fall for his lies. He circles to face me again.
Why do you think I'm going to hurt you? I didn't work this hard to rescue you, only to turn around and hurt you when I finally have you all to myself.
There's no right answer here, so I stay quiet.
Answer me,
he snaps. I shake and shiver again at his tone. I know that one more than ever. More sweat slips down my face, and fear tightens deep in my gut. Because you always hurt me when I don't give you what you want. He leans in and whispers against my mouth.
And see, this is why you always end up hurt. Not because I want to hurt you. I don't, baby. Not at all. But because you don't think about things before you do them, you end up hurt. If you don't want to be hurt, then all you have to do is listen. Do as you're told, and you'll be fine. I've said that 1,000,000 times, haven't I?
It's not that easy, but I don't tell him that. I've always done as I'm told. It's when I don't do what you want that you hurt me. A sinister smile appears on his lips.
Then do what I want.
I grit my teeth, biting back a retort I know will get my teeth sent through my brain. And what do you want? My response only makes him smile wider.
You, my little dove. Just you. And now that I have you, I'm going to take what I've wanted for years. It doesn't matter to me if that asshole little boy had you first. Once he's dead, it won't matter anyway. All that will matter is who gets to be the last person to fuck all your tight holes. And that person is me.
His words splinter through me, making my stomach roil and bile come up my throat. Shit, I think I'm going to vomit. God, I hope not. I can't. Not right now. Leaning in closer, I fold my lips together to stifle the nausea.
Nothing to say.
All I can do is shake my head, tears clinging to my eyes, my stomach aching, threatening to spill out my disgust. He continues.
That's fine by me. I don't need you to speak. Not for what I plan to do.
Standing once more, he reaches to undo his belt, and I squeeze my eyes closed, contemplating my next move as the sound ripples through me. I have to do something, anything. Opening my eyes again, I watch as he tugs the leather through the loops of his jeans with a sibilant hiss, and then tosses it behind him onto the bed. Breathe. But breathing isn't going to stop him from hurting me. It isn't going to protect me from the inevitable. Bile climbs up my throat, inching closer and closer to its escape. And when he grabs the hem of his shirt and pulls it over his head, the filth inside me comes pouring out. My gut heaves, and I double over, watching in horror as vomit splashes against the floor, my bare feet, and his boots. Oh God, he's going to kill me.
Fuck.
He curses and stumbles back into the dresser behind him.
What the fuck?
I should tell him I'm sorry, that I didn't mean to vomit, but I don't. It's pointless anyway. I wipe at my mouth with the back of my hand and then wrap my arms around my middle. I don't feel good. Grabbing my chin, he levers it up, forcing me to look at him.
I don't really give a shit. I've waited long enough. We're doing this now.
Tears slip from my eyes and trail down my cheeks onto his fingers. Please, please don't do this.
Is this for real? Are you really begging me right now?
He sounds shocked, flabbergasted.
I thought you were stronger than this. What happened to you? Since when are you afraid of a little pain? We've barely started and the tears are already falling? Come on, Ellie. You can do better than this pathetic mewling. Give it a little feeling, Dove. Come on, beg for me. It won't change shit. But I love the way you look when you're crying.
I'm shaking now, cradling my face and bawling. There's no way I can go through this again. Not when it seemed like I had safety within my grasp. Like I was going to be free of this asshole and this life, once and for all.
What if I fuck that pretty little mouth of yours? Are you going to vomit on me?
My stomach clenches so tightly I throw up in my mouth a little again. I told you I don't feel good, I tell him, my voice cracking. In an instant, everything changes, and suddenly I'm ripped off the chair by the hair at the nape of my neck. My legs are jelly and barely hold my weight as pain shoots through me, shredding me from the inside out. It's only seconds that he's touching me, but it feels like an eternity. The world spins around me and I stumble over my feet. Please, please don't, I beg, even though it's pointless.
Next time I open this door, it will be to fuck you, and no amount of vomit or tears will change that. Figure it the fuck out, Ellie, or I'll do it for you. And we both know you won't enjoy that.
It's the promise of what's to come. Through blurry eyes, I try to grab more details of the room as he opens a door. His touch disappears when he releases me with a hard shove, ripping Sebastian's shirt almost all the way off in the process. Disoriented and off balance, I crash into the wall. And even as I try like hell to stay upright, my exhausted body refuses, and I topple over onto the floor. Janov slams the door closed, and I find myself surrounded by darkness. Exhaustion makes it hard for me to keep my eyes open. I need something to hold on to, something to live for. But all I want right now is for death to find me, because even I know in the end, the only way I'll ever truly be free is when I'm dead.
Chapter 3. Sebastian. Irritation pricks my skin. The world blurs around me as I force myself through the motions. I tug on the first thing I can find, a pair of jeans, followed by one of my football sweatshirts. All my attention funnels into figuring out where the hell Elise is. It takes every ounce of willpower I have not to call her father right this second and demand to know where the hell she is. The only reason I haven't yet is because I'm not 100% certain she didn't leave on her own. I can't imagine her leaving, though, not after the night we shared. Elise wanted to be with me. She was happy, content even, unless I imagined it all. No. She wouldn't have left the bed unless she was provoked. I repeat the thought back to myself, but doubt still finds a way to seep into the cracks of my mind. Fuck. If she left by her own choice, disappearing into the night because she thought she could get away from me, I don't know what I'll do. The dark, fucked up places my thoughts go in that instant terrify me. When it comes to Elise, her safety, and keeping her at my side, there isn't anything I won't do. No one I won't destroy or kill if it comes to that. And no amount of begging and pleading for my forgiveness will save her from my wrath. Even as the idea of punishment rolls around in my head, I can't ignore the gnawing in my gut that something else is wrong. Elise is smart. She wouldn't leave, and I can't make myself believe otherwise. If my hunch is correct, I'll do everything in my fucking power to get Ellie back and destroy the person who took her. There are always consequences, and in this case, deadly ones. Before that, I need confirmation, proof, and the security camera footage will give me what I want. If I can see what happened, then maybe I can piece the rest of the puzzle together. Pausing in the kitchen, I take a moment to breathe and roll my shoulders to release some tension. She wouldn't leave. She wouldn't. Even as I tell myself that, though, I don't completely believe it. What if she heard my conversation with Tanya? What if she left because she thinks the baby? Could she have heard what happened with Tanya and run away? The muscles in my stomach tighten, panic crawling up under my ribs to seize my heart. The shit with Tanya is something I never wanted Elise to know. What if she thinks I'm disgusting once the truth comes out, once she discovers how filthy I really am? I turn to a small stash of liquor I keep in the kitchen, needing something, anything to dull this ache, this shame. Then stop. No. Ellie wouldn't walk away from me like this. Not like this. And I need to be clear-headed to figure out the truth. And I'll stay that way until I know she's safe. I can't handle losing her. Slowly, through her eyes, I've come to see myself in a different light, and I don't want to lose that. I can't lose that. The best parts of me shine brightly through her. Without her, I'm merely a shell of the man I was. I do my best to suppress the doubt. I don't know anything yet, and until I do, letting my brain conjure up wild ideas won't help. I need proof. Exiting the kitchen, I continue down to the security room. When I enter the space, I find it still empty, adding to my unease. Where the hell is everyone? Throwing myself into one of the rolling chairs in front of the monitors, I try to log into the system, but an error message pops up on the screen. What the fuck? I scan the real-time monitors, searching for either of the security guards who were supposed to be on duty. Finally, I spot one coming in through the back door of the kitchen. It's the oldest security team member, a guy who's been here since my grandfather was alive. I don't know if I should be thankful or throttle him to death. Shoving out of the chair, I race from the room, intending to catch him at the top of the stairs. Adrenaline pumps in my veins, the need to find Elise guiding me. As soon as he spots me, he freezes. "Sir?" His voice shakes, and I can fucking see the worry and fear in his eyes, the guilt spiderwebbing across his face like broken glass. He knows something. "Hayes, You've been here for years. I meet him head on and stare him down. You've always been loyal to the family. If there was one person we could count on, it was you. Is there anything you want to tell me? He looks away, refusing to make eye contact. Has your loyalty shifted? I tuck my trembling hands into the front pocket of my hoodie. I can't let him see how close to losing it I am. I want him afraid, yes, but I also need him to talk, and he won't if fear is all he has running through his veins. He blinks and exhales. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I grit my teeth against the desire to destroy, to force him to tell me what I want to hear. Play stupid with someone else, not me. Now get the fuck down here and show me the security feed for the last 12 hours. It's that, or I can beat the information I need out of you. What's it going to be? He curses softly under his breath and steps forward. I'll show you. I move out of the way and he lumbers down the stairs, defeat in the set of his shoulders. When he passes, I clench my fists, my fury rising slowly inside me like mercury in a thermometer. I follow closely behind him and throw myself into the chair, moving the other and forcing him to stand. He quickly types into the computer and brings up the feed, then takes a step back, giving me space to review. My gaze locks on the screen, and I see the other security guard, a newer guy. I can't remember his name. Not that it matters when I see him leading Ellie through the back door. They disappear off the screen, and my blood pressure bubbles over. Pull up the other fucking camera, I order. Hayes scrambles, his fingers shaking as he does what he's told. The second camera footage pops up on the screen, and he scrolls through it until I see them in the image. He hits play, and the feed shows them walking out to the cabin. I shake my head. The fucking animals. Of course. She'd leave my bed in a heartbeat if one of her precious mutts were in trouble. I watch the screen as they disappear inside the cabin and shove out of the chair, ready to stomp out to the cabin and murder someone. Wait, Hayes says, and I glance back at the screen. It looks like there's more. A few minutes later, Yanov exits the cabin with Ellie flung over his shoulder. The guard doesn't follow. I turn and punch the wall, pain rippling across my knuckles as the skin breaks. I'm fine with the pain. I welcome it, even more so with the reality that Ellie is out there in the hands of a madman. My pain is nothing. You better start explaining what the fuck I'm looking at, or I'm going to assume you allowed a psychopath to abduct my girl. You don't want that, because it will mean I destroy you completely. I advance on the now trembling man. Please, it's not what you think. Oh, really? How so? Because it looks a lot like you knew what was happening. Not only that, but you allowed it to happen. Did you go out there to help him? He shakes his head frantically. No, I only knew something was wrong when the man carried her out of the cabin. I went out there immediately to see what was happening, to help her and ensure she was okay. I didn't know who that man was or what he was doing, but I also knew there was no reason for him to be carrying around an unconscious girl. His hands spread wide in the classic gesture of innocence as he takes a step back. I swear it, boss. I wouldn't betray you. I'd never. I pinch the bridge of my nose and force myself to breathe in, out. It's my only attempt at calming myself, and it doesn't help. It doesn't take the edge off the slow fury boiling in my veins. Hayes, I'm going to take you at your word for now. If he comes back or you hear anything, call me immediately. And for the record, I jab my finger toward the screen. That is the asshole I told you guys to block from the premises weeks ago. Check your fucking emails. I turn to the weapon locker, punch in the code and grab one of the knives on the top shelf. These weapons don't get much use, but then again, I've never really had a reason to use them. That changes today. Fueled by rage and the need for revenge, I stalk back up the stairs. My gut coils, and I'm unsure what to do with this force inside me threatening to spill over. Yanov. Even the thought of his name makes me want to destroy everything. Try as I may, I haven't been able to dig anything up on him. Tugging my phone out of my pocket, I hit the contact button for Grady, my PI, and wait impatiently as the phone rings and rings. My grasp on the cell phone tightens with every passing second. When it finally goes to voicemail, I curse and consider throwing the thing. The desire to break something, to watch it shatter into a million pieces, consumes me. No. What if I need to call someone? What if she calls me and I miss it because of some stupid, reckless choice? I swallow down the impulse. Fuck it. If he won't answer the phone, then I'll go to his place. Let him try to send me to voicemail then. I stalk into the garage and slide into the front seat of the first car I spot, my cherry red Porsche. The engine revs with life when I start it and back out of the garage. As soon as I shift to drive, I slam my foot on the gas. The tires screech across the pavement as I take off down the driveway. Grady lives in downtown Oakmount, where a good portion of the city's people lives. It's a combination of middle and low classes and takes 10 minutes to drive to. It's probably stupid to drive the Porsche versus something a little more low-key, a fact cemented as soon as I park at the curb of a run-down 3-story building. Anyone awake at this ungodly hour is going to know something is up. I shove the worrying thoughts away and grab my knife, lock the car doors, and head into the building. The outer door and the elevator are both open with no security. I stop outside Grady's door and bang on it a few times. There's no answer. Slowly, I turn and press my knuckles to the wall, shaking as I try to breathe through this fury, through this fear I can only channel into rage. I pound on the door again, this time harder, but it devolves from pounding to kicking to slamming my foot into the metal until it opens. "What the actual fuck?" Grady shouts, his Irish accent thick and sleep-filled. "What the hell are you doing to my door, man?" I crowd into him, backing him into his apartment. He's quick, so we don't actually make contact until he stops and holds his ground. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I unclench my jaw and swallow hard. "I need whatever information you have on Yanov. Now. I'm not done with my investigation yet. You know that. I'd have turned it over already. I cut him off with a hand to his throat, and he bats it away, eyes wide. "Touch me again, and we'll have a down-and-dirty brawl, mate," Grady says. I lunge for him, and he shifts expertly out of the way. "What the fuck is happening?" "Yanov took her. He took her. He fucking took her, and I need to get her back." His forehead crinkles as he continues to dodge my efforts to get a hold of him. He grabs his phone out of his pajama pants and hits a few numbers. He better be calling the police or an ambulance, because he's going to need them. "Yo, yeah, you need to come and get Sebastian as he's about to get himself fucked up," he says to whoever is on the other end. I turn to face the room. Mismatched furniture, an entire computer bank against one wall, a shelf of camera equipment. I catalog every trivial thing my gaze touches, so I don't kill Grady before he can give me what I need. I don't think I've ever been this close to the edge and managed to hold myself back. After a few seconds of grasping at composure, I turn back to face the investigator again. I'm definitely not in control, but I'm also not on the verge of killing him. "Please," I bite off the word through gritted teeth. "Give me whatever information you have." He hangs up his phone, stalks over to the computer and throws himself into the chair while muttering a slew of curses at me under his breath. Numerous screens pop up all at once, and I move closer, reaching for the screen to adjust it so I can see it better. "Don't touch my computer, asshole, or I'll gut you." I snort, the threat breaking through the haze of anger like nothing else. "I won't need to if you just give me an address or something. Anything to start with." I drag my attention back to the screen and scan the information he has pulled up. There are details of Yanov's day-to-day activities, a few house locations where he's been seen, but they don't seem to be where he actually lives. I pin Grady with a glare. "All this time, and you haven't found a thing on where this asshole lives?" He shrugs. "He's a paranoid dick who moves around at the slightest thing. I've watched him go from motel to motel, even staying at brothels or couch surfing. It's like he fears having one location to be found in. That might be due to how many women he sold into slavery in the short time I've been monitoring him. It's crazy." "Tragic," I interrupt, deadpan. He looks up at me, his jaw set. "It is fucking tragic. These are people with lives, with children. They don't deserve what he puts them through." "No one deserves to be put through something like that, which is why I've hired you to help me. He has Elise, and who knows what the fuck he plans to do next. Now are you going to do what I hired you to do or not?" His eyes narrow and he hits a key on the computer. The screen clears to all black. "And what if he's already sold your girl? She could be on her way to a European country to be the plaything of some other rich dickhead." I clench my jaw, suddenly aware I've hit a nerve with him. "Pull it back up so I can find something in all this shit that I didn't ask you to document." He sits back and hikes up his chin, defiance oozing out of him, and his defiance is all it takes for me to snap. I launch myself at him, fist flying right into the smug look on his face. His head snaps to the side and he comes back at me, throwing me back. He's strong for his somewhat scrawny frame. We hit the wall hard, the impact knocking the breath out of me. This asshole doesn't stand a chance, not when I need to hit someone like I need to breathe. I don't hold back when I punch him a second time, my fist landing in his gut. He doubles over and stumbles to the side. "What the fuck? For wanting my help, you certainly have no manners." I'm lost in a sea of red, my anger climbing. Who the fuck does he think he is? Like I don't know she might already be sold. Raining down on him, I land a punch wherever I can. He holds his hands and arms up to block his face, but it doesn't stop me from landing a jab or two right on his stupid chin. Out of nowhere, a pair of arms clamps around me, securing my upper body, and tugs me away. I look back to see Drew. Fuck him. "It's done, Sebastian! Back the fuck off!" Lee's voice cuts into the haze of rage surrounding me as he crouches on the ground next to Grady and helps him to sit up. "Your friend here is fucking Looney Tunes," Grady groans, wiping at his face. "Looney Tunes? You don't have a fucking clue," I snarl, continuing to fight against Drew's hold. It's useless, though. His hold is unbreakable, proof of his unyielding strength. He's always been stronger than me. "Calm down, man." Drew turns me to face him, and his fingers dig hard into my shoulders, the pain forcing me to focus my attention on him. "Tell me what happened." "He took her. Yanov took Elise, right from under my fucking nose." I try to keep my voice level, but there's no missing the fear there. I don't give a fuck if I look weak or insane. Not right now. Not with Elise out there in the hands of that deranged fuck. Drew stares at me, his expression hard to read, but I know him better than most. He's worried about me, whether I'm okay or completely lost my mind. The answer to all those questions is I don't know. "Are you calm enough that I can release you to talk to the PI to see if he knows anything else, or do I need to babysit you?" "I'm fine." I shake my head, my rage still riding high. Grady crosses the room, blood dripping out of his nose. "Fuck him. I'm not going to give him a damn thing, not after the way he just acted. He's lucky I haven't called the police on him. If only he would shut his fucking mouth. Losing control, I let myself go. I don't even feel like I'm in my body as I launch myself at the man one more time, my knife in hand, the blade pressed to his throat, tight to his thundering pulse. Call him. Won't be able to say much after I slit your throat. I put pressure on the blade and watch as it slowly sinks into his flesh, blood welling up onto the metal. Fuck! Drew curses as he comes up behind me. I anticipate his reaction and swing on him. The knife cuts through the air with a swoosh as he dodges it expertly, twisting to the side at the last second. Grasping onto my forearm, he presses against the pressure point there, disabling my grip and forcing me to drop the knife. Fucker. Seriously? I asked if you were okay. And I was, until he fucking opened his mouth again. Who cares what he says? Only Elise matters. Do you think she'd appreciate you acting like an asshole? Elise wouldn't give a fuck what I had to do to save her. I shove at his chest, but he doesn't budge. He doesn't even blink. He doesn't understand, doesn't grasp how fucking dangerous this man is. You wouldn't know, but I do. I know how fucked up this guy is and the things he will do to her, what he's already done to her. I shake my head. 1 minute in his presence could be the end of her life if she makes the wrong move. I can't risk leaving her with him. I can't have her blood on my hands, too. The raw anguish coating my voice makes me feel vulnerable and weak, but it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters but saving her. Drew's jaw clenches, and after a moment he turns to face Grady. I know you don't want to help, and I suppose Sebastian could have asked a little more kindly. However, Drew's eyes go flat and hard, and Grady tenses, his shoulders rigid, his eyes searching the area as if he's hunting an exit in the face of an apex predator. You were hired to find this man, and now, when the creep has taken his girl, he needs that information. So unfortunately for you, no one is leaving here until you hand over what we need. I can appreciate the fact that you need to be paid for your work, and I will ensure that you are. But let me be clear. Produce the information, or Sebastian will be the least of your worries. My heart hammers in my chest. If he's smart, he'll say yes. I glare at the PI over Drew's shoulder, daring him to say no. It'll be the last thing he says, thinks, or does. Some part of me feels a little more secure with Drew here. He'll make sure I don't do anything that I might not be able to take back later. Weighing his options, Grady shakes his head angrily and turns to his computer. Shoving the monitor to the side, he grabs the thumb drive from a port and tosses it to Drew. Get the fuck out and don't come back, he snarls at the three of us. I don't respond. There's no reason to. I got the information I need. Now I have to find Elise before it's too late.
Chapter 4. Elise. It never made sense to me why some people are afraid of the dark. Sure, you can't see anything, but I think a certain kind of peace can only be found in darkness. It isn't what's in the dark you should fear. Instead, it is the people hidden in plain sight. They're the ones you never anticipate doing something bad. A friend, your parents, a police officer. It's always the ones who are supposed to protect you who end up failing. So in my mind, the real monsters aren't those hiding in the shadows, but instead the ones sitting in the light. My thoughts drift with the sudden sensation of floating. It's hard to figure out if I'm awake or asleep. Everything feels the same. Dreams or memories? Who knows which? Spiral around me. I'm in Sebastian's foyer, lying on something cold, but the edges of my vision are fuzzy. The room beyond is the study, where Sebastian works sometimes. Not often, though. He seems to want to avoid the room most of the time. He's there now, and something in me shifts, easing. I can breathe, except each breath hurts. How can he be so beautiful and so brutal at the same time? He's arguing with someone, but I can't see them through the hazy halo obscuring my vision. There's a bottle of alcohol in his hand, and he's waving it around. I want to call out to him, beg him to come and get me, save me, anything. But I can't speak. I can't move. I can barely breathe. You can't do this, owning people like this for your sick perversions, Sebastian shouts, and the words echo in my head. Sick perversions, boy. You don't think I know what you get up to with your little school sluts? Or your own stepmother, for that matter? Sebastian goes rigid and takes a long drink of the alcohol. Something uneasy worms its way through my belly. There's a metallic clicking sound somewhere. Maybe the man with the older, deep voice. He steps closer to Sebastian, and his face finally comes into view. White hair, styled elegantly, a perfect tuxedo, collar undone at the throat. There's not much resemblance to Sebastian, outside of how the man carries himself. So very restrained and rigid. The memory fades, and I drift in and out, my world tilting on its axis even more. Sebastian holding a gun. Sebastian kneeling by the crumpled form of his grandfather. Sebastian reeling around the room, drinking his bottle of alcohol in gasping gulps. He killed him. Sebastian killed him. Horror shimmies its way up my spine. Then nothing. Blessed blackness until I open my eyes and find myself back in the other nightmare. It's funny. I'd take Sebastian's nightmare over anyone else's, even if it kills me. Hot tears cascade down my cheeks, and it takes me a second to breathe through the sobs that seem to come unbidden. I press my hands over my mouth to stifle the sound, so Janov doesn't hear me. The more attention I draw to myself, the worse it is. My priority should be to get out of here. But my body feels leaden, unable to move or even think of a proper plan. The memory, because I know now that's what it was, keeps replaying in my mind, reminding me Sebastian is not my savior in all of this. He's as dark and fucked up as everyone else. He killed his own grandfather, murdered him without thought or care, and walked away. I can't seem to wrap my head around it. What kind of person are you to be capable of something like that? From what I remember, his grandfather was not a nice man, but still. We can't play God. We just can't. Bile claws its way up my throat once more. How could I have given myself to him? He's no better than my father, than Janov. I squeeze my eyes shut and settle against the wall. What's the point? Where do I go from here? Safety feels a million miles away. The hope of someone, anyone, saving me becomes a distant dream. I'm never going to get away from Janov, and he's going to kill me in this nasty motel room. Worst of all, he'll get away with it. No one will know I'm here except maybe my asshole father, and even then, he's not going to do anything to stop him or help. Nothing. There will be no justice for me. The door swings open and I try to pin myself to the back of the closet. It's a stupid idea, since there is nowhere for me to escape. A tiny squeak of fear escapes me when Janov reaches inside and sinks his meaty fingers into my arm with bruising force. With little effort, he tugs me across the crusty carpet like I'm a rag doll. I lash out, slapping at his hands. When my useless attempt doesn't seem to work, I dig my nails into his skin, scratching him. He doesn't even flinch. In fact, he doesn't appear to be bothered by it at all. It's like he doesn't even feel pain.
Keep fighting, my little dove. It makes my cock hard as steel, because we both know that soon you will submit to me.
He smirks at me. I tilt back to keep as much distance between us as I can. Even if I want to give up, to sit here and wait for death to find me, my brain's first instinct is to do something, to formulate a plan. I'm not a quitter, never have been. Then fight back. If you're going to die, at least do it with some dignity. He continues to drag me across the carpet, and the skin on my knees burns while I gather the strength to stand. I swallow a hiss of pain, and know the only way I can fight back is if I get to my feet. My legs ache with the effort as I shove off the floor. I'm wobbly, and any semblance of balance is gone, but I don't let it stop me. Please, don't, I plead, even though begging has never worked in the past.
Why? It's more fun to watch you struggle.
He laughs. For every step forward he takes, I try to pull us backward, at least slowing our process. I grit my teeth against a wave of nausea clawing up my throat, the jarring movements making it worse. I can't give up. Not yet. Then suddenly, his hold on my arms disappears. What the hell? With both hands, he takes me by the shoulders and presses his thumbs deep into my collarbone. Searing pain radiates through my chest and limbs, immobilizing me. He tilts his head to the side, a sinister smile tugging at his lips.
I was trying to be nice, but you don't like nice, do you?
Stop! You're hurting me! I cry out as he digs his thumbs in a little harder.
Hurting you? All I wanted to do was give you a shower. But since you don't want a shower, I guess we can get right to it.
He releases me with a shove, and my legs give out on me. I fall to the floor, landing on my knees. Pain ripples up my thighs from the impact, and I clench my jaw to stop whimpering. Like a lion, he pounces on me.
Is that what you want, Ellie? Would you rather have my cock than a shower?
No, stall. Find a way. I duck my head and tuck my chin to my chest, stopping the resistance. Yes, no, please. I'm sorry. A shower sounds... I gulp hard and try not to puke again. It sounds nice. Knowing that's what he wants to hear and that I play into his fantasy so well makes me want to cry. I can barely manage to blink back tears. If I start crying again, he'll claim victory. Tears only mean he's getting what he wants, that he's breaking me down.
That was my thought as well. But I don't know that you deserve a shower. Not after the little fit you threw.
His fingers clasp my chin, and even if my instinct is to pull away, I don't. I let him touch me, because if I have any chance at surviving, I need him to believe me. Believe I want this. I want him. Please. I cringe, my insides tightening to the point of pain. I'm sorry. It's just... a lot has happened. I missed you. It's a lie, a terrible lie I hate uttering, but if I can make him believe me, then my chances of escape grow.
Is that right, little dove? You missed me?
I lift my head and look him in the eyes. Yes. I missed you. Something soft flickers in his eyes, and then it's gone.
Fine. Let me wash you, and then you can show me just how much you've missed me.
I flinch at his response, but he doesn't appear to notice as we stumble into the bathroom together, him partially carrying me. The bathroom is grungy, to say the least, with only 1 out of the 4 light bulbs above the mirror working. A shower stall in the corner barely fits us both, and he steps inside first, fully clothed. I breathe through my nose and try to remain calm. Reaching for me, he rips the scraps of shirt and my underwear off my hips. I squeeze my eyes closed, sinking deep into the confines of my mind to ignore what is happening in the present, like I used to all the other times he got his hands on me.
I always forget how beautiful you are,
he whispers against my neck, and his erection digs into my ass. Please, if there is a God out there, spare me from this evil man. He turns the handle for the water, and it stutters out in an uneven spray directly on my face. I sputter and gasp for air while he lets the water choke me.
I'm going to release you so I can wash you properly. But I swear, if you try anything, you will regret it.
His voice is sharp, a barbed wire digging into my skin. It's not a warning, it's a promise. I remain silent since I know it's what he wants. We've played this game before. He grabs a washcloth and a bar of soap from the counter, and then stares at me with a look of malice-tinged glee.
Let me clean you up, little dove.
He scrubs me with the cloth, his fingers spreading and working through the scratchy cotton until my skin is raw. I'm helpless. It's how he likes me. All I can do is stand here, swallowing soft cries while I keep my eyes trained on him, watching, waiting for the inevitable signs things will go bad. My skin crawls as his hands skim up and down my sides, dipping between my thighs. I barely resist the urge to clamp my legs closed, but remind myself of the consequences at the last moment. If I do, he'll punish me for denying him what he wants, what is his. The longer I hold out, the easier it will be to escape. He dips his fingers up to prod between my legs and then farther back. And this time I can't hold back the tears. Shame burns through me as those tears escape.
Little dove, he hasn't fucked you here yet?
He doesn't wait for me to respond and merely continues, as if he hadn't asked me a question.
Never mind. I already know the answer. Good. This hole will be mine. All mine.
Gently, almost reverently, he prods against my asshole. Breathing becomes impossible as fear claws its way through my insides, using my ribcage as a ladder. He's going to hurt me again. Take until there is nothing left. A whimper slips out of me, and his mouth slides along the side of my neck. And then it happens. Suddenly, I'm outside my body, watching like a bystander on the street. I don't get what is happening as I watch myself reach up and grab the shower head. A cold wave washes through me, soothing the aches and pains, calming me in a way I haven't felt in a long time. After a brief struggle, it detaches from the wall, and I stare at myself, bringing the metal piece down on Yanov's head. He stumbles backward as if dazed. A longing for revenge and peace rips me apart from the inside out. An anguished cry filters through the pounding drum of my heartbeat, and I lift the shower head and bring it down again, smashing it against his skull. I do it again and again. More, harder, faster. I watch as he falls to his knees. Water continues to spray down on us, washing some of the blood splatter down the drain while the rest smears and dots the tile wall. Fight back, you coward. Be the man you always said you were. Hit me. I want to scream the words, but they never escape. In the end, there is nothing left to say. Nothing will change what must happen. To be truly free, you must break the chains holding you in place. My hands are trembling as an involuntary shiver skates down my spine. I sink back into my body, the cold giving way to pain, a deep dark ache in my chest. Oh my God. What have I done? Some part of me always knew this would end with one of us dead. I should be thankful it's not me, yet nausea churns deep in my gut. His leg twitches, brushing mine. End it. End him. Raising his hands first, he lifts his head, his gaze meeting mine.
Ellie, don't do this. You aren't a killer. This isn't you.
His words slur, and he tries to stand, but he can't seem to get his legs to work. But his eyes, those dark, soulless orbs, tell another story. Even with his life hanging in the balance, the evilness inside him bleeds through. The promise of pain and retribution reflects back at me. No. This ends now. Today. I will never be his plaything again. You have no idea who I am. I grit the words through my teeth, and then I pull back and smash the metal against the side of his head again. Blood splatters across my stomach and the wall, and I stare down at it. I should be freaking out, worried about what will happen next. But none of those things matter. A strange sense of calm coats me from the inside, healing some of the deep wounds he left so many years ago. I'm safe and protected. After today, he'll never hurt me again. I'll never be faced with running again. I don't think, I don't even feel, as I raise the shower head and let it fall, hitting him with it again, over and over. Each blow is harder and faster than the previous. My lungs heave, and my muscles burn, my heart galloping in my chest.
I will kill you, Elise,
he says in a vicious growl as his hand clamps my arm in a death grip. I struggle in his grasp, and there's a sharp crunch, then a wave of pain as something in my arm gives way. I know there should be more pain, that I should feel something, but I don't. It doesn't register in my mind that I might have a broken bone, not while he's still breathing. My only objective is to end his life, to ensure he can never hurt anyone else ever again. My vision blurs, and I shove through the exhaustion, fear guiding me, reminding me that if I don't kill him, he will surely end me when this is over. I'm not sure how much time passes, but soon he's slumped against the floor. I wait, barely breathing, watching until his chest no longer rises and falls, that I can't hear his phlegm wheeze any longer. I'm numb, unable to feel anything for the dead man in front of me. I look away from his body and take a trembling step back, the shower head slipping from my hands. The reality of what I've done finally catches up with me, and my heart lurches inside my chest. I'll never be free. There is no escaping the consequences now. Pinpricks of pain zing up my arm as I lift it, pressing my hand to my stomach. There's a throbbing there, a dull ache, but I know all too well that once the adrenaline wears off, the pain will be more severe. I need to come up with a plan. I need to call for help. I stumble into the bedroom and freeze. There is no one to call for help. No one can save me. Once my father finds out, everything will be over. I will be trapped in his dark web all over again. He'll use this against me. He'll hold it over my head until he can get everything he can out of me. My body, my life, my soul, all of it. I'll be left with nothing. Panic wraps around my throat, tightening its grip until I can't suck another breath into my lungs. I'm a murderer. I killed him. My knees give out on me and I crumple, my body landing on the floor. I don't even feel the pain of falling or the scratch of the carpet against my skin. There's only the choking panic slowly strangling the life out of me. Ahead, my shirt is on the floor. No. Sebastian's shirt. Sebastian. The man I love, or rather loved. I don't know who he is, or if the version of him I knew was ever really real. It doesn't matter. Not anymore. There is no future for us. He's nothing but a liar and a murderer. Of course, I'm a murderer now, too. But even thinking of him and how easily I fell for him makes me ashamed. In some ways, he's no better than my father or Yanov. Gritting my teeth, I crawl across the floor, my hurt arm tucked to my side. I sit back and reach for the shirt with my good arm. It takes everything inside me to remain sitting upright. I've never been so tired in my life. Slowly, as if a heavy weight is pressing down on my limbs, I tug the shirt over my head, using my uninjured arm. Halfway through, I have to stop and catch my breath. The pain, the fear, the adrenaline catches up with me, coiling in my chest, and my body betrays me. Tears leave cold trails down my cheeks. The early morning sun peeks through the drapes, the rays of sunlight dragging my attention back to my hands. I stare at my fingers. Blood stains my pale skin. His blood. Panic and urgency push all my other emotions aside. I need to get out of here. Leave before the cops show up. Or worse, my father. There will be plenty of time to contemplate my choices and wonder if I did right or wrong, but now is not the time for questions. Right now, I need to protect myself. To put as much distance between me and this place as I can. Using the bed as an anchor, I stand. Then I walk across the room to the door, unlock the deadbolt, and tug it open. I'm momentarily blinded by the rising sun, but once my eyes adjust, I peer around the mostly vacant parking lot. I recognize Yanov's car in one of the spots. I could take it, then ditch it later if need be. It would be the fastest way out of here, a quick, clean getaway. And right now that's what I need. Turning around, I head toward the nightstand to grab Yanov's car keys. Stupid. I'm so stupid. He wouldn't leave his keys right out in the open. My heart sinks into my stomach when I reach the vacant nightstand. Taking his car would be the smartest option, but not if I have to touch him to get the keys. The mere thought of reaching into the pocket of his pants repulses me. Oh God, I think I'm going to vomit. I press a hand to my mouth to stop myself, and then back to the door. Except this time, when I go to walk out, someone is standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. No, not someone. Several someones. I blink and focus all my attention on the one person who means the most to me. Is this real? Sebastian? It can't be. He's not really here. It's all a terrible dream. But then he steps inside, his hand reaching for me, closing around my upper arm. It can't be real. A sudden burst of joy fills me, but is just as quickly swept away by the bitter tang of reality. He's a killer. He killed his grandfather. He kept me in his house under the ruse that he was caring for me, but that was only half of it. He also needed to make sure I didn't reveal his secret. And now that I remember, what will he do to me when he finds out I know? I've escaped one monster, only to be captured by another. Hey, it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. I've got you. I open my mouth to tell him it won't be okay. I know what he did. But the memory of that night in his grandfather's study slams into me, taking me out at the knees and leaving me paralyzed in the dark.
Chapter 5. Sebastian. Our gazes collide, and I hate the horror filtering through her blue depths. Before I can tell her it's going to be okay, her eyes slip closed. Panic rips through me, and all I can do is reach for her so she doesn't hit the floor. I snake an arm around her middle and tug her trembling body closer, cradling her and taking her slight weight easily. Did she pass out? Is she hurt? Like magic, her eyes flutter back open, and I damn near sigh. The thought of losing her again in any capacity is unfathomable. Maybe it's the exhaustion and fear making her fade in and out. Her mouth opens and closes half a dozen times. It's like she wants to say something, but she can't speak. It doesn't matter. She doesn't need to say anything. I'll take care of her, and whatever happens in the future. Shh. You're okay, Ellie. Everything's going to be okay. You're safe now. I try to soothe her, but my voice against her ear sends her thrashing. With more strength than I anticipate, she twists out of my hold and pushes me away, or at least tries to, though all she manages to do is put a foot of distance between us. I peer down at her tiny hand, pressing against my chest, her touch burning into my skin through the cotton of my t-shirt. I wasn't sure if she'd be alive when I found her, or if there would even be anything to find. Fuck. I take half a second to relish the feeling of her body pressing this close to mine. It took burning through my goodwill with Grady, Aries contacts, and all of us driving around for hours, checking shithole after shithole, until we found this fucking roach motel. And I don't want her here another second longer than necessary. But her touch, even if it's to push me away, helps to ease some of the ache in my chest. She peers around the room, her features pinched tight with fear, like she's expecting someone else to jump out at her. Giving her head a frantic shake and sending wet strands of mousy brown hair everywhere in the process, she mumbles, "I'm not safe, not with you, and not if I stay here. It won't be long till he shows up, till he finds out what I did." "You're always safe with me. Always." I reassure her, but I know she doesn't believe me. Her eyes have a wild look. She's in fight-or-flight mode right now, her every instinct honed to hostility. She fights against my grip, trying to break free, but subduing her is easy as I lift her off her feet, wrap both of my arms around her middle, and give her no room for escape. "Who is he?" I ask while walking out of the room and carrying her out to the parking lot. I'm pretty sure I already know who she's referring to, but I want to make certain. "My father. My life is over when he finds out what I've done." She whimpers and kicks out her legs, her heels slamming into my shins. I grit my teeth against the slight irritation. I'd walk through fire for this woman, so if she wants to escape, she'll need to try harder. I turn in the direction of Lee's tricked-out Jeep and climb into the back seat. Elise continues to struggle in my grasp, but that only encourages me to hang on tighter. "You'll never be free of me, little prey. Relax, I've got you." "I can't relax. Did you not hear me? My father is going to come. He'll come, and my life will be over when he sees what I've done." Her lips tremble. Seeing her like this, so broken and hurt, makes me insane. "I killed him. I'm a murderer. A murderer." She's hysterical, and it's not even what she's saying that makes me pause. It's more the earth-shattering sobs of pain and anguish she releases between each sentence. "You aren't a murderer. You're a survivor, and there is a difference. No one will judge you for protecting yourself, and that's what this was, Ellie. It was you protecting yourself. Do you hear me? You're not a monster or a murderer. You're a survivor of a really shitty situation." I gently rub my hand against her back to console her. My gaze tracks outside the car, though. I need to figure out if what she's saying is true. The window is partially rolled down, and I yell through it to Lee. "Where's Drew?" Lee tips his head toward the door as Drew steps over the threshold and back outside. His face is tight, his mouth set in a grim line. Not good. Looking back at me, he shakes his head and mouths the word, "Dead." It's exactly the confirmation I need. I'm not mad. The fucker deserved it. I am, however, angry with myself that Elise now carries this weight on her shoulders. She will be forever scarred by this day and what she had to do to survive. and there's nothing I can do to ease the pain or guilt to follow. I know from experience, this changes things. She finally settles on my lap, but her lithe body continues to tremble. Droplets of blood decorate every inch of her exposed flesh, and her wet hair has soaked the ripped shirt she's wearing. My shirt. Shit, she's probably cold, along with being traumatized. She hasn't told me what happened yet, but she doesn't have to say anything, not with all the blood on her. If this wasn't such a fucked up, dire situation, I might even tell her how proud I am. But something tells me it would make things a lot worse for her. Deep breath, little prey. Walk me through what happened. Tell me so I can help you. I keep my voice low and calm, even though I'm raging inside. There will be plenty of chances to express my anger in the future, but right now, my biggest priority is her. Peering into her blue eyes, I note the vacant look there. She's so lost and broken right now, and it kills me because I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help her, how to ease her pain. I can't think about it. I can't. She lets out an earth-shattering sob that squeezes my heart in a vice-like grip. Shh, it's okay. It's all going to be okay. I've got you. I gently caress her back, and she collapses against my chest, burying her face into the crook of my neck. I hold her tight to my chest, wishing I could mend all her broken pieces. We're still waiting for the guys. After a short while, I gently ease her away from my chest to inspect her a little closer. My fingers prod her neck, shoulders, and head, skimming over every inch of flesh. I make note of a large knot on the back of her head, still oozing blood. She winces when I touch it. I wouldn't be surprised if she needs stitches. Dr. Brooks will have to take care of that, though. Besides the head wound, there are various bruises and cuts I believe came from our romp in the woods and not Yonoff. And stupidly, that makes me happy. The joy is fleeting when I spot her arm hanging limply at her side. The entire appendage is swollen, all the way down to her fingertips. Fuck. I hope it's not broken. The urge to walk into that lousy motel room and rip Yonoff apart threatens to drown me. It doesn't matter if he's dead. I'll still take joy in dismembering his body piece by piece. It's what he deserves, but it's not happening. At least not right now. It would be selfish to leave her here alone, dealing with the barrage of emotions. She needs me, needs my protection far more than I need vengeance on that fucker. Twisting around, careful not to jostle her, I grab the gym bag from the back of the Jeep and drop it into the seat next to us. I tug the bag open one-handed and examine the contents. Workout clothes, towels. I grab a t-shirt, bring it to my nose and inhale. It's clean. Not telling with Lee sometimes, though. I send up a silent thanks to our amazing housekeeper at the mill, then find a pair of sweatpants and a plain cotton t-shirt and turn my attention back to her. There's blood everywhere, and God knows what else all over your body. I'm going to clean you up and get you into some different clothes, okay? She doesn't respond or even look at me, so when she doesn't fight me, I carry on. I strip the shirt off her with some effort because she decides to thrash around then, her hands moving to cover her breasts. I try to remind myself that her reaction has little to do with me and more so what she's endured, but it's really fucking hard. Watching the terror fill her eyes, forcing her to stay put. I've seen fear more than once in her blue eyes. Hell, I've put it there myself more than once before. But this is different. The way she's looking at me, it's like she thinks I'm here to kill her. I wipe as much blood as I can off her with my old t-shirt and toss it into the gym bag. Then I use one of the towels to dry and clean her the best I can. There's still the stain of blood on her face, fingers, and around her nails, but that can wait. Nothing a hot shower and bar of soap can't fix. I tug the t-shirt on over her head and then lay her out onto the seat and put her in the sweatpants, tugging them up her thighs and tightening the waistband at her hips. Once I'm finished, I reach into the bag and pull out a stretch bandage. Her wrist needs to be wrapped, at least until I can get Dr. Brooks to take a look at it. "Stop! It hurts," she whimpers, trying to tug her arm from my grasp. "It wouldn't hurt so bad if you'd stop fighting me." I grit through my teeth, my patience wavering. This time she listens and stops, allowing me to finish. Next comes gauze for the blood on the back of her head. I press a wad against the spot with added pressure to stop the bleeding. A whine rattles from her throat and her eyes pinch shut. "Breathe. Everything is going to be okay. I'll take care of this. I'll protect you." My voice seems to draw her back to the present, and some of the fear bleeds out of her haunted gaze. How can you protect me? How can you stop the inevitable from happening? The moment my father finds out what happened, he's going to blackmail me, use the murder as a weapon to control me. I can't. I won't. I'd rather die than live like that again. It's the first full sentence I've gotten out of her, and it both terrifies and pisses me off. She'd rather die than be her father's captive, but I'd rather die than let anything happen to her. I won't lose her again, but especially not to herself. "Don't talk like that. Your father is a minor inconvenience. We'll take care of the body." "Yeah, you've got practice with making bodies disappear, huh?" She gives me a hateful sneer. I choose to ignore her comment. I doubt she knows what she's talking about. And even if she does, she only knows what she remembers, not the truth. Not what really happened that night. She was injured before I stepped foot in that office. I have various methods of getting what I want, and I will use every single one of them if it means you're protected against our enemies. "I don't want your help or protection. There is no us. Let me go. Let me be free before it's too late." There is no us. The words echo back at me, and my anger flares. The fuck there isn't. I tighten my hold on her because I'm afraid she'll slip through my fingers all over again if I don't. That's where you're wrong. I didn't ask what you want, nor do I care what you want right now. My only concern is making sure you're safe and protected from what's to come. And even though you're in a traumatized state of mind, I want you to understand that no matter what, there will always be an us. There is no you or me. There is only us. Nothing you say or do will stop my father. He will hurt me, use me, break me. I will be trapped all over again. Her voice cracks, and the pure anguish in her words brands me like a hot iron. She's afraid, so afraid she'd rather die than face him. I have to do something. An idea pops into my head, and it refuses to leave once there. I could make her mine, forever mine. It's reckless and stupid, but it will save her. Months ago, I never would have considered what I'm about to say or do, but now, nothing else matters. Your father will have no say in what happens. I'll give you my name, and that will provide you the protection you need. Give me your name? She stops struggling and stares at me as if I've said something insane. I guess it might seem insane from her point of view, but it feels normal to me. It feels right. Am I crazy for suggesting we get married? Sure. Is it wrong to force her into the marriage knowing her current mental state? Also, yes, but I never claimed to be the good guy, and there will be no suggestion right now. No matter what, once the truth is revealed, she'll think of me as the enemy anyway. Doing this will only solidify that image. As much as it pains me to encourage her to hate me, it's better than her feeling nothing at all for me. Yes, little prey, it's marriage or nothing. You need the protection of my last name. I know it seems insane, but it's the only way. Attach yourself to the Arturo name, and no one will dare cross you." Her blue eyes glaze over and fill with a new kind of fear. I won't. I can't marry you." I grit my teeth against the rejection and remind myself of the trauma she's endured today. I want her to want me as badly as I want her, but I can't force her desire. I can, however, force her hand. I tip her chin up, forcing her to meet my eyes so she can see exactly how serious I am. "You can, and you will. We will be married as soon as we get back to the mansion. It's final." Chapter 6. Sebastian. Elise stares at me with something akin to horror. Tears slip down her cheeks again, and each sob makes my heart clench tighter in my chest. "I won't marry a murderer. I won't. I don't want you. I don't want this. I want to be free. I want to leave. Just let me go. You don't owe me anything. I don't want your protection." Something twitches in my jaw as I try to keep my tone even. The words pour out before I can stop them. "Not that I need to remind you, little prey, but you have no room to pass judgment. Looks like murder is the common denominator between us." It's a low blow, but it's all I have in my arsenal. That, and she truly doesn't have any room to judge me. Not when she doesn't know the truth. I shove the reminder of that night and the blood on my hands to the back of my mind. "I don't care. I won't marry you." She thrashes around and I tighten my hold on her once again, my muscles burning with the effort. My patience slips further and further away with every second that passes. I'll never get her back to the mill in this state. I bite back a growl and shake my head. I hate to do it, but I don't have any other options. Keeping her calm and safe is all that matters. I'll deal with the repercussions of my actions later. If she grows to hate me after we're married, then so be it. At least I won't carry the weight of her death on my shoulders. Turning, I yell for Lee out the window. "Where's your stash?" He grins back at me from the front of the car. "Around? What do you need? Uppers? Downers? Something for a good time?" Lee and his fucking jokes. I glare at him, letting him know I'm not fucking around. He gets the point and rolls his eyes. "You're such a cockblocker, Sebastian. Always brooding, always serious." "Don't do this. You don't want to marry me." Elise trembles in my arms, her face a mask of exhaustion and fear. She's pleading with me to leave her to the wolves, and I can't. I tried once when I took her to London, and it didn't work out. I won't ever do it again. I spare her a look. I do, though. I've never wanted anything more in my life. Lee walks over to the window, reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small plastic bag. Without saying a word, he presses a pill into my hand. I bring my hand up to a bit of light, open my palm and peer down at the little white pill. There's no lettering on it, nothing to help me identify what it might be. "What is it?" "The solution to your problem." He winks playfully. "I'm serious, Lee," I growl. "What is it? I don't want to give her something that might make things worse." "Relax, it's just a Xanax. It'll calm her down, make her compliant." I don't want to drug her, but I also can't hold her in place for hours waiting for her to calm down. And once we get back to the mill and start the paperwork, things will get worse. "Perfect. I will need your car to get us back to the mill. Text Aries and tell him to get there ASAP because we have official mill business. That should be a good enough excuse to get him out of whatever the hell it is he's doing with his father." "Yes, sir." Lee smirks with a mock salute and then hands me the keys to his Jeep. Easing my grasp on Elise, I tug the keys to my Porsche from my pocket and pass them to him. His gaze examines me from the inside out. "What's the plan?" Ares will marry us as soon as he gets to the mill. With my last name, her father won't be able to touch her." His expression sobers. "Are you sure this is what you want to do? Marriage is commitment." That's a loaded question. Am I sure? No. I'd love to do things the right way with Elise, to give her what she really deserves, time and room for love to grow. That's not the option we've been given. If I could do it differently, I would, but I can't. He nods, and I know he understands. Life is nothing more than trial and error. Things don't always work out the way you hope, but I have to believe they work out the way they're supposed to. That's the way it is. Turning my attention back to Elise, I ready myself for a fight and pinch the pill between my fingers. She's staring down at her hands with a haunted expression. Does she see blood on her hands? Does she feel guilt? I hate knowing she went through all of this alone, that she was forced to protect herself when it was my fucking job. My self-flagellation won't ease her pain, though, or make her forget what she did. I can't change the past, only the future, and that's what I plan to do. Ensure her safety for as long as she is breathing. It'll be a while before she makes peace with what she had to do, but eventually she'll be okay. I know you're afraid of what will happen next, but you don't have to be. You're not alone. I'm right here. I'll protect you." "Protect me?" She shakes her head. "Protect me so you can kill me later? No thanks. I'd rather spend my life on the run." "I won't hurt you, Elise. I want to help you, but in order to do that, I need you to calm down. Lee gave me a Xanax to give you. I prefer you take it of your own free will, but if you won't, I will do what I need to do to get it in your mouth." This time she glances up at me and then away, like she fears meeting my eyes for too long. I'm waiting for her to react and start fighting, but there's nothing in her eyes now, only a brief glance at me and then back down at her hands. "Ellie, do we need a replay of the last time we did this? I think you've been through enough today. Take the pill, lie down, and sleep for a little while." She gives me another furtive glance. "You're no better than him or my father. You might be able to make me marry you, but you can't make me love you." I can tell she means it, but it doesn't matter. Her feelings and opinions mean little to me when it comes to her safety. It fucking hurts, but I'll deal. Almost viciously, she snatches the pill from my fingers and shoves it between her lips. Her throat bobs as she swallows it dry before I can give her the bottle of water in the front seat cup holder. "I know you're upset, but it will help. I promise." "No, nothing will help me. I'm damned no matter what I do. I've freed myself from one monster only to be captured by another." I hate her projection of me, but it's what I get for waiting until her memories of that night returned. Does she remember everything? Is that why she hates me so much now? If you think I'm a monster, then so be it. I'll play whatever part you want me to if it means you're safe. "I don't think anything. I know you're a monster. We're all monsters now." She spits the words at me like she thinks they'll hurt me, but she doesn't know the half of it. Nothing she says will ever have the impact that realizing she was kidnapped had on me. I grab the door handle, opening it while maintaining my hold on her. As much as I hate to let her go, I have to if I want to get us back to the mill. So while it pains me, I push open the passenger door, arrange her on the seat, then rush around to the driver's side, climb in and start the Jeep. To my surprise, Ellie remains unmoving where I leave her. Either she's exhausted, or she's devising a plan for escape. I put the car in drive and we roll forward. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Drew standing in the open door of the motel room, while Lee wanders down the motel sidewalk, maybe hunting for witnesses. I tighten my grip on the steering wheel. I should stay to help them, but I can't. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to focus. Now that I have her back, every cell in my body demands I make sure she is safe and reclaim her as my own. The only thing that matters to me right now is ensuring no one touches her again. As I continue driving, I glance over at her, noticing the way her chin is tucked into her chest. Even with blood caked beneath her nails, she looks so fucking vulnerable and tiny. I try to ignore the tears staining her cheeks, but they're all I see. Her tears kill me. They make me itch with violence and the need to destroy whatever is causing her pain. How did we get here? From last night, the most amazing night of my life, to this point right now. Everything was perfect until Yanov and Tanya. Tanya. I gripped the steering wheel so hard that the leather creaks. Was this all part of her plan? Distract me long enough for Yanov to get in and steal Ellie away? I don't even have to think about what I'll do if I find out that's what she did. By the time I'm finished with her, she'll be begging for death. Something sinister unravels inside me. The predator lingering beneath my skin calls for revenge, for desperate measures to ensure Elise remains at my side. It's fucked up. I know it. Morally, what I plan to do is wrong, and it doesn't make me any better than Yanov or her father. But I gave her the opportunity to escape. I told her to run and stay away, and she didn't. Now she'll suffer the consequences. She'll have no choice but to be my wife, and once all the plans are in place, maybe a fertility drug and finally putting my baby inside her will ensure she'll forever be mine. I hadn't realized until I saw that test that a baby was even something I might want. With Ellie, though, I want it all, and I'll do whatever I have to do to get it. The speedometer climbs as we hurtle down the road, and all I want is to get her home, somewhere I can make sure she is safe. A few minutes later, I pull into the mill driveway with a screech of tires and a swirl of dirt in the air. When I hop out and walk over to the other side of the car, she's only half lucid, the pill already working. Even so, she still fights against me, batting my hands away feebly as I try to reach for her. Come on, Ellie. Let me help you out of the car. There's no need to be stubborn. She shakes her head, her eyes foggy with fear. Relax. There is no need to look at me like I'm going to hurt you. I could have done that at any point before now. No, you're right. Instead, you're going to force me to marry you. How long before you grow tired of me and decide to kill me, too? Since it doesn't matter if you're family or not. Murder knows no boundaries, right? Her words slur slightly, and while I know she's trying to give me a dirty look, that's not what she achieves. I clench my hands into tight fists, fighting against the desire to drag her from the fucking car by her hair. But her words sink in. She doesn't remember everything. That's where you're wrong. I'll never grow tired of you, Elise. Never. And I'm not forcing you to do anything. We both know you'll be the one to sign your name on that marriage certificate, and not only because part of you still wants me, but because you need my protection, and you know it. Now get out of the car, or I'll remove you myself. I'm trying to be patient with you, but even I have my limits. Tires sliding over rocks catch my attention, and Aries pulls into the driveway behind us. In seconds, he's standing beside the Jeep, his chin-length curly hair damp, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his jeans. Lee said there was important mill business. I'm assuming this is what he was referring to. He tips his head toward Elise. Yes, you're going to marry us, I announce as I grab Elise's ankle to tug her toward the door. When she moves to kick at me with the other foot, I catch that too and pull her across the seat. I can feel Aries' eyes on me, but he makes no further comment. He knows better, and he has zero room for judgment. Leaning forward, I pull her up to look into her red-rimmed eyes. You belong to me, Elise. All of you. Every single inch. And I don't plan to let you go. Call me evil. Call me a murderer. Call me an asshole. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. It doesn't change what we are or what happens next. You are mine, and I'm going to take care of you. I will keep you safe. She blinks at me, her gaze unsteady. It's not like I can stop you anyway. You don't care what I want. I care more than you think. I care so much, but I won't leave you to fight this battle on your own. If only she understood how deep my obsession and desire for her are. Ares is still standing there, hovering and waiting. Quickly, I pull her out of the car and pick her up, then turn around to face him. Did I hear you wrong a minute ago? He asks gruffly. I shake my head. Nope, you heard me correctly. We are getting married. Now. Ares blinks once, the only indication of surprise on his face. What do you mean? I mean we're getting married, and you're going to be the one to do it. He lets out a sharp bark of laughter and shifts on his feet. Whoa, that ordination thing was a joke. Joke or not, all that matters is if it's legal. Is it? Well, yes. Great. That's all that matters. Get inside the house so you can marry us. He narrows his eyes. For someone who needs a favor, you're being a real fucking dick, Arturo. I don't give a shit, Haverford. It's been a bitch of a night and morning so far. Right now, I want you to marry us so I can make sure no one comes for what's mine again. His dark eyes ping-pong between Elise and me. If he says no, I will lose my shit. But no one understands obsession quite like Ares, so he gives a slow tip of his head. Whatever, I'll do it, but only because you asked me so nicely. I don't want to hear any bitching and moaning when this is over. Remember, you asked me to do this. Noted. With a disappointed shake of his head, he starts down the path into the house, and I follow, carrying Ellie in my arms. Once we're inside, I feel a little more at ease. Walking over to the leather couch, I gently lay her down. Her head lolls to the side, and her eyes flicker open and closed. The Xanax is doing its job, thank God. After a moment, I face Ares, who is standing in the kitchen staring at me like I've lost my fucking mind. Okay, how does this work? What do you need? Nothing, asshole. Just stand there. He turns on his heels and jogs up the staircase. Turning back to Elise, I tuck a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. You okay, little prey? Do you need anything? Her gaze narrows, and she tries to focus all her attention on me. Yes, I need to go back in time and forget I ever met you. Her words sting, but I can handle them. She's upset right now, and understandably so. At some point, she will understand why I did this. Ares returns from upstairs and hands me a sheet of paper and a pen. I look down at it, realizing it's a marriage license, and the paper is still warm from the printer. Fill this out. I'll sign it and then pay off whoever I need to get it finalized. I fill out the form, hand it to Ellie, and point at the spot where she needs to sign. Sign here, Elise. She blinks up at me and makes no move to reach for the pen. What happens if I don't? You already know what will happen if you don't. Anticipation unravels in my gut. Will I have to force her name on that line, or will she do it on her own? Your last name will not stop my father. You might think you're the almighty god of Oakmount, but you aren't. He knows people. No one can protect me from him. I don't think I'm God, Ellie. I just know the warning my last name brings, and that attaching it to you will give you the protection you need. I'm not scared of your father. He's a minor inconvenience to me. I'll swat him away like the fly he is. And what happens to me? If I marry you, what will you do to me? Signing the paper changes nothing. It makes you my wife, yes, but that's where we were headed anyway. Things just went a little quicker. She glances away and up at Ares like he can save her from me. He wouldn't fucking dare. Ares' expression softens infinitesimally under her gaze, though. I doubt it helps to tell you this, but Sebastian won't let anything happen to you. He's loyal to a fault, and he protects those he cares about. I mean, you already know that, though, since you've been living with him for months. He shrugs. Worst case scenario, we annul the marriage once shit settles down. I glare at Ares. What the fuck? In order to annul a marriage, we'd both have to agree to divorce, and there's no way in hell that's happening. Ares merely shrugs at my icy glare. Elise looks between us, her eyes growing heavier by the second. I pull out my phone and text the doctor to meet at my house. No way in hell am I dealing with Ares and then Drew once he returns to the mill. Damn it, would you just sign the fucking paper so I can get you to the doctor? There's no choice for you to make. Marry me and you become untouchable. Don't, and your father kills you. Slowly but surely wearing you down, one brutality after the next. It might seem as though I'm giving her a choice, but I'm not. I will forge her name on the dotted line if she refuses. I won't let her fall into her father's clutches to be used as a pawn on his chessboard. I failed her once before, but I won't again. Nothing will stand in the way of her safety, not even herself. Her glazed gaze pierces me, and I can see how helpless she feels in making this decision. To her, she's lost it all. This is the end. She doesn't know that all she has to do is turn the page and a new chapter starts. No longer will she hide behind me. Elise is a queen and deserves to stand at my side, not hide in the shadows. Even after one night together, I knew what I wanted and what would come. I had planned to charm her into submission, not force her, but time ran out. I can't say I'm completely unhappy with the situation. Taking her as a wife will not be a regret. It's more the effect it will have on her that concerns me. Pushing herself up into a sitting position, Elise reaches for the pen. I try to help her up, but she brushes my hands away. Taking the pen between her fingers, she signs her name across the line, her hand shaking. It's terrible, and it's fucked up. I know this, but I can't help but smile at the knowledge she is mine. Forever and always, Mrs. Arturo. Reaching for her, I smile. It's time to go home, wife.
Chapter 7. Elise. A scream rips me from my sleep like no alarm clock ever could. It takes me a minute to realize I'm the one making the awful anguish-filled sound. I'm pulled deep into the cavern of emotions as I slowly recall the past 24 hours. The hunt. Sebastian. Yanov. A pair of soft hands come to rest against my shoulders, and I can't tell if the touch is real or my imagination. It doesn't matter. I shake them off because getting away is the only thing that matters. From Yanov, Sebastian, my father, everyone and everything. I thrash against the person trying to keep me in place, but no amount of thrashing or fighting makes them let go. After a moment, I blink my eyes open and it becomes clear this wasn't a nightmare. No, this is reality. The hands on me remain soft but clasp hard, like steel, to keep me in place. "You're going to feel pretty foolish, young lady, once you wake fully," a gentle, soothing voice says. I blink a few times, trying to place the soft tone. What? Who are you? I stop struggling for a second. The man is tall, with shaggy, unkempt hair threaded with gray, and glasses almost hanging off the end of his nose. "You've met me before, Elise. Do you remember?" There's something clinical and purposeful about how he asked the questions. Remember? I think back and then immediately regret it as my head aches, and all I have are blank spaces intermixed with dreams and nightmares. I fall against the pillow and breathe. "A little nausea?" the man asks, but he's already adding something to a fluid bag hanging above my head. It takes a second, but more filters in. This is Sebastian's bed, the place I walked away from, and now nothing will be the same again. Why couldn't I have stayed in bed? None of this. More comes back to me. Sebastian shooting his grandfather. Was that a dream? No, a memory. Yanov and his hands on my skin, then his blood. I cover my mouth to stifle a sob. Yanov. I killed him. How? How could I have killed him? Me. I'm not Sebastian. I'm not a killer. The man comes around and tugs on my hand, and I spot the IV sticking out the top of it. "Just keep this down, please, so we can continue to give you the fluids you need." His voice hits something inside me, and I remember. The man who helped me after I was shot. The doctor who came to check on me multiple times while I was recovering. Dr. Brooks, right? He gives me a soft smile and then tucks it away again like a secret. "You've got it. I knew you were just a little disoriented. You did bump your head, which we need to keep an eye on with your other amnesia episodes." I gulp. Shit. Is he going to ask? Should I tell him I remember more about that night? What will Sebastian do to me when he knows I know his secret? Instead of telling him, I stay quiet and stare down at my body. Nothing hurts, but everything feels achy. I'm clean, though, which is altogether more disconcerting. Did you bathe me? He shakes his head, focusing his attention on the tablet in his hands. "Oh, no, you're Sebastian. He's the one who bathed and dressed you. He'd much rather rip another man's eyes out than let them see you naked. He's a bit territorial." Speak of the devil. I flinch as Sebastian enters the room almost silently, like a predator waiting to collect its next meal. He stops at the end of the bed and I avert my gaze, trying to look anywhere but at him. Even so, there is no denying the pull he has on me. I'm not immune to his charm or good looks. He's attractive, and always has been. Even now, dressed in neatly pressed black slacks, his sandy blonde hair still damp from a recent shower, all I see is the man who saved me. A man who stirs life back into me every time his lips touch mine. Stupid. So stupid. The only flaw in his beautiful exterior is the rough red patches marring his knuckles. I know I shouldn't look at him, that it's stupid, but I guess I'm a glutton for punishment because it's exactly what I do. The devil stands before me. How was I ever dumb enough to fall in love with him? He stalks to the opposite side of the bed to stand next to the doctor. He's too close. I scoot back against the pillows, but there's nowhere for me to escape. My movements are slow. My muscles achy and tense. Every twitch takes 1,000,000 years. The feeling is all too familiar, and I turn my attention to the doctor. "Did you give me a sedative?" He nods sharply, not even looking at me. "Of course. You need your rest." I look away, and my gaze catches on Sebastian's. Narrowing my eyes, I cast an icy glare at him. This makes the corner of his full sensual mouth twist up. "There's my little prey. How are you feeling?" I want to tell him to take a hike off a cliff, but I can't make the words come out. Instead, I flinch away from his touch and try to keep as much distance between us as I can.
Not in the mood to talk. That's okay.
He perches himself on the edge of the bed and then grabs the blanket covering my lower body. With the flick of his wrists, he tugs it away. A blast of cool air caresses my bare thighs, knees, and feet. Stupidly, I let my gaze wander, and it's then I notice all the bruises and cuts across every inch of my bare skin. Shit. An onslaught of memories slams into me. Yanov and his fists, his anger. The night in the woods with Sebastian that felt like, for once in my life, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. A vision of Tanya straddling Sebastian, whispering something in his ear. Something about a baby. My stomach roils, and I turn my head to the side, sucking a few breaths in through my nose. I think I might throw up. The nausea slowly eases, and when I turn my attention back to the doctor, I find Sebastian handing him a syringe. I glance between them, waiting for someone to let me in on the secret. The secret involving me, apparently, and whatever is in that damn shot. What is that? Sebastian tilts my chin up gently. Oh, so gently, forcing me to face him.
Nothing for you to worry about, Ellie. Just another precaution to ensure I keep you safe.
His response makes no sense to me. What could possibly be in that shot that would make it so he can ensure my safety better? I look back at the doctor to see if he can give any insight, but he's too busy glaring at Sebastian to notice.
Don't look at me like that. If you don't want to do it, then move out of the way and I'll do it myself.
Sebastian growls, and I shiver at his deep baritone voice. Out of nowhere, he grabs my hand. What the hell is he doing? I try to pull my hand from his grasp because he shouldn't be touching me, but I'm stunned into silence when I catch sight of what has to be the world's largest ruby on my finger.
I'm the doctor. Let me do my job.
Dr. Brooks sneers and then inserts the syringe into the port on my IV. I know I should be more concerned, trying to figure out what the hell he just injected me with, but I'm still hung up on the ring perching on my wedding finger. The fiery red ruby catches every glint of low light in the room. It's framed by smaller, but still pretty big, white diamonds. With a gasp, I tug my hand free of his grasp and examine the ring a little closer. This can't be what I think it is. Can it? Dread swamps me. I move to rip the ring off and toss it at him, but Sebastian clasps my wrist in one hand, stopping me before I can do so. His touch isn't hurtful, but it's unyielding.
Don't even think about it. That ring is a form of protection. Keep it on at all times.
What? What do you mean? What is it?
A rare ruby. It belonged to my grandmother. And now it belongs to you.
But why? The words are out as the answer pops into my head. This is so much worse than I could have imagined. No. His lips tug up into a smile.
No. No what?
While I stare at him, my mind churning slowly, so very slowly, he inspects the bandage on my arm closest to him and raises a questioning eye to the doctor, who watches us closely.
It's as you requested.
Dr. Brooks snaps, as if he's annoyed with Sebastian's prying eyes. What the hell is going on?
I'm happy to hear that.
Sebastian replies coolly. I can't wear this. I won't wear this. I reach for the ring to pull it off again, but Sebastian's hand closes over mine before I touch it.
You will wear the ring, or I will have a tattoo put on your finger in place of that ring.
The words echo in my ears. A tattoo? He can't be serious. But his tone and the way he's acting lead me to believe he is dead serious. Panic claws at my insides. I look away from where he holds my hand and back up into his eyes. He's different. This is different. I don't know him. Actually, no, I do. I just failed to see who he really was all along. Please. I'm begging you. His voice is clipped. Don't fuck with me, Elise. You've only seen the tamed-down version of me. I can be far more ruthless when given the motivation. I won't be your wife. He smiles. You already are. My eyes grow heavier, and I blink to refocus my attention. There is no way I heard him correctly. I have to get out of here, out of this bed and away from him. I'm not safe. No one is safe around him. Everything about him is a lie, and he's dragged me into his fucked-up fantasy world. This? I shake off his grip and lift my hand, showing him the ring like he can't see it. This means we're engaged. It's not permanent. It's an act until... Until what? He asks curiously, sliding closer on the bed, always careful not to jostle me. A knot forms in my throat, making it difficult to swallow. I force a steady breath into my lungs, which has become more of a pant over the past minute. The staccato, beeping on the monitor near the doctor, accompanying every breath. Until what? He asks again. I can't bring myself to say it. Maybe because it doesn't matter. Yanov is dead. He's dead, and it's my fault. It feels wrong to be relieved instead of sad. And while I'm not sorry he's dead, he deserved to die. I'm having trouble processing the fact that his death is on my hands. I killed him. I ended his life. Not Sebastian, not anyone else. Me. I try my hardest to blink back tears, because crying in front of him isn't going to fix what's already happened. But that's impossible when the emotions are overtaking me. Sebastian leans forward, and his huge hand cups my cheek in such a tender way. It's a mockery of the roughness of his words and voice. The lighting is just right, and I catch sight of a gold band adorning his ring finger. Oh God, it's real. It wasn't just a dream. We're married. Why are you wearing that? I choke out. I don't want to believe it. I can't. Why do you think, Elise? I'm sorry, but I think I'm confused. We aren't really married. It's a joke, right? You're messing with me. Lord, please tell me we aren't married. His mouth twitches up at the sides like he wants to smile again. But it isn't a smile he gives me. It's the look of a predator. All teeth, with determination rippling through its veins moments before it strikes. There's no room for lies in our marriage, and arguing about it won't change what is already done. You're a liar. He blinks at me, his expression never wavering. So it's true? We're married? Like I said before, yes. The answer didn't change because you asked me in a different way. All I can do is shake my head, hoping I'll wake up from this nightmare. No. The air wheezes out of me, deflating my lungs. I'm trapped. It's over. My only option is to find a way out of this mess, to save myself. How? Why would you do this? We aren't even together. He rolls his eyes. I didn't expect you to be accepting of the marriage, but I did expect you to be, I don't know, grateful. I nearly choke on my tongue. Are you kidding me? Grateful? I'd punch him in his smug face if I wasn't so weak.
Yes. I saved your life again, might I add. So I'd expect you to be at least grateful for that. You're acting like I had a choice.
He shakes his head in frustration at me. Acting like you had a choice? I mock, my nostrils flaring. There is always a fucking choice, Sebastian. The muscle in his jaw tightens, and he reaches for me. My first instinct is to flinch away from his touch. But there's nowhere for me to go. And when all he does is rest his hands on my lower stomach, I find it difficult to push his gentle caress away. It's a strange gesture, and one I don't quite understand. But I don't object to his touch.
You're right. The choice was to either leave you to suffer at the hands of your father or provide you with safety.
He grits his teeth.
I suppose you'd rather I left you to your father?
I don't even think. My body instinctively responds for me, and I give my head a frantic shake.
That's what I thought.
He continues.
I wouldn't hurt you, even if it's what you wanted. The thought of something happening to you, it kills me. It's my job to care for you, to protect you. I apologize that I failed to do so up until now. I guess some part of me wanted to give you time. I didn't want to rush you into anything. But there's no more time in our hourglass. I had to do what I had to do. I can only hope we overcome these obstacles. I want you to want me the same way I want you.
I peer up at him through thick lashes. I'm angry. So angry. Angry he took the choice from me. Angry he forced me into this. Angry he is who he is. And I am who I am. I will never want you like that again. The man I fell for was a figment of my imagination. The hand across my belly twitches, clamping down on my skin. It's not painful, but firm.
Don't lie to me. You fell once, and you'll do it again in time. Feelings don't change that abruptly.
Lifting my chin, I stare defiantly into his eyes. They do. And mine certainly have. You can make me your wife. You can keep me in this mansion. You can force me to do or be anything you want. But what matters more than anything is whether or not my feelings are real.
They are real. I've seen them. Felt them. My favorite one being when your tight pussy strangled my cock until I filled you with my cum.
I reach for his hands and wrap my fingers around his wrists, digging my nails into his skin. I intend to push him away, to hurt him. But the plan backfires as soon as he leans into my face and smiles, instead of pulling away and cursing my name.
If drawing blood is your way of trying to hurt me, it isn't working. All you're doing is turning me on.
You're disgusting, and I hate you. I hate you, and I will never love you again. Never. I hiss angrily through my teeth. It sounds so dramatic that I hate myself a little for it.
Don't make promises you can't keep, little prey. I've waited far too long for you, and refuse to hold back anymore. This whole time you've done your best to hide behind your books, keep yourself busy with chores, and try to appear less appealing to me. When there was no fighting fate, no escaping the inevitable. I wanted you the night you were discarded in my foyer and left for dead. You can't fucking hide from me. I won't let you. I see you just as much today as I did that first night, and I know you love me. In fact, I don't just know it. I fucking feel it.
I swallow a lump in my throat and look away, staring off toward the windows lit with soft light behind heavy curtains. He reads me like a damn book, and I'm a fool. A fool. What you feel is an illusion. I think the word you're looking for is delusional and borderline psychotic. That's far more fitting. Trying to hurt my feelings again? No, I'm not stupid enough to think you have a heart inside that icy chest of yours. I want nothing to do with you. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. He slowly withdraws his hand, and I hate how much I miss his touch and his warmth. Fuck him. It wasn't an illusion when your pussy clamped down on my cock and sucked my seed deep inside you. It wasn't an illusion when you gave yourself to me, allowing me to claim you like no one else ever had. His gaze pierces through me, sifting through all the vulnerable pieces I keep hidden. I let him in. I trusted him. How could I have been so naive, so stupid? Maybe it isn't just me who is delusional. Maybe you are too. I'm not. If I had to choose a husband, it wouldn't have been you. He lets out a humorless chuckle. You sure do have a way with words. The vein in his neck throbs, his irritation climbing. Nothing you say or do from this moment forward changes what is already done. Do whatever you must to come to terms with our marriage. Tell yourself that you don't want me, that in my arms isn't where you feel safest. Tell yourself I forced you into this loveless marriage. Prove me wrong, little prey. Show me how much you hate me. Let me taste it. Dig your claws into my skin. Hurt me like I know you want to. It's okay. I can handle it. Because I know it will be worth the pain and suffering when I get to watch you fall in love with me all over again. I keep my face turned away from him because I refuse to let him see the effect his words have on me. I hate that he's right, and I hate that even a moment in his presence makes my body betray itself. I don't know why he killed his grandfather, but the reason doesn't matter. He did it. Whatever medication Dr. Brooks administered finally hits me, making my thoughts fuzzy and my body lighter. I can barely keep my eyes open, and it feels so right I sink back against the pillow. The suffocating panic from earlier recedes, but I'm still reminded of what I've done, what he's done. He's not the man I thought he was. There was never a second I was under the impression he was the good guy, a knight in shining armor, but I never considered that he might be a murderer. The word rings in my mind, echoing in and out. Murderer, murderer, murderer. That's what I am now, too. A killer, murderer. I fight against the tears burning my eyes, but there's no holding them back. I'm so broken now. Will there be enough pieces of me left to put back together? Will I still be the same girl or a shell of the person I used to be? A ragged sob rips from my chest, carrying the grief and pain of what I've done with it. How will I live with myself? Yes, Janov deserved death, but not at my hands. Never my hands. I'm not a killer. That's not who I am. I save animals from danger and defend the vulnerable. Yet you killed him. Fresh tears slipped down my cheeks, leaving cold trails in their wake. Through the mess of tears, I can only briefly make out Sebastian climbing up onto the bed, while Dr. Brooks slips out of the room. Fuck. I can't handle it when you cry. It makes me want to punch something. Sebastian growls. Literally growls. Something vulnerable in his voice makes me want to reach for him. What is it, little prey? Talk to me. Please, fucking talk to me. Or I might go insane. If you're mad at me, so be it. I don't give a shit. Just tell me how I can help you. How I can make you feel better. Because when you cry, I feel helpless and I don't like it. I shake my head, inadvertently wiping the tears off my cheeks onto the lush pillow. It's just, I'm a murderer now. A killer. I killed him. I killed him and I can't. There's so much blood. My father, when he finds out, Another sob escapes me and I spiral in my thoughts. I'm so tired, so exhausted. I want to sleep for 1,000,000 years. Without hesitation, Sebastian grabs me by the shoulders and rolls me to face him. I'm trapped in the memory, sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss. I'll forever wear the mark of a killer on my conscience.
Stop,
he snaps.
Stop, please. I can't fucking handle seeing you like this.
His voice softens a bit.
You're a survivor, Elise. You didn't kill him because you wanted to. You did it because you had to. There is a difference. You're not a monster, and you never have to worry about your father again. You're safe now. Nothing and no one can touch you.
I stare back at him through the tears. Deep down, I know I'll never be safe. Protection comes at a cost, and while Sebastian might protect me from all the monsters living in our world, no one can save me from him. My treacherous heart will suffer the consequences. And what about when you can't keep me safe? What happens when your secrets are brought to light? If anyone finds out you killed your grandfather, then my safety disappears. Without you, I'm left to my father's mercy. The what-ifs continue to mount against me. Sebastian can protect me, yes, but if anyone finds out what he did, I want to hurt him, make him hate me so much he'll let me go. But even though I intend to push him away, I'm not prepared for the icy rage trickling into his eyes. His grip tightens, his fingers digging into my flesh hard enough to leave bruises. Maybe I just want him to hurt me, so I can prove to myself he really is the monster in all of this. I lick my lips. Do it. I know you want to. Hurt me. End my life, just like you ended his. Anger vibrates through his body, but he doesn't lose his composure. No, Sebastian is a professional at keeping his mask of boredom in place.
Why would I kill you, wife?
He cocks his head to the side, and an eerie calm blankets me.
Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of marrying you? I made a vow, till death do us part, and I intend to keep it.
Then kill me now. I know what you did, and I could tell anyone at any time. A villainous grin appears on his lips.
But you won't. You won't tell anyone. Not only because you're afraid, but also because you need me. Not for safety or whatever the fuck you've built in your head, but because you want me. You need my body, my cock, my mouth on you. Go ahead. Lie to me again and say you don't.
Anger churns in my gut. It's the truth, even if I don't want to admit it. But I don't need to say a single word for Sebastian to know he's right. I hate you. I curl my lip and spit the words at him.
I'm sure. He rolls his eyes. Hate me all you want, wife. But it doesn't change the truth. You need me, and you're mine.
I'm not yours. Don't act like you give a shit about me. I goad him because I want his anger. I need it. Any other emotion, and I might break down and give in to that terrible need. The need to let him wrap me up in his arms and tell me everything is going to be okay. I don't get the reaction I intended. Ignoring me altogether, he gives me his back, slips off the bed, and turns to walk to the door. Anger, sadness, and fear swirl deep in my gut. I love him, but why? He's a monster. He's like everyone else in my life. Everything I've tried to separate myself from. But not all monsters are villains. Some are victims of circumstance. Part of me wants to tell him I'm sorry, that it's all a lie. But I can't make the words come out. Through blurry tears, I watch him disappear out the door, and the relief I thought I might feel at his absence never comes. Strange enough, my chest feels heavier, like someone is standing on it. It's like without him in the room, there is no oxygen for me to breathe. It takes me a long time before I can close my eyes. as I find myself waiting for him to return. But soon enough I realize he's not coming back, and I allow myself to sink into the darkness, praying the next memory to resurface will be the one that brings me back to him.
Chapter 8. Sebastian. It's a fucking miracle I make it out of that room without destroying every piece of furniture, without taking her by the throat and fucking her into submission. The harder she fights, the more I want to exert dominance and control over her. But there is no room for control in a safe relationship. I know this, yet I can't seem to let go. I'm not even angry the memories from that night have resurfaced. I always intended to tell her the truth when the time was right. If anything, I'm relieved. It's one less lie, one less thing I have to pretend didn't happen. I had imagined the moment she would remember so many times, but it never played out like this. It could be worse, I guess. She could remember the whole night, everything that happened, but she doesn't. She doesn't know the truth. I grit my teeth against the pressure of defeat. If she thinks she hates me now, I can't imagine how she'll feel once all her memories return. Fucking fuck. I try to banish the thoughts, push them deep into the back of my mind as I stand outside the bedroom door. But the thing about anger is the more you try to swallow it down, the harder it becomes to control. And I've reached my breaking point. 2 steps. That's as far as I get before I snap. With a sweep of my hand, I clear the table in the hall, sending whatever expensive decor is in my path of destruction onto the hardwood floor. Glass shatters, the shards scattering about the hallway and onto the rugs. I stare at the destruction I've caused. Feel better? Fuck no. I slam a fist against my forehead, trying to reason with myself. For 1 second, 1 fucking second, I thought maybe she'd finally accept me. I expected her to be pissed off about the forced marriage part. That's understandable. At some point, I would have been able to woo her, seduce her into submission, but now, I can't unsee the disgust in her eyes. It's there every time her gaze meets mine. My heart squeezes in my chest. She doesn't see me anymore. She sees a murderer. Is that all I am? All I'll ever be now? What's the fucking point in trying to make her love me? Why not be the monster she thinks I am? I could do it. I could show her how good she had it, how merciful I was to her. No, I can't. I can't do that to her. She deserves more than that. I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, but it doesn't even feel like I'm breathing. Do it. Become the monster. Something dark and twisted inside whispers of my darkest fantasies. Rage grips me by the throat, and my body is moving before I can think of the consequences. I grab the table and toss it across the floor, watching as it splinters. It's not enough. It will never be enough. My chest heaves with the exertion of breathing. There's nothing left in my eyeline to destroy, but the rage still lingers. It's a poison that will eat me alive if I don't do something to stop it. Turning to the wall, I clench my hand into a tight fist. Monster. You're a fucking monster. The words rattle around inside my head. Rearing my arm back, I slam my fist into the wall. My knuckles ache at the impact, but I don't stop, not until my fist is through the drywall. There is no relief, no release of pressure. Instead, my anger ripples through me just as hot as it was. Then what? How long until you kill me? I mean, just because I'm your wife, that doesn't automatically make me safe. Her words echo in my head. Does she really think so little of me? That I would save her and marry her, only to turn around and kill her? I don't understand. Maybe it's a result of her kidnapping, or perhaps it's my own fault. I spent so fucking long trying to keep her at a distance, trying to stop myself from falling for her and giving a shit about her, that inevitably that's what I did. It shouldn't have taken until now for me to pull my head out of my ass. I should have proven to her what she meant to me earlier, proven I could keep her safe. Now I have to start all over again. Prove no one else will ever make her fear for her life again, because if they do, I'll kill them. I hate myself for making her fear me, for not telling her the truth, for fighting against fate. All at once, the pain rushes out of me like lava spewing from a volcano. I'm spiraling out of control. I slam my fists into the wall. My knuckles scream as the skin breaks and red stains the pristine white paint. I smile. I fucking smile. Euphoria rushes through me at the sight of my own blood. Why do I crave this bite of pain? Pain reminds me I'm alive. I know I'm fucked up. It's only when a bone-deep ache settles in my wrists and fingers that I pause. It doesn't matter. I'm just a killer, lying in wait for the perfect opportunity to pull the trigger. Murderer! Murderer! It's not like she knows the whole truth, that what I did was to save her from trauma, from pain. She should be thanking me, but instead, all she sees is the darkness, the worst parts of me. An agonized scream works its way up my throat, and I muffle it against the wall, against the cracks forming in front of my face. I'm still panting, and I try to slow my breathing, try to take a breath, but doing so forces tears to my eyes that I'm sure as shit not going to let fall. How long until you kill me? She has no idea how much it hurts me, how much it pains me that she thinks I will murder her, discard her and move on. The memory of that night plays like an old movie in my mind, hot metal mixed with the metallic scent of blood. The contents in my stomach churn. I look down at my fists and see more blood. There's always blood on my hands, either my own or someone else's. It doesn't matter who it belongs to. A small part of me wants to sink down onto the carpet and stay there, to end it all, because maybe she is better off without me. Perhaps all I'll ever be is a disgusting monster. I don't fucking know. Yes, I do. That's a lie. I'm as unable to walk away from her as I'm willing to let someone take her from me. Even if I ruin her, there's no way I'll ever let her go. Not now. Not ever. Her fate was sealed the night she let me claim her. A door opening and then closing pulls me from my thoughts. I know it's the doctor without even having to look, but I do so anyway, glancing at him over my shoulder. He pauses for a moment, like he's thinking about his next step, but then continues forward as if he's made up his mind already, glass crunching beneath his shoes. I don't want him to see me like this. Not again. It was bad enough the one time, but a second time? I don't think so. I can feel his eyes on me, roaming over my bruised knuckles. She was very upset when you left, so I gave her another sedative, something small to take the edge off. She'll be up in a few hours, and I think you should be in the room when she wakes. I nod and turn to face the wall once again. He doesn't need to see the sheen in my eyes, the blood on my skin. Thankfully, he doesn't press further and continues walking toward the stairs. As I breathe slowly, in through my nose and out through my mouth, the thundering of my own pulse in my ears lessens. The black cloud of anger dissipates, and I'm closer to baseline than I was 5 minutes ago. I have a huge mess to clean up, but that doesn't matter. I look at the carnage I've caused, and then for some reason my gaze is pulled back toward the stairs. It's not so much a reason as it is more a person. Belle stands on the landing of the stairs, her blonde hair pulled back in a messy bun and a frown settled on her lips. She's wearing a thick sweater and blue jeans, and all I can think is how fucking different we are. How maybe she'd also be better off without me. Then I blink and watch as she transforms into this warrior of a woman who marches right up to me, her chin high, her jaw clenched tight. What is she doing here? I don't face her, not entirely. Turning, I put my back to the wall, but all that does is drag her attention to it. Does it really fucking matter if she sees the destroyed furniture or my bloody knuckles? Her opinion on this means shit, so no. Lifting my head, I hold my chin high and proud and defiantly cross my arms over my chest. I don't know what she expects of me, but she better lower her standards, because all she will find is disappointment. What the fuck, Seb? I force a shallow breath into my lungs. What do you want, Belle? In case the broken glass and destroyed furniture isn't proof enough, now isn't really a good time. Her gaze remains locked on mine until she spots my hands. I'm not sure what emotion I see there first. Sadness, pity, anger. She snatches my left hand and holds it up away from our bodies to get a better look. The gold wedding band splattered with blood gleams in the dim lighting. You're joking, right? Because if this is true, if you really got married and didn't tell me? Disappointment bleeds into her words as she trails off, searching my face for the answers. I don't need her disappointment, pity, or anger. I don't need anything. I jerk my hand away. It's none of your business. Excuse me, but I'm your sister. I have a right to know if my brother gets married. I can only imagine how epically pissed you would be if I ran off and got hitched to Drew. That would not be a wise decision. She rolls her eyes. Double standard much? Not even close to the same situation. I'm a key witness to her irritation, which intensifies the longer she stands here. What the hell is going on with you? I can't say I'm surprised when something crazy happens, but I was flabbergasted when Drew told me what you did tonight. It's not like you. Of all the people in my life, you're the last one I thought would be capable of forcing someone to marry you. Is that even legal? I pin her with a look that makes lesser men run away. Marriage is marriage. It doesn't matter how it happened. All the government gives a shit about is if the paperwork is legal. She snorts at me like I've said something ridiculous. And what about what Elise wants? You can't just marry a person because it's convenient for you. Women have rights. We have a say in what happens to us. This isn't the 1900s. Does she see me as the monster too? My own sister. Fuck. I can't contain my anger, the sudden rush and need to release it. Without warning, I turn and punch the wall again, so I don't lash out at her the way I want to. Never her. A soft gasp fills my ears, but that's the only evidence I have that she's still standing there. Chest heaving, I spit the words out. What about this do you think is convenient, Belle? Falling in love with a woman who doesn't want me? Saving her from a life of sexual slavery and murder? What about any of this is convenient? You act like I wanted this, like I would have done it this way from the start. I turn to face her again, and the look in her eyes kills me. Am I really a monster? Is that what you see me as? Sure, I got what I wanted. She's mine, completely and in every single way. But if I could have done it differently, I would have. I don't care if she hates me, as long as she's safe. I risk glancing at her and watch as her throat moves when she swallows, tears swimming in her eyes. Stop this. You're not a monster. No one said that. But your behavior, this self-destructive path you're on, between the drinking, the girls, and now this, it hurts to watch you like this. I want to help you, but I don't think I can. Then stop trying and go home. Go enjoy your life with Drew. I don't fucking want you here. I snarl and take a threatening step toward her. I wouldn't ever put my hands on her, but I won't let her stand here and watch me implode on myself either. If she won't listen to my demands, then maybe her body's reaction to fear will help her. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Drew stepping onto the landing. His features are pinched tight, giving nothing away. I hate how calm he is, how unaffected by me he appears. More than that, I'm looking for a fight. Dude, you can talk to me however you want, but don't talk to her like that, he says, tone low and tight when he finally reaches us. The switch in my brain flips. Letting the anger guide me, I swing at him. He dodges me, but I don't miss the look of disbelief that contours his face. What the fuck, he mutters. I twist enough to get in another shot, and my fist connects with his cheek this time. The sting across my knuckles is euphoric, overshadowing the pain. I want it. I need it. Drew stumbles back on his feet, and I don't give him the opportunity to retaliate. Rushing him, I slam my shoulder into his stomach and wrap an arm around his waist, attempting to bring him to the ground. But Drew's far more agile than I expect. He rolls onto his feet the second we hit the floor, and then he's on me. Stop it! Stop it right now! Belle yells from a safe distance away. At least she's smart enough to stay out of it. Drew curses and drags me off the floor, slamming me into the closest wall. The impact sends an ache through my limbs. Have you lost your fucking mind? Never mind, don't answer that. The question I should be asking is what the hell is wrong with you? I can't tell him the truth, not without violence, so I fight. I grit my teeth and shove at his chest, but he doesn't budge, doesn't even flinch, which isn't surprising. Drew's tolerance to pain and violence outweighs most of us. Let go of me, I snarl. Not until you calm the fuck down, he counters, which only makes me push harder. Grunting, he adds, I can hold you here all fucking day, dickhead. Pull yourself together, and then I'll let you go. It takes a second, but I finally find light at the end of the tunnel to breathe through the anger. Only then does he loosen his grip, allowing me to shove his arms away. Backing away slowly, he lifts his hands as if to say he means no harm. Care to tell me what the fuck the problem is? You've been out of control since that PI called and told me to come and get your ass. I stalk away, needing distance from them, from Ellie, from myself, something I'll never get. I don't want to talk about my problems. I want to forget them. He might have asked you to come and get me, but I didn't ask you to come here. You weren't invited into my house, so get out. I wasn't aware I needed an invitation to come to my own house. Belle snaps from beside me. I turn to glare at her. It's your house now. She glares in return. Say all the ugly things you need to say. It won't change my mind. She takes a step toward me. Nor will it make me love you any less. I'm not a good person, Belle. I didn't want you to find out. Not like this. But I'm a fucking menace. A monster that ravages and destroys all the good in my life. She rolls her eyes. Are you done yet? You act like I didn't know the person you were before we discovered we were siblings. Like I had no idea that you were an asshole. All you spoiled rich boys are. But that doesn't mean anything. I can love you despite the darkness. She gets closer and I retreat. I can't bear the thought of her touching me. Not now. Maybe not ever again. No, don't touch me. I whirl around, ready to make a run for it. But Drew anticipates my next move and stands beside me, blocking my escape. Don't touch me, Belle. I refuse to let my ugliness bleed out onto you. She doesn't listen, of course, and takes my hands in hers, blood transferring to her pale skin. Do I agree with how you did it? No. But the fact you are doing so much to keep her protected says something about you, Seb. A humorless laugh escapes me. What? That I'm an unhinged bastard who doesn't give a shit about what others want? She shakes her head, letting loose a small smile. No, Dick, you're a good person, even if you do questionable things. I stare at her, my sister, my last living blood relative, and I can't stand in front of the love and kindness radiating off her. I pull away only to bump into Drew's chest. Leave me alone. Both of you, please, go away. Belle takes that as her invitation to get closer. I'm not going anywhere. She glances over my shoulder. You? Drew shrugs behind me. Nah, I kinda like it here. I hear a scuffle on the stairs and glance back to spot Lee and Aries leaning against the railing like they don't have a care in the world. Great, an even bigger audience to my meltdown. I said go. I tell them, all of them. I'm exhausted both physically and mentally. Belle gives me another sad smile. Still not leaving. None of us are. Not until you and Ellie are taken care of. We're family, and this is what family does. I attempt once more to escape, but they block me in, and I'm not quite willing to put Belle on her ass. I'd never forgive myself if I hurt her, and I know she knows that. I can't, I whisper this time. She cups me by the cheeks. Then don't say a word. Don't ask for help. Don't do anything. All I'm asking is that you don't run. Let us be here with you. For you. I know you'll fix whatever is going on between you and Ellie. You're as hard-headed as your friends, but you love with your entire heart. And if Ellie loves you like I know she does, she'll realize that. I stare at her, then at Drew, Aries, Lee, all of them, and something in my chest breaks open. Belle takes the back of my neck and pulls me into a hug before the tears start to fall, and Drew wraps his arms around us both, holding us, me, together. A moment later, Lee and Aries join in, all of them standing here with me, watching me break. If only they knew I'd never be the man they think I am.
Chapter 9. Elise. It's a strange feeling, wanting to see someone but hoping they stay away at the same time. It's ridiculous how much I think about him. I think about the way his hands mold to my body, the way he makes me feel. All of it juxtaposed with memories of a gunshot. The hurt in his eyes when I confronted him about killing his own grandfather. I stare at the now cold soup on the tray near my hip. The first day I'd been stuck in this room, Drew brought me food for each meal. The next day, Lee, then Aries, and then back to Drew. Some fucked up football rotation of making sure I eat. Well, news to them, I'm not really eating. I'm picking at the food, kinda hoping Sebastian is going to show his face. Or maybe he's given up on me. After everything he said and did, I doubt he's done with me. No, this is another tactic, another way for him to try to control me. I shove the tray away and hop off the bed, wincing as pain radiates up my back with the movement. I ignore the discomfort and cross the room to stare out the window. I can only see the perfect sloping lawn from here. It's a clear sunny day, probably cold. Not that I would know, since I haven't left this room. The thought alone sends a wave of fury through me. I was kidnapped, and I refuse to think about the rest. But if I'm his wife, then why is he locking me up like I'm a criminal? Something in my mind pings. Because that's what you are. A criminal. No. I shove it away, like I usually do before a wash of guilt accompanies the thought. The door to the bedroom opens, but I don't bother turning around to see who it is this time. I'm done. You can take the tray if you want. I clench my fists and breathe out a slow breath, hating how it comes out choppy and stuttered. I'm home again. I'm home and safe. The desire to scream almost consumes me. The pit of despair swirls in my gut, and I clench my hands into tight fists, fighting back against it. I remind myself that this isn't Sebastian's friend's fault. They are helping. Everyone is trying to help. I squeeze my eyes closed and rein in the anger that seems to fill me for hours at a time. I'm not here to collect your tray. A deep voice I know all too well sends shivers up my spine. I spin as it registers, finding Sebastian standing near the end of the bed, staring down at the tray. Then why are you here? I didn't ask to see you. I try my best to sound as angry as I feel, but what I really want is to run into his arms and let him hold me. The anger is fading. Damn it. You never have to ask to see me. And even if you can't see me, I'm always watching you. Always making sure you're taken care of. Creepy, but okay. Which leads me to my next question. You haven't been eating. Why? I blink and look up at him. Damn. Why does he always have to look like that? Like he walked off the front page of GQ. His black slacks are perfectly pressed and paired with a crisp white dress shirt. His leather shoes are so shiny I can damn near see my reflection in them. He's put together far better than me, minus his blonde hair, which is mussed and shoved to the side, like he's been running his fingers through it. Red-hot jealousy slices through me. Who is doing his laundry? Cleaning his room? The other day I wanted nothing to do with him, and now I'm angry about the prospect of someone else doing my job. About someone else touching his things and taking care of him. I'm losing my damn mind. Who is doing your laundry? My cheeks burn hot, and I pray he doesn't notice. Who am I kidding? He notices everything. I can't believe I asked such a stupid question. The small tilt of his lips flashing into the hint of a smile stirs the embers of desire. The need to touch him overwhelms me, so I wrap my arms around my middle and stare at him instead. I have to resist the temptation. He's bad for you, bad for everyone. The housekeeper has been doing the laundry, both mine and yours. That makes sense. Sure, Carrie is great. Any other burning questions in that brain of yours? He asks, sprawling, off the end of the bed. I retreat toward the window, the sill bumping my back. No. Good. He stands suddenly and moves toward me, but I skitter to the side, putting my back into the corner. He freezes in place, cocks his head to the side, and examines me. Oh no, I don't want him staring at me. He'll see everything. The way I've been biting my cuticles until they bleed, the dark circles under my eyes because I can't sleep, the couple of pounds I've likely lost because I refused to eat. I miss him, even if parts of me hate him. Hate him for what he's done to us. Ellie. He prods gently, like I'm some kind of wounded animal and I don't know why that hurts more. Is that how he sees me now? As a victim? No, that's wrong. He called me a survivor. I'm a survivor, but I don't feel like it. Closing my eyes, I sink to the floor. What do you want, Sebastian? I feel the air move around me. His scent fills my nostrils and I breathe him in, breathing that clean, warm scent into my lungs. My tongue darts out over my bottom lip. I want to kiss him, taste him. Even if I don't want to want him, there is no denying the desire gnawing at my bones. There's only one thing I want, my little prey.
You. Only you.
I blink my eyes open at the confession and find him staring at me. It's a shock to my fragile system. Funny, I haven't seen you in days. In fact, I've seen more of your friends than I have you. So I don't believe a single word you just said. Stupid Elise. Don't let him know you miss him.
I might be wrong, but it sounds like you missed me.
I shake my head. Nope, just keeping tabs on the enemy.
Yes, the enemy. The monster.
He mocks, giving his head a slight shake like he's trying to stave off some imaginary beast.
Not that it matters, since you hate me anyway. But I decided it might be better for you if I wasn't the one delivering your meals every day. I just assumed I was the last person you wanted to see right now.
You were right. I let the lie roll off my tongue. So what now? Are you going to disappear again? Are you going to let me go? It's a hopeful question, but I know his answer will be no.
Not sure if you noticed or even care, but you are my wife. Marriage is important to me, believe it or not, and it'll be hell or high water before I let you go. Not even death will keep us apart.
He leans in, and there's something manic in his expression.
You belong to me, Elise. And the quicker you accept this reality, the easier all of this will be.
I swallow the knot in my throat. Why? Why would you want me after everything that happened? After I told you that I don't want you and that I hate you?
You're upset, and I understand that, but I made you a promise a while back that I'd keep you safe. And so far I've been shit about keeping that promise. That has changed. Going forward, I will do whatever I need to do to ensure you're safe.
What about...
You killed Yanov. Rather spectacularly, I might add.
I flinch at the menace in his tone.
Or, let me guess, your father? Are you worried he'll come after you, or maybe me?
The thought terrifies me, but I say nothing. Sebastian merely stares at me as if I'm the most important thing in the world, looking past that fear and down into the dark depths of my soul.
Who the fuck knows what your father's next move will be? It doesn't matter, not when you now share my last name.
I see how it is. You only married me to protect me, huh? His eyes lose some of their warmth, and the muscles of his jaw clench tightly.
I wouldn't go through the trouble of marrying you if I didn't plan to keep you, to fill you with my seed, and watch your belly swell with our children. If I didn't want to show off my ring on your finger and my marks on your skin.
The air becomes electrically charged, and I bite back a moan. The possession in his tone and words. How could I ever run from that? But how can I stay, knowing it was never real? He kept me around because he wanted to know if I would remember anything important or incriminating.
I married you because you're mine. Giving you my name is merely another layer of protection, but don't think for one moment anything about this marriage is fake. I want everyone to know who owns your heart and soul.
God, I should be terrified. This man is a killer. But then, so am I. Okay. So now what? I'm yours, we're married. What happens next? He shifts over on his knees and I wince, since he's no doubt ruining his pants. What the fuck do I care about his pants right now? As he slides closer, I realize he's trapping me, boxing me in with his body. At the last minute, I shift and jerk away from the corner, but he's fast and sly like a fox. With little effort, I'm trapped by his broad shoulders, muscular arms, and thick thighs. I look everywhere but at his face, because one look and I'll unravel at the seams. He must want that because he captures my face between his palms and forces me to look at him. His gaze pins me in place, so heavy I nearly whimper from its weight. Please, Just let me go. Am I begging him to release me? Or let me walk out of this house, away from him? I don't know. Something twists on his face, and I can instantly see the way he takes it. Let you go? Do you really think I'd walk away so easily? That I'd leave you to fend for yourself? I try to calm my breathing, as I'm now almost panting. I don't know what to believe anymore. I thought I knew you, and I don't. All of this is a bad idea. I won't let you be responsible for my wrongdoings. We both know that you don't want the publicity that something like this brings, and especially not on your family name. I don't care what anyone else thinks. All I care about is you. Your safety, your well-being, your happiness. That is why we are here in this situation. A dark cloud of anguish fills the room. Or maybe that's just me. Tell me you understand, little prey. Tell me that you see how important this is. If your father gets a hold of you, who knows what he will do? We both know an international human trafficker has developed an interest in you. His last statement feels like a slap. I can't do this. Not when he says things like that. I try to force my way around him, but there's no escaping him. He even crouches down, balancing on the balls of his feet in front of me. Are you saying that to scare me? He scoops some of my hair behind my ear and leans in, inhaling. No, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to make you understand. To believe it. I'm the same man you met months ago. The same one who carried you out of that hellhole. Doesn't that earn me a little leeway here? No matter what else you think about me or what happened, you know deep down, if I intended to hurt you in any way, it would have already happened. I consider his words carefully, thinking about them, shifting them inside my head. What he says makes sense, and I know it's true, but when I close my eyes, all I see is the cold, blank look on his face. Eyes that were devoid of life and humanity, as he stared at his grandfather right before he pulled the trigger. He's given me that same look a time or two, but he's never hurt me. Yet, what if it's only a matter of time? All over again, I'm confused, caught between love and hate, anger and sadness. Why does he make me doubt myself all the time? My every choice, my every decision. If I'm not worrying about what he's thinking, I'm worrying about what he'll do next. A constant loop of darkness. A darkness he's brought into my life. No, that's not fair. As I remember Janov's hands on my body. No, Sebastian didn't bring the darkness. I was already dealing with it for years before him. He showed me a different kind of darkness. One inside me that answers to his own. Just, please, tell me what you want, I whisper. Pushing off the floor, he stands, and when he extends a hand down to me, I stare at it for far longer than necessary until I finally place my hand in his and let him pull me to my feet. The room spins for a second, and then it rights itself as I try to look anywhere but at his broad chest and how his dress shirt is expertly tailored to his biceps. It's hard not to stare at him. He leans down, his mouth so close to mine it would only take a little movement to reach him. Kiss him. It's not what I want, but what we must do. We need to sell this. We are in love. We're married. Young, sure, but married all the same. We must maintain a united front, so that if someone comes for you, they know I will be in the way. You want me to pretend to be in love with you? He flicks his tongue against the side of my mouth, gently. Will you really have to pretend? I look away, afraid he will see right through me like he always does.
If you want to call it pretending. Sure. Pretend. But there's no pretending on my part. I won't lie about the way I feel about you, he whispers. He's closer now. I will not kiss him. Not now. Not when he's beating his chest and threatening to drag me back to the cave by my hair. Fine. But if I pretend to be the little wife, will you let me out of this damn room? His lips twitch, but he doesn't smile. Of course. You're my wife. You're free to go wherever you want. I take one retreating step when he clasps his hand around my bicep. But make no mistake, there will be no more running, Ellie. You agreed to be my wife and you signed your name on the line. I was drugged. I flounder for words. Our marriage is as worthless as the paper it's printed on. It might be a legally binding agreement, but that doesn't mean I must love you. It doesn't mean any of this is real. I swear I see a flash of sadness in his eyes, but as soon as I blink, it's gone. Maybe to you, but not me. I know this isn't how it's supposed to happen, and that you're confused and hurt, and I don't want to make this more difficult for you. All I want is to make good on my promise to you. Yay, you get to be the hero. What do I get? Well, if you behave, I'll let you go back to the room you were in before. I nearly snort. The one connected to his room? I think not. Is it really necessary to keep me so close? A look of possession fills his features, and his eyes narrow like he's trying to weasel his way under my skin. I don't think you understand how important all of this is. Do you want to go to jail for killing a man? Is that what you want? His teeth snap together with each word, and he gives me a little shake, as if the answer will fall out of me. I swallow around the fear swarming my throat, closing it, making it impossible to speak. I shake my head hard. No, that's not what I want. Part of me still thinks killing Yanov was a dream. But it's not. This close, I can see the toll this situation has taken on Sebastian. He's got dark circles under his eyes, and an impatient tick to his jaw. I want to pretend I don't care, but I'm not him. I can't simply shut off my emotions. Maybe it would be better if I stayed with Belle and Drew? He transforms into a thunderstorm right before my eyes. His gaze darkens as he presses closer. Maddening possession makes him appear unhinged. The look in his eyes terrifies me, but it also warms me to the core. He hauls me tighter into him until only an inch of space separates us, and the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Danger is near, and my instincts tell me to run and hide. But there's no time for that. He nearly growls his next question against my lips. What do I need to do to show you that you're my wife? I don't get the chance to answer him because he heads toward the door, dragging me behind him.
Chapter 10. Sebastian. I'm trying to be gentle, trying to be kind, trying to wrap my fucking head around her and the thoughts running rampant in her mind, but it's hard to think of her needs when I'm consumed by white-hot fury. She is mine, my wife, mine to protect. I've failed her before, this I know, but I won't fail again. Not again. I try to take measured breaths as I walk, but her struggling only irritates me more. Stop it, I snap. She freezes in the hall and I close my eyes, taking a moment to get a better grasp on my anger. Once I feel like I won't explode, I round to face her. Can you stop struggling and simply follow me? Please, I tack on belatedly. Her blue eyes are wide and red-rimmed from crying, and her pert mouth is set into a frown. Why can't I stay with Drew and Belle? Because we're married, and that's not what married people do. I try to keep my tone calm, neutral even, but her flinch tells me I've failed. Why is it always a fight with her? I turn back to the hall and continue walking toward the rooms I'd given her after I found her sleeping in closets and hiding from ghosts. I guess not ghosts, since I've faced them now too. Next time we'll face them together, and win. If I can make her understand my side of things. For now, I'll put her here until she feels safe again, and then, when I've made her understand how good we are together, how much we need each other, I'll bring her back into our bed. I flip on the light switch and cross the room to the fireplace, hitting the button and turning it on so it emits a soft, warm glow in the hearth. The room has already been cleaned, and the sheets have been turned down. It's cozier than the other room she'd been staying in. Plus, my door connects to it, so if she breathes a little too hard, I'll be able to get to her. She spins and stares at the bed, tugging her hand out of my grasp, but gently this time. I choose to release her and hate the coldness of my skin with the absence of her touch. This will work for now until you're more comfortable. The door down the hall slams closed, rattling the fucking walls. Fucking Lee. Startled, Elise jumps, her entire body flinching. Like she senses danger, she rushes across the room, putting the king-sized bed between us. It's amusing she thinks a bed will stop me from getting to her if I want. I'm not going to hurt you, Ellie. At least not in any way you wouldn't want me to. Her forehead wrinkles as she studies my face, a red flush traveling up her neck and into her pale cheeks. I can only imagine the wicked thoughts popping into her head. Leaning forward, I place one knee on the bed and inch closer. I can see the pink blush on your cheeks, little prey. Have you been thinking about it? About us? She straightens her shoulders and looks away. Of course I haven't. There's nothing. She stops speaking then and keeps her gaze averted. Little prey, I taunt, climbing across the bed to reach her. Once I'm close enough, I gently stroke her cheek, and her eyes flutter closed. I don't like how ill at ease she is with my touch now, but I don't comment on it either. There will be plenty of time to reacquaint her with my hands. For now, the fact that she isn't running from me is satisfying enough. There is no denying you enjoyed the things I did to you in the woods and in our bed. I know you enjoyed taking from me, claiming me. None of that changes the fact that we are partners in this. We can do this. She leans away from me and I hate it. I hate her reaction to my proximity. I want her to want me as badly as I want her. I want her to see me as the hero instead of the monster she claims I am. I want her to know she can come to me no matter what. And even if I am a monster in her eyes, I'll always be her monster. Unable to let her slip farther away, I grasp her upper arms and pull her against me, kneading her closer. Like it or not, we are together, and we're stuck with each other. It'll be easier for both of us if you try to understand the direness of the situation and maybe be a little more fucking agreeable. Her eyes snap open, and I spot that old familiar fire there. The woman who shredded my clothes and my heart at the same time appears, giving me newfound hope. Agreeable? Are you kidding me? You've kept me locked up for a week like a captive, and now you're dragging me to your bed like a caveman? Who do you think you are? I can't help but grin at her. There's my Spitfire, the firecracker. Maybe Yanov didn't snuff out all her light after all. Tipping her chin up, I stare into her pretty blue eyes. There you are, little prey. I wasn't sure if you were still in there or not. It's nice to see you. You infuriate me. She doesn't smile, but her lips twitch. She wants to. The feeling is mutual. I smirk. And to answer your question, you know who I am. I'm your husband, your protector. If I want to drag you to the ends of the earth and back again, then I will. Wherever you are is where I will be. Again she withdraws, tunneling back into herself. She walks over to the fireplace, and I have to force myself to keep my distance. If all you want is my compliance, then you have it. But this isn't real. I don't want to stay in this room with you. I think it would be better if I stayed with Drew and Belle for the time being. I try to remind myself that her rejection is okay, but my heart and head war with the idea this marriage was forced upon her, so I have to be patient. It's hard, especially when I know deep down she wants me, wants us. She's just afraid of the future, of me, of the secrets I'm still keeping. I want to tell her the truth about that night, but I can't risk losing her. Not any more than I already have. Exploding on her won't help either. I have no other choice but to sit inside my feelings and give her the time she needs to come to terms with the situation. At least until I can't anymore. I shove the anger, the fear, the need to control and possess her as far down as I can, and I slip into the cold mask I wore for the months I'd spent seeing her every day but not touching her. She senses the change in me immediately, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she studies me like a bug under a microscope. Keep watching, little prey. Keep trying to figure me out. Like she hasn't listened to a word I've been saying, she keeps pushing. You can't make me stay here. I promise I'll go stay with Belle and Drew, or at the mill, and I'll be safe there. Why can't she see how this is killing me? The tether of my patience snaps all at once. This isn't good enough for you? I question, hearing the neutral coldness in my tone. Fine. Charging forward, I take her by the hips, lift her off her feet, and toss her over my shoulder. Then I barrel into my bedroom, slamming the door in the other room behind me while she pounds her tiny little fists into my back. I don't relent until I toss her frail body down on top of the bed, that covers a rumpled mess underneath her. She gets tangled in them as she fights to get her feet under her. Yeah, I don't think so. As mean as it might make me, I continue to shove her back onto the bed until she gives up. I've done nothing but care for her, protect her, and make her feel wanted. Hell, I've given her space when it was clear she needed it. But what about me? What about what I need for fucking once? Something cracks inside me and I can't stand it any longer. The way she stares at me like I'm the enemy, like I'm the one who hurt her, not the one who has been giving her everything for months. My grip earns me an icy glare that I gladly accept. She wants to fight? We'll fucking fight. With a sigh of defeat, she slaps the covers and asks, "Is this where I perform my wifely duties?" Still stuck in my mask of cold indifference, trying not to let the fire raging in my gut ignite and reduce us both to ash, I stare her down. A heartbeat passes, and then another, and I step closer, reaching for her with my other hand at the same time. She struggles in my grasp, but I manage to bracket her thighs between my knees, trapping her. My little prey, always falling into the trap I lay for her. Depends. Is that what this is all about? Are you hungry for my cock? A lustful haze seeps into her eyes. She might think she hates me right now, and even if she does, she can't deny that she also wants me. If I have to use that desire against her, then I will. Tell me, little prey, say the word, and I'll fuck you until you scream my name. The need to be closer grips me, and I press my legs into the wooden frame and lean forward, bracing my arms on either side of her shoulders, leaving her nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide. Is that what you want? She bites her lip and shakes her head, but her eyes give her away. Wanton need swirls deep. No, I don't want you. We can't do what? Fuck. I whisper into the shell of her ear. We're both adults. You're my wife, and I'm your husband. I don't see the problem. Of course you don't, she murmurs with a shake of her head. Just because you hate me doesn't mean we can't fuck. I know you want it. I know you want my cock stretching you, sliding deep inside, touching every delicate nerve ending in your cunt. My cunt. Till you explode, squeezing the release right from my balls. You're just stubborn, too stubborn for your own good, but that's okay. I nuzzle against her throat and smirk at the sharp intake of breath. She fucking wants me. Because I have all the time in the world to wait for you to come to your senses. Pulling back so I can look into her eyes, I finish my sentence. In fact, nothing will please me more than watching you shatter around me while your pretty little mouth begs me to fuck you harder. And believe me when I say you'll beg me. Her entire body tightens and the anger in her face bleeds out. I wonder what she's going to do next, and she shocks the fuck out of me when she puckers her lips and spits at me. Spittle hits my cheek, but I'm not bothered by the saliva. I'm more consumed with the anger in her eyes. She's angry because she knows I'm telling the truth. Well, guess what? The truth fucking hurts sometimes. Grinning, I gently scoop the spit off my cheek and stare at it. Did you just fucking spit at me? I can see the fear building like bricks, but somehow she remains stoic. What do you think? She replies with sass, but I know it's nothing but an act. Her body language says so much more. Her eyes dart away from mine and pinch closed. She grips the sheets as if she's preparing herself for a fight, for pain. I'm an asshole, a manipulator, a fucking menace, but I would never hit her. Never. It kills me to see that fear there, but she knows better. I'm not her father. I'm not Yanov. All I can do is shake my head in disappointment. Is that any way to treat your husband? You're not my husband, she replies, her voice shaky. I grin. Oh, but I am, little prey, and I think it's time you treated me like it. Before she can think to move, I shove my fingers between her lips, putting the globule of spit back into her mouth. Then I pull my fingers free and clamp my hand over her mouth and lower jaw to stop myself from undoing my pants and fucking her fiery little mouth with my cock. Spit at me again, and I'll fill your mouth with my cock and choke you with it until you beg me for mercy. That blowjob you gave me at the club will look like child's play compared to what I will do to you. Even as fear flashes in her doe eyes, an edge of curiosity slithers beneath. A gentle whimper escapes her, and I watch her closely to make sure I didn't actually hurt her. But it's not physical pain I've caused her, only a deep-seated desire to be fucked. She squeezes her thighs together as she rolls over onto her side. I let out a long exhale and face the window, needing a minute. Why can't you just leave me alone? Forget I exist. She whispers the words, but it sounds so loud in the silent room around my slow breathing. Turning to face her, I walk right up to the edge of the bed. That's not an option. I can't forget you any more than I can forget I need oxygen to breathe and a heartbeat to stay alive. I can't fucking do it, Elise. It would be my death to forget you. The slight show of fear trickles away, and the anger is back in full force. Good. I want her to fight back. I want her spitting at me, even if it makes me so fucking pissed I want to strangle her. I'd rather have that than see the beaten look in her eyes. What do you want, Ellie? Really? Tell me what you want. She shifts her gaze to mine, and her voice comes out tiny when she speaks. I don't know. I'm just tired. Tired of hurting. Tired of fighting. But more than anything, I'm tired of running. I climb up onto the bed, needing to be closer to her. Then don't run. Stay here with me, and let me keep you safe. She turns her face into the pillow. I can't stay here. How do I know I'm actually safe? I watched you kill a man, and you kept me here beholden to you so you could keep an eye on me. The job and place to sleep, it wasn't because you're kind. You never wanted me here. Never wanted me like I wanted you. I move, pressing against her back so she can feel every inch of my body against her, especially the raging hard-on I've had since I laid her in our bed. I never wanted you. Does this feel like a man who doesn't want you? She peers at me over her shoulder. I'm not stupid. I know you're physically attracted to me, but I mean mentally. Long-term, a relationship is more than sex. I don't feel safe anymore. Even here with you, right now. It's never been like that. I always felt safe with you. Before. That statement hurts more than anything she's said so far. I don't feel safe with you. I move away from her, and as I do, she climbs off the bed, heading in the direction of the door. See? This is what I mean. I'll go back to the other room and I block her path before she can cut me clean down the middle with whatever else she was going to say. No, you'll stay here. This is where you'll end up anyway. What does that mean? You know what it means, so don't play dumb. Now stop being so stubborn. Stop fighting against me. Us. Accept what you're given. Accept my generosity. It's the least you can do. Her eyes narrow to slits, and she reaches without looking for the first thing she can get her hands on. It's the glass of water I left on the bedside table last night. She lobs the glass at me like it's nothing, though clearly not intending to hit me since it lands on the sheets. Don't tell me that's all you got, little prey, I taunt. Keeping my eyes on her, I wait for the moment she spins around to run out the door, and then I attack. I'm on her in seconds, my arms circling her waist, and I haul her back into the room and onto the bed. Tiny nails sink into my skin as she scratches at me, trying to squirm out of my grasp. With one hand, I reach down to the bedside table and pull out the restraints I keep on hand for playtime. Fine. If you want to keep fighting, then you'll have to do it with yourself, because I'm done for the night. Let go of me, she snarls. Nope, you aren't going anywhere. You've made your bed, and now you have to sleep in it. She stares open-mouthed as I tie her wrists low on the headboard, tight enough she won't be able to release herself. I pull the last strap a little tighter than necessary, then lean down and pinch her chin between my fingers. You may fight me, curse me, hate me. Hell, you might even wish me dead. I don't care, but you aren't leaving. I will keep you here with me for however long it takes. I've failed you once before, and I'm not doing it again. So lie here and think about what we've talked about today. Let it sink in, because it's your new reality, and no matter how much you think of me as the villain in all of this, all I want is for you to be happy. And I could really use your help moving things along. Angrily, she jerks her face out of my grasp. Go fuck yourself! I smile because I love that fight. No, little prey. You'll take care of that for me. But not yet. Not until you beg me to fuck you. And just because I can, and to prove a point, I reach under the t-shirt she's wearing and spear my hand into her shorts. I cradle her pussy in my hand, feeling the slick heat coating my fingers as I delve between her folds. Deny it all you want, Ellie, but the proof is between your legs. You might hate me, and you might think I'm a monster, but you still very much want me to fuck you. The only person you're lying to is yourself. Sleep tight and think about your behavior before I return to check on you.
Chapter 11. Elise. The hours drag by, and every minute brings me closer to madness. I hate him, and I want him at the same time. And it's as frustrating as it is annoying. I tug at my bonds once more like I've been doing most of the night. My wrists are red and ache from the repetitive movements. Asshole. Of course he wouldn't leave me a chance to escape. Not after how I treated him. And part of me can't blame him. If he walked in right now and I were free, I'd smack him for leaving me like this. But at the same time, I know I've been a stubborn bitch. I've been on edge since we returned to the house and acted like an asshole to everyone in it. They all look at me with pity, and it's a constant reminder of all that I'm trying to forget. And while I hate to admit it, Sebastian is right. I want him. And I want what we had before everything went to shit. But it feels like there's too much between us, too much darkness and too many secrets. Every time I close my eyes, I see the blood on my hands. And the way Sebastian looked at me when he caught me in his arms outside that disgusting motel. It wasn't fear exactly, but pride. I don't want him to be proud of me for killing a man, though. I don't want fear. I don't want pity. I don't want pride. Hell, I don't know what I want, what I need. My annoyance at being tied up returns, and I tug at the bonds again as if they'll magically disappear. When they don't, I release another sigh. That bastard better come back to let me go to the bathroom soon, or he'll have a much bigger issue on his hands. Sebastian is equal parts unhinged and frustrated. But I guess that's partially my fault. We seem to be matching energies right now, and I know no good will come from that. Still, the man makes me want to punch him in the jaw and kiss him at the same time. What an infuriating asshole. The bedroom door opens without warning, and I fix a glare on the person entering. Lee pokes his head inside and gives me a big grin when he catches sight of me.
Oh, well, this is interesting.
I roll my eyes and shift so I can make sure the covers are over my lap and the shorts, which are rucked up from my struggles, aren't showing off my ass. What do you want? He walks into the room like he lives here, showing off a pair of low-slung jeans, a bare chest, and bare feet. I try not to notice his perfectly sculpted muscles on display. Why isn't he wearing a shirt? He raises a bottle of water and shakes it toward me.
I've been given the task of ensuring you don't dehydrate, though I think you would have to be doing something other than lying in a bed for that to happen.
He shrugs nonchalantly as he slowly walks over to the small bar in the corner of the room.
What do I know, though?
He smirks over his shoulder, then selects a bottle of liquor and replaces it with the water bottle. Turning to face me, he shakes the liquor.
This seems like a better choice at the moment, don't you think?
I give him a befuddled expression, but he doesn't seem fazed. Is drinking all you do?
No. I offer many services, which I will happily tell you about. My biggest seller is fucking, followed by endless orgasms, then fucking shit up, and we're always sold out of this one, but being a total disgrace to my family.
He climbs onto the bed, rolls onto his back, and lays his head across my lap on top of the mound of blankets and sheets.
Shall I go on, or do you get the idea?
Up close, I can see his brown curls are disheveled, and a fine sheen of sweat clings to his brow. The guy is a hot mess, which makes him look even prettier.
I'll take that as a no.
He tips the bottle up and takes a long gulp. Then he holds it up to my mouth, giving me a way bigger swallow than I would have taken, and damn near choking me in the process. It burns down my throat, blazing a fire into my belly. "What's the occasion?" I ask. He rolls to face me.
What's with the bondage? Did I miss something kinky? Because if I did, I'm going to be pissed. Seb always does the fun stuff without me.
The frown on his face is so fake, it makes me smile as he continues.
I thought you were just confined. What did you do to get tied up?
You know, the usual. Too much attitude, fighting. He's mad at me for anything and everything. His brow wrinkles deeply like he's lost in thought. And then he offers me another shot, and I open my mouth, letting him pour the liquor inside.
He's been off since you were taken. He kind of sort of lost his shit, and I don't think he's returned to his normal self. Probably because you haven't returned to your normal self either.
I blink at him, considering his rather insightful comment. I don't think anyone gives Lee the credit he deserves. The guy might look like he's lost his damn mind, but maybe he's the only one of us embracing his crazy. Okay, Mr. Know-It-All. How do I come back from what happened? The girl I was before I left this house? If I'm being honest, I think I left a part of her back there in that cheap motel. Lee's jaw tenses and he shakes his head.
That's bullshit. Don't give that fucker any more of you than he's already taken. You don't owe him anything, and shouldn't feel bad about what happened either. Everyone has a choice to make, and sometimes it's to merely survive a shitty situation or let it kill you. You did what you had to do. Nothing more, nothing less.
My chest tightens, and for the first time in days, I feel seen and heard. I look away before I start to cry and swallow the lump of words clogging my throat. My lips burn with the need to ask the question I've needed an answer for since they pulled me from that place. Is Yanov dead? Did I really kill him? Lee tilts my face back toward him, studies me for a moment, then crawls up the length of my body. He doesn't touch me otherwise, and when he's abreast of me, he sinks back down onto the mattress next to where my arm is stretched out tight.
He's dead. And right now, it might seem like all hope is lost, and you don't know who you are. But trust me, what you do in response to a trauma is not who you are or what you are. It's your survival instinct given life. You got yourself out of there, and now you need to figure out how to push that instinct back deep inside you. The truth of his words slams into me, and I stare at him. How can someone who acts so hopeless still have so much hope? He brings the bottle of liquor to his lips and takes another gulp. And when he offers me another drink, I take it. Our gazes connect. And this time, he fills my mouth to the brim with alcohol. I struggle to swallow all of it and end up coughing some up, sending a small trail of it down my chin. Something soft cuts across his face, and he swipes at the liquid on my chin, cleaning me up before sucking the liquor from his fingers. You did what you had to do. What did you have to do? I whisper. He stares back at me, and when I think he might open up and tell me something real, he pastes on that typical playboy grin. Anything. Everything. It's a deflection, of course, but I don't know him well enough to press the issue. My only hope is that he's not going through whatever it is all alone. We lie on the bed in silence, drinking from the bottle every few minutes. What would Sebastian do if he saw us? The strangely intimate moment is companionable rather than romantic. So why do you hate him this time? Lee asks, but the words echo in the quietness of the room. I shake my head. I don't hate him, and to be perfectly clear, I've never really hated him. He just has a terrible way of pissing me off. But I don't think I could ever hate him. He thinks you hate him for what happened, and he's ashamed of himself because he couldn't do anything to stop it.
I sigh loudly and tip my chin to the bottle to let him know I want another drink. We've emptied it almost a third of the way, and the alcohol warms me from the inside out. I'm ashamed of myself, too, for what I've done and what I've turned him into. Lee's brow wrinkles in question, and I continue. A raging psycho. He shifts to look at me and nods.
Yeah, I get it. But his choices aren't because of you. Sebastian was a raging psycho before you ever came along. No offense.
He smirks.
He cares about you, though. Hell, having known the man since childhood, I'd say he loves you.
Love? He thinks Sebastian loves me. Is that even possible? My heart clenches deep inside my chest, making it hard to do anything, even breathe. We had only begun our relationship when Yanov's move lit a match to the sweetness between us. Is love between us even possible after everything we've gone through? It's on the edge of my tongue to ask Lee, but the bedroom door flies open, and Sebastian graces us with his presence. The question dies, replaced with the usual overwhelming awe I feel when Sebastian enters a room. He steps inside, pauses in the doorway, and stares at us, his gaze narrowing on Lee.
Get the fuck out of my bed, Lee. And that means it's time for me to go. It was nice talking to you, sunshine.
Lee raises his arms in surrender, his fingers curled around the bottle.
Maybe we can talk about something less depressing next time.
He winks at me and then rolls neatly off the bed. Once on his feet, he blows me a kiss and rushes around Seb and out the door.
Did he touch you?
Seb demands, as he stands at the foot of the bed unbuttoning the cuffs of his shirt. What would you do if he did? I tease, needing to know how far he'll go. Would he actually hurt one of his friends for me?
Depends on what he did, but tread very carefully, Ellie. Because while Lee is one of my best friends, and I consider him to be the closest thing I have to a brother, if he hurt you or touched you in any way that pisses me off, then he's as good as dead.
Does he have to be such a caveman? I roll my eyes at him and release a heavy sigh, the alcohol helping to loosen me up a bit. You don't have to be so territorial. We were only talking.
I know.
If he knows, then why did he have such a murderous glint in his eyes? Where were you? I growl impatiently. I've been tied to this bed for hours. Did you forget about me?
Of course not. Did you miss me?
You wish. I hiss through my teeth. More like I miss having blood flow to my arms. Untie me, please. I add the please to soften the blow of what's to come because the moment he unties me, all hell is going to break loose. I don't care if he loves me or not.
Maybe you'll think about acting like an adult instead of a child next time.
He reaches up and unties my wrists. The second I'm free, I scramble forward and slap him hard across the face. The sting radiates across my palm and it hurts like hell, but it's worth it. Don't ever tie me up and leave me here again. His green eyes blaze with fire as he glares down at me.
Then don't do shit that makes me have to tie you up. Otherwise, I'll be forced to do things my way.
My control slowly slips away. Your way? I screech, barely recognizing my voice. Who does he think he is? I'm tired of being pushed around, tired of men controlling me. I'm a human being, not a trophy or a piece of furniture. Angrily, I shove at his chest until he stumbles back a step.
What the fuck, Ellie?
He stares at me, shock clear on his face. I smile. The strength I'm able to put into that shove surprises me, but it isn't enough. I'm not done with him yet. Crawling off the bed, I follow his retreating form, shoving him again and again until he trips over his own feet. At the last minute, he reaches for me and takes me down with him. We fall into a heap on the floor, his strong arms wrapping around me as he takes the brunt of the fall. somehow I know he'll always take the brunt. And that awareness makes my anger spiral higher. I'm so angry. Angry with him, with myself, at the entire situation. I've never hit another person in my life, but I slam my fists into his chest. He doesn't react, except to squeeze me tighter, and I do it again, over and over again. He does nothing and says nothing, and that only frustrates me more. I want his anger. I want his pain. I need his reaction to fuel me, but he refuses to give it to me. Not like I want, anyway. I don't know how much time passes, but it isn't until my arms grow weak with exhaustion and the fight partially leaves me that he finally says something.
Are you fucking done now?
His tone is granite. His jaw just as hard. Am I done? Are you serious? I stare down at him through a mop of coffee-colored hair, then slap him one more time for safe measure. Am I done? You tell me to stop behaving like a child, but anytime I don't do what you want, you throw a fit and lock me in a room or tie me to a bed. I grit my teeth, feeling the heat of my actions on my cheeks. Sebastian looks distraught, a complete and utter mess, and shame coats my insides for how I've treated him. I'm sorry for my behavior, but you don't get to make decisions for me all the time. That's not what this is. We aren't even together, I tell him, looking away.
We aren't what?
He hisses, leaning forward and getting into my face. I'm only briefly aware of our position, me straddling him, him gripping my hips. Even with the anger so evident in his eyes, I see how much he's hiding from me. How much feeling he's refusing to share with me. I can also feel his longing, the length of his hard cock that presses against my belly. Shit. Damn it. How did we get here? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I try to move off him, but his hold becomes impenetrable.
Oh, no, you don't. I let you say your piece, and now you're going to let me say mine.
Oh, no. Now that I feel him beneath me, really feel him, it's all I can think about. The anger from earlier twists into something hotter, something sharper. I might be angry, but there's no denying how much I want him, how much I need him. Like a crazed man, he grabs me by the back of my neck, forcing me to look at him. Our faces are only a couple of inches apart, and his hot breath fans against my lips. I want to kiss him, but I also want to punch him in that beautiful mouth.
We are very much together, and I don't care if you believe it or not. It's fucking real in my eyes.
I don't respond. I can't. There is no response to that. Not when all I can think about is his lips against mine, his cock sliding deep inside me. Huffing out a breath, I try to remind myself how bad he is for me, how wrong it is that we're together, that he's a killer and a liar. But none of those things seem to matter, and I'm tired of fighting. Tired of fighting against this man that I love. Without warning, I lean forward and press my lips to his. This kiss shatters the safe little box I've put myself in. His lips on mine feel like how I imagine the first rays of sunlight feel as they fall onto the seed of a flower that's waited all winter long to grow. I want to grow. I want him to be the thing that breathes life back into me. He doesn't hesitate, meeting my kiss with an equally searing one. We're teeth and lips, and it's so intense. Tears build behind my eyelids. But then his tongue slips into my mouth. He strokes it against mine, and all I can do is moan into his mouth. Pleasure consumes me, and while I kiss him and he kisses me back, I find myself grinding my heated core against his length, wishing it was inside me. No need to wish, Elise. He's right here. Take what you need. It's such a selfish thing to want, but I need this moment. To think about something other than death and how much I hate myself. Breaking the kiss, I scramble backward on his lap, giving myself enough room to undo his belt. I reach for the button on his pants, and that's when he grabs me by the wrists. his hard grip dragging my attention back to his face. His eyes are smoldering, revealing his own desire to fuck me. But beneath that lust is something softer, something that I can't pinpoint.
What did I say, Ellie?
The reminder of his words come back to me and I grit my teeth in frustration. He wants me to beg him, and I want him so badly that I'm almost okay with that. I swallow, then look him in the eye and give him honesty. Please, Sebastian, I need this. I need you inside me right now, fighting off the darkness, reminding me that I'm still alive and that I'm more than what happened. I look away, unable to meet his gaze any longer. I hate how vulnerable and raw that confession makes me feel.
No, you don't get to look away from me. Not after that. Tell me what you need, little prey. Tell me how to heal the ache in your chest.
He gently guides my face back to his, and I force myself to look up at him again, even though I'm ashamed.
What do you need?
He whispers the question, his thumb stroking my bottom lip. You. I need you.
I'm right here. Right fucking here. For the taking. Use me however you need to, but don't.
The hurt in his voice reaches inside me.
Don't blame me when it's over. Okay?
All I can do is nod, the raw emotion clogging my throat, making it impossible to speak. Shifting in his lap again, I pull my shorts to the side, not bothering to take them off. There's an unsaid urgency in our movements as he helps to undo his pants and slide them down enough so that I can straddle him. He's not wearing any underwear, so his cock springs free, and I nearly sigh with contentment as I wrap my fingers around it.
Fuck. You have no idea how good that feels.
The words rumble out of his chest.
To have your hands on my cock.
Lifting myself, I guide the wide tip of his cock to my opening. I'm already slick with arousal from our fighting and my need for him. He grabs me by the hips, supporting me, and I lean into him while I slowly lower myself down onto his length. Oh, God. My lips part and a whimper of both pain and pure bliss escape me. The first inch stings as he stretches me, but I welcome the pain. It eases as I take more of him into my body. My muscles relax and the tight bubble of tension in my abdomen is pushed out. Relief. It lightens the pressure on my shoulders and I'm free as a bird. Looking away from where our bodies connect, I lock eyes with him, watching his jaw clench while he studies me through hooded eyes.
Fuck me, little prey.
He hisses through clenched teeth, and his hands no longer holding me in place, but instead fisting the fabric of my shorts. What do you think I'm doing? I reply cheekily, as I lift and sink all the way down on him.
Killing me.
He chuckles. Damn it. I love that sound. Bracing both hands on his chest, I rock forward and... Holy shit. It's like being hit with a lightning bolt of pleasure that zips up my spine and short-circuits my brain. I'm consumed by this man, physically and mentally, and nothing could make me believe otherwise, not when it's just the two of us clinging to one another. It's perfect, and I hate him a little bit for being the only thing that can get me out of my head and to this point right now. I repeat the action and sink forward, then back, rocking on him in a way that makes it possible for my clit to press to the top of his cock with each stroke.
Come on, little prey. Use me. Fuck my cock. Take it from me,
he encourages. I close my eyes so I'm not looking at him and pick up my pace. I know it won't take long to come like this, at this angle, with the way his warm body feels underneath and inside me. He is my home, and I know this, no matter how much I try to fight it. Focusing on nothing but pleasure, I chase that high, I rock back and forth, fucking myself on his cock and taking what I need from him. "Oh!" I cry out. The pleasure builds, carrying me higher with every stroke.
Yes. Fuck yes. Come on my cock, Elise. Shatter for me so I can piece you back together again.
My movements become jerky, but I continue rocking back and forth, letting his sharp intake of breath, filthy mouth, clean scent, and warm embrace take me to where I need to be. It's on the last downward stroke I explode. Every nerve ending in my body comes alive and I clench all around him, the muscles fluttering as my release rips through me.
Perfect. You're so perfect. And now it's my turn.
He growls, the sound almost animalistic. I'm still clinging to the aftershocks of my own pleasure when he grits his teeth and grabs me by the hips, forcing me down onto his cock. After that, it all becomes a blur, and I crumple into pieces while he uses me like a fuck doll, physically lifting me and pulling me down onto his length in quick strokes that leave me dizzy. "Sebastian!" I whimper when it feels like it's becoming too much, and his touch turns bruising.
I know, baby. I'm almost there. So close.
He snarls, and I press my forehead to his, staring deep into his eyes. Pain and sadness swirl together, and shame blankets me because I did that to him. I hurt him. "I'm sorry," I whisper against his lips as I drown in his touch, taste, and feel. Knowing he needs that little bit of pain to send him over the edge, I dig my nails into his arms and drag them down over his flesh, leaving deep scratches on his skin.
Elise!
He groans my name a moment before he shatters. I feel the warmth of his seed coating my insides, filling me, and I can't say I'm bothered by it. It's almost comforting. Exhausted, I collapse against his chest, and he wraps both of his arms around me, cradling me closely. I'm safe, protected, secure. The thud of his quickening heartbeat fills my ear as both of us return to normal breathing.
I don't want to control you, Elise. You're my equal. I just need you to listen to me. I want to protect you. It's my damn job, and I've failed in so many ways. I can't focus on everything trying to tear us apart if I'm scared for you. Scared you'll try to bait me into hurting you, and if that doesn't work, doing it yourself. I'm your man. You're my woman. And my entire existence is devoted to keeping you safe now. I tilt my head to look up at his jaw. Protect me from who? Yanov is dead. He can't get to me now. And you already said there is nothing my father can do, right? He slowly runs a hand down my hair, his touch soothing. There are bigger fish out there than your father. And enemies are always lurking in the dark, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. I can't bear the thought of anything else happening to you. Let me keep you safe. Let me do what I should have done to begin with. Okay, I reply softly, focusing on the awareness that, for the first time in days, there's nothing but blessed silence in my head. Everything is going to be okay.
Chapter 12. Sebastian. I can't take my eyes off her, not even for a moment. I'm afraid I'll wake up and this whole thing will have been a dream. I stare at her for as long as I can, memorizing every detail, each freckle, every twitch of her nose and wrinkle of her forehead. There she lies in our bed, her small body curled into the pillow. It's late in the morning, but I don't want to wake her. Not yet. I know the second her big doe eyes open, I'm going to want to fuck her back into submission until she begs me to stop. I ease off the side of the bed, careful not to jostle her awake. It takes a second of watching her to make sure she stays blissfully unaware of me. Then I cross the room to the closet and get ready for the day. I need to take care of a few things before she wakes so I can be here for her. She needs me, needs my support. And in turn, I need her, but in a different way. I need to be inside her, claiming her. I resist the urge to beat off while I shower and make quick work of washing my body and hair. Once clean, I dry and dress quickly before slipping out of the room, which is still dark thanks to the blackout curtains. I walk down the hall feeling a little lighter, descend the stairs and step into the kitchen. As soon as I reach the entrance, I stop in my tracks. Why the fuck are they here? Drew, Belle, Aries, and Lee are all sitting at my kitchen counter, eating cereal, drinking coffee, and talking quietly. Have they been here all night? Did I miss something? Are we having breakfast but no one invited me? I thought I told you guys to leave. I try to keep my tone level. I'm not unhappy to see them exactly, but every person here is one more obstacle standing in my way of fucking Elise across every surface in this house. Belle leans over, snags a bowl and slides it toward me, along with the cereal and milk. I don't eat breakfast, I say, ignoring the cereal. Plus I need to take care of something. Drew plops his spoon into his bowl. I think you've taken care of enough shit. I had to clean up your mess with the PI you almost pummeled to death. Paid him for his time and trauma and also apologized on your behalf. You're welcome. I grit my teeth against his tone. I wasn't planning to apologize to him, and I won't be thanking you for shit. I wanted whatever information he had gathered, even if it wasn't complete. He was already paid for his time. Drew reaches into the pocket of his flannel sleep pants and sets a thumb drive on the counter. Information like this? Yes, actually. I snag the drive from the counter and walk out of the kitchen and into the small study attached. My laptop sits on the desk there, and I flip it open, turning it on before sliding the drive into one of the open ports. Belle is hot on my heels, following me as I settle behind the desk, waiting for the information to load. The file pops up, and I open it, holding my breath for a moment. I scan through the folders quickly, digesting as much information as I can. I know I'll need to take a closer look later, but for now, I want to see if there's anything I might have missed. Minutes tick by, and Belle says nothing, just watches as I go through each folder and examine the contents. Unfortunately, Grady didn't find much more information I didn't already know. Minus some new dirt he dug up on Ellie's father and a few associates I wasn't aware he had, I can't use any of this information for blackmail. Belle leans against the desk. Not that you asked me, and not that I think you care what I have to say, but you should really call and apologize to the guy. Drew said you beat him up pretty badly. I punch the keyboard, analyzing the screen. No, I don't apologize. Nor would I apologize in this case because I did nothing wrong. She crosses her arms over her chest and glares at me. Liar, you're so stubborn. Too stubborn for your own good. Thanks, like I didn't already know that. If you stayed to guilt-trip me, then you can leave now. She frowns. We didn't stay for that, and I'm sorry we took over the kitchen. The guys wanted to be here in case you still needed their help with Ellie. She fidgets with her hands like she's nervous or something. How is she? I don't look at her, and I try to keep my face neutral. She's fine, asleep in our bed right now. Still tied up? I flinch and swallow hard, not wanting to tell her the truth. No, she's not tied up. We're fine. I shake my head. But what would you do even if she was still tied up? It's no one else's business what Elise and I do or don't do, and Drew shouldn't be sharing any of it with you. First, Drew tells me everything, and for the record, I want you to know that if she tells me she wants to leave, regardless of the fact you're my brother and she is your wife, I will do everything I can to help her. She deserves to have a say in her own life." The threat hangs in the air between us. I lock eyes with her, and for the first time I see the same hardness my own green eyes can sometimes have. "I think I'll ignore what you just said and instead remind you that she is my wife, my responsibility, and under my protection. Touch her, and we will have a problem." With a smirk, she leans down and closes my laptop. "You're not the only one with a stubborn streak. Try me, brother. Try me and see what happens." Anger ripples through me, and I squeeze my hands into tight fists. I'm about to explode on her when my phone rings. Anger gives way to annoyance, and I pluck the thing out of my pocket. "Unknown number" is all the screen says. Knowing there aren't many people who have this number, it has to be someone I know or someone with connections. A rush of adrenaline trickles into my veins as I hit the answer key and bring the phone to my ear. "Who is this?" "Let's call me a family friend." I grit my teeth against the sound of his voice. Piece of shit. I glare at Belle and wave her off. She looks concerned, and even though I want to explain things to her, I can't right this second. "Please go," I mouth to her. "Fine." She rolls her eyes, slides off the desk, and slips out of the study. She shoos everyone out of the kitchen, giving me privacy, which I'm thankful for. Once alone, I turn in the chair and face away from the door, the phone clenched so tight in my fist I'm afraid I might crush it. "I wouldn't call you a friend, let alone family." "Well, you are fucking my daughter. So what do you suppose I call you? Son?" I bend over and brace my elbows on my slacks, trying to pull enough strength together so I can calmly talk to this dickhead. "Don't you fucking dare. Technicalities aside, I'm calling to set up a meeting with you." "A meeting to discuss what?" I played dumb, hoping he'll give me more information, and my assumption regarding the reason for his call isn't accurate. "Don't play stupid. We both know the agreement I made to sell Elise in order to cover my debts to your family was with your grandfather. Being that he's no longer alive, that deal is null and void. If you want to keep Elise, a new deal must be negotiated." I'm fucking shocked this fucker has the audacity to call me and request something like this. But then again, Elise means nothing to him. The law means nothing to him. "I think you've lost your fucking mind, among other things. I'm not negotiating shit with you. There is no negotiation to be had. Elise is a human being, and in this world, we don't buy and sell people via contract. We both know that contract with my grandfather would be a great piece of evidence should someone find out you decided to sell your daughter. It does have your signature on it." Putting the phone on speaker, I toss it onto the desk. A soft, humorless laugh fills the space. "Sebastian, it would be in your best interest to make a deal with me. I know I don't need to explain this life to you, but I have the means to make your entire life hell, as well as hers. Don't make me do that. She's suffered enough, don't you think? We both know in your world of criminals, my contract would be declared null at your grandfather's death. You need to renegotiate, since I never consented to anything, such as marriage, to my only beloved daughter." "I'm not scared of you," I say, letting all the hate I feel for him filter into my voice. "And I won't let you hurt her, or even bring her into this. She's mine, and that is fucking rich, thinking you aren't in this world as much as I am, or more. She isn't yours, and you can't protect her any more than you can protect yourself. Don't make this difficult. I swear to God." A gasp, followed by the sound of glass shattering against the floor, catches my attention. I whirl around in the chair and spot Ellie standing in the doorway with a mixture of fear and shock etched into her features. The bowl of cereal in her hands now covers the floor. Shit. I quickly hit the end button on the call. "Hey, it's okay. Everything is okay. I won't let anything happen." There's a faraway look in her eyes, and I don't like it. She starts to tremble and wraps her arms around her waist, bunching my football t-shirt up around her hips in the process. Her bare feet are covered in milk, and all I can think is I have to protect her, shield her, remove her from the situation. Needing to touch her and calm her down, I cross the room and gently take her by the arms. "Shh, it's okay. Everything is going to be okay." She stares up at me through a sheen of tears and takes a wobbly step back while she pulls herself from my grasp. "Don't touch me." All the anger I've been trying to keep a cap on surges to the surface and spills out of me. "Don't touch you. That's not what you were saying last night. You act like I've hurt you, like I'm the one who did something wrong, but all I've tried to do was protect you." "Protect me? You were just talking to my father about me like I'm some fucking possession." I turn and face the desk, grappling for control over my emotions. "No, I wasn't. You walked in at the end of the conversation. There is no denying your father might see you as a possession to be pawned off and bartered, but you're so much more to me. You're my wife, my fucking wife, and I would never do such a thing. That's it. That's all I am. Not a living, breathing human. Just an item to be transferred back and forth." She screams at my back, and when I don't answer, she continues her verbal lashing. "I don't want to be a piece of property, Sebastian. I don't want to be just your wife. I want to be me, Elise. And you are. I'm not. Ever since you forced me to marry you, I've only done what you want. I've been trapped inside that bedroom." She frowns. "Killing Yanov didn't set me free. It put me in a different kind of cage. You say you aren't a monster, and maybe you aren't as bad as him, but you're one and the same. Instead of taking control altogether like he did, you offer me the illusion of control. I don't want either of those things. I want to be happy. I want to be me." Something inside me cracks. Every ounce of control I have slips away. How can she compare me to that piece of shit, that abuser? It's the only thing I hear, the only thing I see. Whirling around, I march over to her and grab her by the arms, pulling her into my chest. She struggles at first, but softens the moment my lips press against hers. The air surrounding us crackles and pops with energy. I kiss her with every ounce of fear and pain I've felt for her from the moment she was kidnapped from my bed. I pour all of those emotions into her, letting her feast on them and drown in them. When I break the kiss, we're both panting, and our eyes are wild and hazy. I'm consumed with the need to claim her. I'm fucking crazy for you. I've never felt so unhinged. I want to do right by you, but every time I think I am, it ends up biting me in the ass. How can I protect you? How can I save you if you won't let me? It kills me to know I let her down, that she suffered, that she was the one to end his pathetic life. I don't want you to save me. I don't care what you want. I growl angrily and lift her by the arms, carrying her toward the desk. Placing her face down on the table, I force her flat against the wooden surface. Sebastian, you can't... She starts, but I cut her off. I won't listen to her tell me what I can and can't do for her. No matter the consequences, I will protect her from her father, even if it kills me. That is where you're wrong, little wife. I can and will do whatever it takes to protect you. I jerk her underwear down her thighs, then kick her legs apart. I do the same to my pants until my hard length is in my hand. She's so tiny I have to move her legs farther apart to be able to press inside her warm heat. Breathe. Calm down. I want to claim her, but I don't want to hurt her. Forcing myself to breathe slowly, I press against her entrance. She's not nearly as wet as I want her to be, but I have no patience for foreplay at the moment. I hear her soft, pain-filled whimper, and I know I'll have to make up for my savage treatment of her later, because I'm too crazed with need and overcome with desire to stop. She's driven me to this point, driven me to insanity. Pulling out, I spit into my hand and spread the moisture up my length. Then, even with the desire to plow into her, to punish her, and make certain she feels every bite of pain as I slide deep inside her, I don't. Instead, I gently prod her entrance and slowly slip all the way into her warm heat, stopping only once my balls rest against her ass. Pleasure ripples through my nerve endings, and I remain seated inside her, relishing the feeling for a long moment. Then I pull all the way out and thrust forward, deep and hard, the force of it making her gasp. I watch as she struggles to grip the edge of the desk. I'm not gentle with her, not like I have been in the past. I can't be, not when she provokes the predator inside me. This is what you do to me. You fucking consume me, Elise. You make me insane. I grip her hips with bruising force and use her body as if it was made for me to take from. Her wet heat tightens around me, and I damn near come right then. My wife. My fucking wife. I grit the words through my teeth while I fuck her body, hard and fast, the slap of my balls against her ass echoing through the space, right along with her whimpers, which grow louder by the second, but don't hold an edge of pain to them like they did before. Say it, Elise. Say you're my wife. Too stubborn for her own good, she remains quiet, and even though it pains me, I stop. I stop fucking her, and instead hold myself deep inside her channel until goosebumps pebble her flesh and she squirms against me, needing some type of friction. Nope. If you want to come, you will say it. Otherwise you won't. I'll come inside you, mark you with my seed, but you won't get to finish. Then do it, she growls, pushing back against me. The fight living inside her calls to me like a beacon of light in the darkness. It's that spark telling me she still lives inside. It's not like me to be selfish, but if you don't do it, I will fuck you like this every single time. Using your body, taking from you, filling you with my seed, but never letting you reach the edge. Is that how you want this to be? Do you never want to come on my cock again? Because I can make it a reality. She slaps her palm down on top of the desk. You're an asshole. Your darling asshole husband. Now be a good girl and say you're my wife. Then I'll let you come. Like I have all the time in the world, I slowly slip in and out, drawing out the feelings, the tension. Say it, I demand, tightening my hold on her hips. Fine. If she wants to play it that way, I'll bring her right to the brink and hold her there. Slipping a hand between the desk and her pussy, I sink into her folds and use 2 fingers to stroke her clit. She bucks her hips forward and moans against the desk. I stop, both touching her clit and fucking her all at once. What the hell? Sebastian? She whimpers with frustration. Say it, I demand again. Say it, and I will make you come so hard you won't remember what pissed you off. I toy with her some more as she goes silent, but like before, it doesn't take long to build her up and then pull her back down again. Squirming in my hold, she tries to fight against me, seeking out any bit of friction she can get, but I'm a master at manipulation and could do this all night if need be. Oh, no, you don't. Tell me what I want to hear, and then I'll let you come. Sebastian, she groans and tries to push back against me, her cunt tightening and drawing me in deeper. And it's by the damn grace of God I resist the urge to rut deep inside her and give us both the ending we seek. Fucking do it. Say it. I say the word with a bite of pain, my balls wanting to explode. I'm your wife. Your fucking wife, she cries. The moment the words leave her lips, I start to fuck her again. I blanket her back with my chest and press kisses to the side of her throat while I pinch her clit between my fingers, fucking her hard and fast. Her muscles spasm, and I know she's about to fall off the cliff's edge of pleasure. Oh, God, she moans, and her legs tremble while her channel pulses around me. Holy fuck. I can't hold back anymore. 3 more thrusts inside her wet heat, and I explode, coming so hard black spots form in my vision. I'm riding a wave of euphoric pleasure I want to last forever. Once her muscles relax and I can move without gritting my teeth, I slip out of her. Stay, I order softly and rest my hand against her lower back in case she tries to move. What are you doing? She asks, peering at me over her shoulder. Putting my cum back where it belongs. I slip a hand between her luscious thighs, and with my fingers I collect the cum leaking out of her and down her legs. Then I carefully push it back inside her, making certain it gets nice and deep. Trapping her like this was never part of the plan, but I will do whatever I need to ensure she stays with me. She remains lying flat against the desk, and once I'm satisfied, I pull her panties back up to keep it all in place. I clean myself up and reach for her. She lets me help her to her feet, but I don't miss the slight wince on her face when she tries to walk past me. Did I hurt you? Does it matter? She looks away from me and down at the floor. Yes, it fucking matters. I cup her cheek and tilt her face up to mine. Softening my voice, I ask, where does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. I'm just a little sore is all. Are you sure? I press. As much of an asshole as I am, I don't want to hurt her. I want to be better than anyone else in her life, past, present, and future. Yes, I'm sure, but I will tell you that you're an asshole. I smile. I know. Less angry and more relaxed than I've been all morning, I gently pick her up, step over the cereal mess, and carry her back into the kitchen. When we reach the counter, I deposit her there and then wash my hands at the sink. I can feel her eyes on me as I walk to the fridge, grab the eggs and cheese and place them on the marble next to the stove. What are you doing? I don't look at her while I grab a pan, toss some butter in, crack a couple of eggs, and slowly start to heat them. Making you something to eat since you dropped your breakfast on the floor. She sighs. I'm sorry. I know I overreacted. Hearing my father's voice, it scared me. Now I look at her. I can only imagine, but you don't have to be scared anymore. We're a team. I've got you. She scans my features carefully. You keep saying that, but I can't make myself believe it. I shake the skillet, coating it with the eggs while I work it with a spatula. You know I don't say anything I don't mean, and I don't make promises I can't keep. Whatever happens, I'm here. I focus my attention back on the eggs because I don't want to see the rejection on her face while my cum still drips from her. We're still on unstable ground, and even if she knows how I feel about her, I don't think she's changed her mind about us so suddenly.
Why?
I consider my response. Part of me wants to tell her I love her, but love is... it's strange. Do I love Elise? Sure, but I want to tell her without any of this shit between us. I don't want her to think I'm saying it because we're married or because it's the right thing to do. I want to tell her at the perfect time when it matters most. So instead of telling her, I say something else, something only solidifying her belief I see her as a possession. You belong to me, and I take care of what belongs to me.
Is that it? That's the only reason?
Tell her. Just say it, you fucking idiot. But I can't make the words come out. I can't. How do you like your eggs?
Scrambled,
she whispers, and I watch her, my heart aching in my chest as she stares at her knees. When I finish the eggs, I plate them and hand her a fork. She takes the food and digs in immediately. Each bite she takes fills me with happiness because I know she's protected, healthy, and eating. That all ends when she stops and offers me a fork full of eggs. Something in my chest creaks, groans, and opens. No, I made them for you. She doesn't say anything but extends the fork out a little more. This time, I don't bother arguing and accept her offer. They taste like you would expect, eggs, but for some reason, they taste like the best fucking eggs ever when she feeds them to me. I know it's because no one has ever cared for me the way she does. Even after everything that's happened, what I've done, she still cares. The knowledge settles deep within me, companion to an unspoken vow forming on the tip of my tongue. I will love this woman until my very last breath is strangled in my lungs. I will fight for that privilege. And somehow, I'll make her love me back. While she continues to eat, occasionally offering me a bite or two, I take the spot beside her on the counter. Things are moving fast, faster than I want, and we have a lot to discuss. But right now, there are more pressing matters.
Like what?
When we are in public, I need you to act the part. It's important and will solidify any rumors about our marriage. We need to be convincing. I need you to be my wife.
I thought I was already your wife. More pretend.
I smirk. You're my wife in every meaning of the word. But this is different. I need you to show everyone else you want to be my wife. I need you to listen to me and follow directions. I will need you to behave and not put up a fight against every word I say. I'm doing this to protect you, yes, but I'm also doing this so everyone can be certain we're together, so they know you're off limits. If I had your cooperation, it would make all of this easier.
Okay, fine. I'll do what you want. But I want you to treat me like a human, not like a possession or thing. I want freedom, respect, dignity. I can be your wife and still be myself.
When did this turn into a negotiation?
She grins. I'm not negotiating. I will do whatever you want me to within reason. I just don't want to lose any more of the person I am to the darkness of this life. I've sacrificed so much, too much at the cost of my own happiness, and I can't do that anymore.
She's right, and I can't deny her happiness, not when I know how much all of this is hurting her. I have to keep her safe, but not suffocate her. I've never seen her as a possession or item, never seen her as anything other than Elise. But I guess I need to work on showing her. Okay, but Ellie? She tilts her head in reply, waiting. Just know you will never be lost in the darkness. I live here, little prey. The dark is my home, and I'll make you my beacon if that's what you want. She only smiles, but it's the kind of smile that makes me hope for better days. And when she feeds me another forkful of eggs, I take it. Anything to bring her back to me, to bring us back to the way things used to be.
Chapter 13. Elise. After that night, we fall into this strange rhythm. I mean, if you call tiptoeing around each other for fear of causing a catastrophic crash a rhythm. As time passes and I think more about him killing his grandfather, I become less frightened and more understanding. I can't judge him for what he did. I don't know the entire story since he hasn't deigned to share it with me, but I have no doubt Sebastian had his reasons, as I had mine. It was survival, kill or be killed. I know this, and it's the only thing I can tell myself to stop the guilt from eating me alive. I'm coming to terms with what I did. I hate it, but I also know I had no other option. Now my father wants to meet with Sebastian to discuss what will happen with me, as if I'm an object to be bartered. I hate it. I hate him. My father is the one who did this to me. Yes, Janov might have been the one inflicting pain, but my father? He played the biggest role in my abuse. He sold me, offered me to his friends, and planned to marry me off to whoever gave him the most money. Anger festers deep in my gut. I hate him. And I hate that everyone in this town thinks he's the hero, when in reality, he's what nightmares are made of. There's no one as evil as him. No one who will go to the lengths he goes to get what he wants. That's part of the reason I have a difficult time believing Sebastian. Not because I don't think he can protect me, but because I know my father and what he will do. I'm not only afraid for myself, but for Sebastian too. He has success, money, and power. Why would he risk all of those things for me? Why would he sacrifice so much? Confusion accompanies that thought every time it surfaces, and I sigh through my nose as I make my way downstairs. It's been a week since Sebastian embedded himself deep within the confines of my heart. I'm consumed by him, and all I can think about is the memory of his hands on my skin and how I want him to do it again. Which is a whole different can of worms since I refuse to ask him for sex. And he refuses to do it unless I beg. And I know he won't back down since he's possibly the only person more hard-headed than I am. After wandering around the house aimlessly for a while, I find myself in the kitchen with a book in my hand and my index finger marking the page. It's still and quiet, and no one is around other than me. I hate how much has changed. How quiet the house is compared to what it used to be. The only staff Sebastian has allowed in the house since I was taken is the housekeeper, and that's only because he's known her since he was a child and trusts her with his life. I'm restless, eager to explore and leave the house. But at the same time, the thought of doing so leaves me anxious. When will my father get impatient and show up? Or what is the next terrible thing he decides to do to me? I'm on pins and needles, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Releasing a heavy sigh, I reach for an apple from the fruit basket on the counter. As I do, my gaze falls on a glint of metal next to the basket. Then I set the apple down to pick it up. It's a necklace. The chain thick and expensive feeling, with a glimmering heart-shaped pendant. My fingers trace its smooth surface, the swirls and colors in the pendant's glass, catching the light and sparking curiosity. Whose is it? I glance at the basket, and the corner of a piece of paper catches my eye. Sliding the basket over, I pick it up and scan Sebastian's scrawled handwriting. For you, little prey. A warm glow suffuses me, and I lock the necklace around my neck. The day ahead and all this business with my father suddenly looks less bleak. My mind turns to another bright side in all this. Tanya and her pet security guard are gone now. Sebastian hasn't told me what happened, but I suspect it has something to do with what I witnessed in the study that night. All I know is her room is empty, and he had the housekeeper bleach and scrub it from top to bottom. Bringing the apple to my lips, I take a bite and chew slowly. Her absence doesn't bother me as badly as that of the other staff. I don't want to see her. I didn't want to see her when she lived here, and I want to see her even less after what I witnessed between her and Sebastian. It's another reminder. Another secret added to the ocean of lies and half-truths separating us. And the baby. Is it even possible? Or is that just one more lie? I know I should ask him about what I saw and overheard, but the last thing I want to do is cause more problems. And I get the feeling that's what would happen. The housekeeper, Carrie, bustles into the room, holding a stack of sheets. She pauses and gives me a disapproving look as she takes in my oversized t-shirt and shorts. No offense, but you need a shower. I try not to bristle at her comment. She is a very nice woman, and I didn't mind working with her when I was working for Sebastian. Perhaps I do. I shrug and take another bite of the apple. She sets her stack of sheets on the counter, and I eye them curiously. Perfectly folded fitted sheets was never something I mastered, and seeing her even stack makes the perfectionist in me flinch. Leaning against the counter, she stares at me, and I take in her khaki pants and pressed polo. She has her gray streaked hair pulled back into a tight bun. She looks put together, and the sheer contrast of us makes me feel even more self-conscious. Look, I have no idea what is going on between you and Mr. Arturo, but I can see you both care for one another. She swallows hard enough I can hear it, and the vulnerable look in her eyes makes sense when she speaks again. My husband died a few years ago. Cancer. It was the hardest time of my life, and Sebastian, even before his grandfather's death, made me his responsibility. He ensured I had anything and everything I needed. I couldn't work because there was no one to care for my husband, but the hospital didn't care. The debt collectors still called. The bills stacked up, and I knew I'd soon lose our house. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you lost your husband. I'm unsure what the proper response would be. I'm not telling you any of this because I want your sympathy. I'm telling you this because Sebastian understood the heartache and loss I was going to endure, and he knew losing my husband was bad enough. Losing the house and my job would kill me. So he ensured I'd have a job when I returned to work, and he covered all the funeral expenses. He didn't have to do those things, but he chose to. He wanted to. When I told him I had no idea how I'd ever repay him, he said, "You being here is all the repayment I need." She doesn't need to say it. I know Sebastian isn't a bad guy, but he's not as innocent as he portrays himself to be either. I just wanted to share that with you because no matter how well he plays the monster, that's not who he is. I nod, the movement jerky. Good lives inside Sebastian. I know that. But sometimes good isn't enough. God, I hope he didn't send her down here to tell me this in the hope I will forgive him or something stupid like that. He cares about you. And that's worth mentioning, since he doesn't care about much of anything or anyone. She smiles softly and snatches the stack of perfectly fitted sheets off the counter. Take a shower, child, and put on a fresh pair of clothes. Rude. I peer down at myself and cringe. Okay, maybe I do need a shower and a clean pair of clothes, but there's no reason to point it out. Bewildered, I shake my head and play back everything she said to me. Does she really think I don't see Sebastian as a good guy? He took care of me when my father sold me to his grandfather like a pet, didn't he? Still, some of the choices he's made through it all wouldn't exactly qualify him for sainthood. Although, we all make mistakes, right? We all have to do things that maybe we aren't proud of in the name of survival. Am I making excuses for him? Or am I simply seeing the truth of the matter? No matter which way it goes, there is no making the thunderclouds hanging above our heads, threatening to implode on us, disappear. I place the apple on the counter and get distracted when I hear what sounds like a scuffle at the door. Shoving off the stool, I walk toward the grand entrance, but whoever is here is already on their way toward me. I momentarily freeze. The world spins around me and I'm taken back in time. I'm that young girl, hiding in the back of her closet behind the frilly dresses, pajamas, and stuffed animals. Hiding for the sound of boots on the wood floor. My heart races, and a sheen of sweat forms against my palms. Yanov is dead, but the memory of his presence sure isn't. My fears slowly dissipate when Belle comes scurrying around the corner. She tugs the sleeves of her hoodie down over her knuckles, and when her gaze meets mine, she gives a giant grin. There you are. My lungs burn like I've been holding my breath for hours. I try to shake off the anxiety coursing through my veins and remind myself that this is Belle, my friend. Here I am. I give her a little wave. She crosses the kitchen, walking right up to me. Her long blonde braid swings over her shoulder with the movement. It's nice to see you out and about. It's nice not to be cooped up in that bedroom anymore. She smiles. Yeah, Seb can be a little over the top sometimes. A little? I wince and flash her my wedding ring. He made me marry him well under the influence. Oh girl, I already heard, and I ripped him a new asshole. She winks. For someone who always tells people to have manners and do things the right way, he sure has a habit of breaking his own rules. Knowing she defended me against him makes me smile. Thank you for sticking up for me. Of course. We girls have to stick together. That's for sure. So, I hope you didn't have any plans for today. She eyes me curiously. Does it look like I have any plans today? I gesture to myself. On second thought, Belle laughs. You do now, because I need some girl time. I consider the invitation. I haven't left the house since Sebastian brought me back here, and the fear of going out and something bad happening is like a ton of bricks sitting on my chest. I don't know if I would be good company right now. Belle frowns. What? Why not? Is everything okay? How much should I tell her? Does she know her brother is a killer? If I'm being honest with myself and you, I would say no, everything is not okay. I look away and consider my next sentence. And things with Sebastian are weird. It feels like there are so many secrets to overcome, but bringing them to light inevitably pushes us further apart. Secrets? What kind of secrets? I shift on my feet anxiously and avert my eyes. Well, I remembered some of what happened when I was left for dead and dumped on his doorstep. At this point, he should just tell me everything. But there are still gaps in my memory, and he's not offering me any answers. Then there's everything that happened with Yanov. I'm working on the guilt, but I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, startled and afraid. He might be dead, but it feels like his ghost haunts me. Wow. Okay, that's a lot. She nods. I can see why you're overwhelmed right now. Yeah, and I don't want to burden you with any of my problems. I give her a sad smile because we both know I'm about to decline her invite to go out. First of all, you're not a burden. That's what friends are for, right? to talk to about our problems, to get and give advice and guidance. And second, if you weren't jumpy or afraid after everything that went down, I would have to wonder if you were human. What you had to do. I don't think you understand the level of bravery that takes. Leaving the house can be fearsome after that. But I promise you, you're in good hands. I wouldn't let anything happen to you. Not at the expense of my brother's wrath. She's making this harder than it needs to be. I don't know, Belle. Shh. I will not take no for an answer. She tugs me by the arm. Go upstairs, take a shower, put on some clean clothes, and come shopping with me. I know you'll need a dress for one of the events Seb is attending soon. Isn't that what they made Amazon Prime for? I give her a cheeky grin. Rolling her eyes, she shoves me toward the entrance of the kitchen. You have 30 minutes, and don't try anything sneaky either, or I will come up there and dress you myself. Reluctantly, I follow her directions, and by the time I reach my room upstairs, I've convinced myself I need to at least try to get out of the house. 30 minutes later, I'm showered and dressed. My hair is still wet because I'm too lazy to dry it, so I toss it up into a bun. Before I head downstairs, I give myself a once-over in the mirror. I'm dressed in a pair of jeans and a chunky sweatshirt I'm wearing over a t-shirt. Is this shopping attire? I don't even know, but let's hope it's good enough. I find Belle in the foyer, leaning against the wall. She greets me with a smile, and we head out into the chilly midday sun together. A black sedan is parked out front, and Drew sits in the driver's seat. Should have known he wouldn't be very far from Belle. As we climb into the back seat, I ask Belle, "Is this our security?" He flashes me a grin over his shoulder. "Just pretend I'm not here." I level a look at Belle. Not likely to happen. She chuckles and then reaches over the seat to grab a couple of iced coffees Drew passes back to her. Shoving one into my hand, she turns in the seat to face me. Don't mind him. Drew is sworn to secrecy today. He won't say anything to anyone, or I won't let him do that one thing he likes. A pink flush climbs into her cheeks. I don't know if I believe that, but I go with it. Drew grumbles from the front seat but keeps his eyes on the road while he drives us off the estate. This must be a sanctioned outing, since Sebastian isn't currently blowing up my phone or chasing me down the driveway. It doesn't take us long to arrive wherever it is we're going, maybe 10 minutes. Drew pulls the sedan to the curb outside an upscale boutique. If you guys need anything, I'll be right here, chilling in the car. That's fine, because we won't be needing anything. Belle snickers, and I look at the front door of the shop skeptically. Belle must sense my hesitation because she latches onto my arm and damn near drags me out of the car. I know this doesn't seem like my style, but it's a good place to get dresses, and the added touch is the staff doesn't make me want to punch them in the face. I'm not sure what to say, so I say nothing at all. Belle drags us both through the door, and the little ding of the bell announces our presence. It's a beautiful shop, all white and black on accenting marble. The mannequins are stick figures, barely holding clothing, arranged artfully around the room. This is not a place I'd ever come to shop. I risk a look at Belle, but she seems determined. A small woman in black slacks and a black blouse comes around from the back of the shop. Ah, Ms. Arturo, you've returned. How can we help you today? Yes, my friend would like to try on some dresses, if you have time. Belle answers for both of us. Of course we have time. Anything for you. The woman smiles and gestures for us to follow her. Belle leads me to the back room, following the woman. We pass down a hall, and then a curtain is pulled to the side, and we step into a beautiful, relaxing space. In front of us is a low, white couch. Belle guides me over to it, and I sink down into its soft, comfy cushions. Cecile, we need a dress for my friend Ellie here, a special dress. Can you help us? She gives a little bow as a second staff member appears with a tray of cookies and tea. Oh, this is fancy. Cecile stares at me for a long moment, then waves her hand to request I stand. I scurry to my feet and let her turn me over, ever so slightly. Do you prefer long or short dresses? She asks. I let my mouth flop open a second as I spot a line of wedding dresses on a rack by the wall. I don't know. Thankfully, Belle swoops in to save the day. This is all new to her. We are shopping for an intimate wedding ceremony, so pick something to make her husband drool. The sound of her husband, in regard to me, makes my insides churn, and I sink back onto the couch, slowly. Wait, did she say wedding? Belle notices the change and hands me a cookie. Relax, I know it's all new to you, I understand. I also understand this might not be the way you wanted things to go, but I'm a glass half full kind of girl. Have you thought of the good parts this arrangement brings? Cecile leaves us then, and I take a long, deep breath to gain control of my fractured composure. Good things? Like what? Belle tilts her head, her mouth turned down as she studies me. I get you didn't envision the marriage part going like this, but it's not like you and Sebastian didn't have serious chemistry before all of this, right? You've been making moony eyes at him since I met you. And soon we can have a real party, a real wedding to enjoy. The thought of how ridiculous I acted makes my neck burn with shame. So, she continues, you have Sebastian, and he is devoted to you, completely. There will never be someone more in your corner or protective. I sigh. She doesn't know everything, though. She doesn't know who her brother really is or what he's done. Okay, but what if you knew Drew did something terrible, like really, really terrible, and he kept it from you, even though you were part of it, and he should have told you? How would you feel? Something shifts in her eyes, and she turns to busy herself, making a cup of tea, even though she's got a half-filled iced coffee on the table as well. I would be pretty upset and angry, but I would also have to learn to accept maybe he did a terrible thing to protect me. Not everything is cookie-cutter style, Elise. Sometimes the person you love does stupid things in an effort to lessen your own pain. It's your job to decide whether you can forgive him. Belle sounds like she's speaking from experience, and it makes me study her a little harder. Am I missing something? You're talking like you've experienced this before. She waves her hand, dismissing my question. This isn't about me. This is about you. Now tell me, what did Sebastian do? I freeze, partially because I want to protect Sebastian at all costs. I don't want anyone else to think ill of him, but if I can't tell her, then who can I tell? Belle abandons her tea and clasps my hands in hers. It doesn't matter what he did, Elise. He's my brother, and whatever you tell me will not change that. I swallow around the knot in my throat and force the words out. He killed his grandfather while I lay dying in the foyer. She blinks once, only taken off guard a tiny bit by such a confession. Why? Why did he kill him? It's not the question of a sister, but a friend. It feels like she's on my side, and I guess I didn't realize how much I've needed that. The tightness in my chest loosens. I don't know 100% why he did it, but I think it was because his grandfather purchased me in exchange for my father's gambling debts. That sounds like a good reason, right? I ponder her response. What would life have been like if Sebastian's grandfather was in control of me, in control of my well-being? I don't have to imagine but for a few seconds to know it would have been hell compared to what I face with Sebastian every day. He was just like my father, thinking he was above common decency, like respecting personal autonomy. Do you know what kind of man he was, the grandfather? Belle nods and looks down at our joined hands. He wasn't a good man. Not at all. He made it his dying mission to turn Sebastian into the perfect heir. I hate to think what would have become of you, or even me, if Sebastian hadn't made that sacrifice. I'm startled when a loud clatter fills the space, and I jump up from my seat. Belle's grip on me tightens, reminding me everything is okay. Nothing is going to happen. Her eyes are trained on me, and after a moment she whispers, "It's okay. It's fine. It was just the staff dropping something." My body trembles. My heart hammers against my ribcage. "Shh, it's okay. Everything is okay," Belle soothes, and her voice helps to keep me present. A few moments later, a young woman walks into the room carrying a few dresses and shoes, her heart-shaped face red, like she's embarrassed. She hangs the dresses and places the accessories on the display, then disappears again, and I sink back down onto the couch. Belle smiles at me. "You know the best part of all of this?" I shake my head, my mouth dry from the scare, and she continues, "You're my sister, and there is nothing I wouldn't do for my family. You have me, and you have Drew and those morons at the mill, Lee and Aries. Oh, and you have Sebastian. Despite how he went about things, I have no doubt he did this with the best of intentions. After all, you're the only thing he thinks about." "I don't know about that." Belle shakes her head. "Is it really that difficult to think you're worthy of attention and love? Sebastian loves you. There isn't a doubt in my mind. He might come off as heartless, cruel, and a prick, but once you get past the icy exterior and into the underbelly, you discover a different side of him, a warm and fuzzy side. If you're someone he cares about or considers family, there isn't anything he won't do for you. And I would know. We found out we were siblings on a whim. Our mother had died, and worst of all, he never got the opportunity to meet her. And when I say that, I mean genuinely get to know her. He lost so much. And since you've come along, it seems like he's opened up a little more. I want to tell her she's lying and doesn't know anything. But the truth is, she's right. I've seen it for myself." I nod, and she changes the conversation, jumping into what shoes go with what dress. But my mind remains stuck on Sebastian. What horrors is he trying to protect me from? And will we survive the revelation of all our secrets?
Chapter 14. Sebastian. After the phone call, I couldn't risk causing Elise any more stress, so I texted her father and told him that if he wanted to meet, all he needed to do was pick a place and time and let me know. Thus, here we are. The public cafe is a smart move on the sheriff's part. If he'd been stupid enough to meet me somewhere alone, I couldn't guarantee I wouldn't put a gun in his mouth and gleefully pull the trigger. Problem solved. Well, partially. I scan the small restaurant while I wait. It doesn't appear to be seated with any cops, but just because I don't see them doesn't mean they aren't here. There's no guarantee the sheriff's other associates aren't hiding in here. Men like Janhoff, casually sipping on London fog and acting as if they aren't sexual predators preying on the innocent. That's fine. Let them learn who they are up against by siding with the sheriff. My guess is, though, the man has an ego and comes alone, or maybe with a flunky, to try to intimidate me into surrendering to him. Surrendering Ellie to him. Not going to fucking happen. I force the thought from my mind before I lose it. I'm not stupid enough to put myself in a situation that would give him the upper hand anyway. Not with my life or my friends' lives on the line, but especially not with Ellie's hanging in the balance. I wanted to meet here, force him to drag me out, if he's man enough. So if the time comes, I can claim self-defense when the good sheriff inevitably goes too far. Who would blame me, the good old college football star, the man who stepped up for his family after so much tragedy? I'll put a bullet in Ellie's father's head, make him disappear, and the town will still call me a legend. Which is why I'm sitting here with a paper cup of coffee in my hand, alone. I'm aware I should have told my friends about my plan, but then they would have tried to talk me out of it. No doubt Drew and Aries both would kill him on sight, crowded cafe or not, and I'm not really in the mood to search for a lawyer today. That, or pay off a judge, or whatever else it would take to protect those I care about. I should really be worried about myself and the effort it's going to take me not to shoot this fucker in the face the second I see him. If there is anyone deserving death, it's him. It would almost be worth the hassle. I peer around the room once more, twisting in my seat to make sure no one is creeping up on my back. There's a window behind me, and I wouldn't put it past the sheriff to send one of his men through it. I settle into my seat, relaxing when it appears no one is watching me and nothing seems to be out of place. It's a little surprising I haven't received more curious looks, as I've been staring the patrons down like they owe me money. I glance down at my cell phone. He's late. If he's going to threaten me and my wife, he should at least have the decency to be on time. The bell above the door jingles, alerting me to another patron walking into the cafe. I look up to see the sheriff, his gaze roaming over the space until he pinpoints me. He skirts the tables around us and casually comes to stand in front of the only empty chair at the table. I ensured it was the only one there, back to the room, just to piss him off. "Mr. Arturo." He greets me, tipping his finger against his hat like an old-time cowboy. I don't return the pleasantries and instead continue to study him. This is the first time I've seen the sheriff up close, and I can see Ellie in his eyes. Somehow the similarity pisses me off more than anything else. "Did you want to get some coffee before we start?" I offer with a blank face. Shaking his head, he removes his hat, then combs his fingers over his sparse gray fuzz. He's buzzed it short, but it's easy to see there's not much hair left. He's maybe an inch taller than me, and his build is lean. If it came down to it, and he didn't have his gun, I'd be able to take him easily enough. He pulls out the chair and sits, leaning his legs out like he's relaxed. "We have a couple of things to discuss, Mr. Arturo, like the return of my property." I lean onto the table and take a sip of my almost empty coffee. It's mostly cold dregs now, but it lends to the mask, so I don't care. "I wasn't aware I possessed anything of yours, Sheriff." Raising one eyebrow as if questioning my sanity, he scans my face. "Yeah, you don't want to see how fucked up I am. I promise you that. I've learned to shove everything so deep no one sees it. I should thank Tanya for that little skill." "Don't play stupid with me. You have my daughter, and I want her back." I roll my eyes up and purse my lips like I'm thinking. "Your daughter? I don't recall. The only person I have in my possession is my wife." Slowly, I tilt my hand over the table, letting the ring on my left hand catch the light. I would have preferred to have Ellie pick out a ring for me, but I needed this to make a point. "Your wife?" he balks. "Fucking a girl doesn't mean she's yours to keep. The arrangement I had was with your grandfather, not you." All I can do is shrug, still keeping the hate I feel for this asshole out of my eyes. Isn't that how inheritance works? Anything that was his now belongs to me. I mean, if I, in fact, had one of your possessions, which I don't. He releases a frustrated sigh and taps his knuckle against the table. Well, I suppose we can circle back to this in a moment when I tell you the rest of why I'm here to meet you. The carrot, so to speak. As opposed to what? The stick? Are we speaking with that tired metaphor? He wears his dislike of me thickly on his face, his thin mouth twisting into a nasty grin, one I'm sure would send Ellie running, and I hate him a little for it. Though he should know, men like him don't scare me. They make me hungry for revenge, for power, for death. It would appear you've run into some legal troubles, Mr. Arturo. I'd like to be of assistance on account of the long-standing relationship our families have with one another. I clench my hand into a fist in my lap and shake my head. Legal troubles? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I'm a good, upstanding citizen, just an all-American, good old college football player, and the star running back for Oakmount. Who would have a problem with me? His jaw twitches, and his smile slips away. Your stepmother, Mrs. Arturo, has filed assault charges against you. When she showed up at the station distraught and beat up, we knew we had to do something. As good officers of the law, my team and I took pictures and recorded everything. Even made sure she had a medical professional for a rape kit. She named you as her attacker. She says you even caused a miscarriage. Medical records to prove it. Are you fucking kidding me? I want to scream at him that I didn't touch her, but that's a lie. I didn't fuck her or let her fuck me as she would have preferred, but there is no denying I threw her out of my house as brutally as she deserved. Face like a stone, I stare at him. Does she have proof of this? I haven't seen my stepmother in some time, not since she graciously decided to move out of the family estate and into a motel to make room for my growing family. Something like disbelief flashes in his eyes. Family? Are you expecting anyone else besides your wife? I smile. Oh, you know, young love, it's early in the marriage, but we're just a couple of kids, Sheriff. Sometimes we aren't as safe as we should be, and I have a family legacy to consider. He stiffens, and I know I've gotten under his skin. If Ellie is pregnant, he can't take her back. He can't sell her or her body to anyone else. I've essentially spoiled the fruit. Well, regardless, your stepmother has named you as her attacker and has formally pressed charges. Of course, in view of your potential cooperation, if we could come to an arrangement, maybe I could help. I shrug, trading in my usual blank stare for a smile. Well, she's lying, and I don't have anything I'm interested in giving you. So, I shove away from the table and stare down at him. If there isn't anything else to discuss, I'll be going. Before I repeatedly smash your smug face into the table until you stop breathing. Wait one more moment, Mr. Arturo. I don't think you understand how serious this is. A warrant has been issued for your arrest. I've been dragging my feet with paperwork, but the lady is being insistent you should be arrested. So, if we can't come up with a solution, I'm afraid I'll have to take you to jail and book you. I slowly lower myself back into the chair. This fucking asshole. The smile slips off my face, and I let the hate I feel for him enter my eyes. Let him see how much I want to kill him. Brutally, painfully, without mercy. I let him see the man he's decided to fuck with long enough to unsettle him. Unfortunately, he's a stupid bastard. Mr. Arturo, do you have any thoughts? I sipped the last bit of my coffee and slid my cup back onto the table again, thinking. The only thing he wants is Ellie, and she's the only thing I wouldn't give up for the world. What do you want, Sheriff? Be clear. He tilts his head, grinning now, knowing he has the upper hand for the first time since he sat. Well, since we are negotiating, as I mentioned before, I want my property. Additionally, I'd take a donation to my re-election campaign, if you're feeling generous. How much? He tilts his shoulder and shakes his head. Oh, I don't know. $500,000 would mean I get to reach the ears of a lot of folks around here. I'd love to be able to spread the word more thoroughly. $500,000 can buy you a lot of drugs and guns. What about $1 million, and we forget about your property? He scoffs. We both know my property is priceless. Could have fooled me by how you passed it around to assholes like Yanov. He resettles at the mention of his dead friend. Well, we all have debts to pay, of course. Everything was supposed to be returned to me unharmed. Yanov never followed my directions very well. I think we're at an impasse if the money doesn't interest you. He studies me carefully, assessingly, and for all his faults, he's picked something up. Maybe he's finally understanding I won't walk away from Ellie, not for anything. Well, I guess we better go downtown then. And that's it. I slide my phone from my pocket, hit a button, and raise it to my ear. Ellie picks up almost immediately. Hey, you with Drew? She sounds breathless. Yes, I'm at home, waiting for you. Good. Stay put. Drew, Aries, and Lee, and Belle will be over shortly to keep you company. It's a lie, but I can't let this dick know she might be vulnerable right now. What? Why? What's going on? I sigh and meet the sheriff's eyes. Do me a favor, though. Tell Aries I need him to find me the best lawyer in the tri-state area. It seems the sheriff wants me to accompany him downtown to discuss a couple of things, and I don't talk to cops without legal counsel. There's a scuffle. What the hell, Sebastian? What do you mean he's taking you to jail? She's almost screeching in my ear now, but I don't dare let the man sitting across from me see even a lick of the fear I know Ellie is feeling right now. Unfortunately, yes, but stay with them. I'll see you soon, babe. Love you. She sputters and I hang up before she can respond, even though I really wanted to hear her say the words back to me. I lock the screen and slide it into my pocket. I'll follow you there. He stands and shoves the chair hard under the table, sending it into my gut. It burns, but I don't respond with anger. That's what he expects, anticipates. Unhooking his cuffs, he waves them at me. No, I don't think so. You'll be accompanying me, just to make sure you get there all right. 2 more uniformed officers walk into the cafe and I shrug. Sure, if that's what you want, Sheriff. I'm sure my lawyer will be there before we arrive. He leans in, and he's so close I can smell the bourbon on his acrid breath. Unless you'd like to reconsider where you stand on things. No, I'm good. Angrily, he grabs my wrists, and I resist the urge to slug him in the face. Fucking asshole. Pain flares up my limbs when he wrenches my arms behind my back. but all I do is flash a grin at the two other officers who look way more uncomfortable than their boss. Across the cafe, a girl stands, her phone in her hand. She's filming it, I bet. I give her a wink, because in an hour this will be all around campus, and the sheriff won't have a leg to stand on. Golden Boy gets arrested. Star Oakmount player dragged away in handcuffs. I can see it in the Oakmount Tribune. In this town, the Oakmount legacy is supreme, and the sheriff is about to piss off his own donor base. Good. Better he makes himself look like an asshole than have me do it. With a hand on my back, he shoves me forward, and I stumble, going down to one knee as hard as I can. It's nothing, but I grimace and groan, making it look like it hurts. Image is everything. Hauling me up by the arms, he drags me out of the cafe, and I let him, limping along the entire way to the car. If he's going to try to pin something on me I didn't do, then you can bet your fucking ass I will be returning the favor. Two can play this game.
Chapter 15. Elise. I don't know if it's Belle's soothing presence or the fact we are shadowed by Drew's imposing one, but by the time we arrive back at the house, I'm already feeling better. I lead Drew and Belle inside, scanning the foyer and then ducking my head into Seb's study to see if he's there, but the place is empty. With a shrug, I turn and say, "I'm not sure where he is right now, but I can text him if you want." Belle shakes her head, her bouncy hair bobbing around her as she moves. "No, it's fine. I'll see him whenever. Oh, I have an idea. Let's make him dinner." "Dinner?" I try not to look as apprehensive as I feel at the thought of her cooking anything. Putting her hands on her hips, she narrows her eyes at me. "Yes, dinner. What else would we make?" "That's not what I meant. I just didn't know you cooked. That's all." I risk a glance at Drew, trying to gauge his opinion. He's been around a lot, but I still find him intimidating as hell. Like at any second, he's going to go feral and rip me apart. His features are closed off, giving nothing away. "Excuse me? Of course I know how to cook." Belle scoffs and marches off toward the kitchen. I follow her, with Drew hot on my heels. "I wasn't trying to insult you," I tell her as soon as we reach the kitchen. She's already elbow deep in the fridge, rifling around. Drew goes to her and stands at her side while I plop down on a stool. "I myself am not really a good cook, not unless you consider microwaving meals cooking." I give a weak laugh. Belle waves a hand at me, her focus on the fridge and its contents. The housekeeper has been good at keeping the pantry and fridge stocked, so I'm certain she'll find whatever ingredients she needs. I let her be, and after a few minutes of rummaging and piling items into Drew's arms, she turns to me with a wide smile and declares, "I'm making tacos." I tug my phone out of my pocket, lift it to snap a picture of them cooking together, and then send it to Sebastian without any explanation. Maybe he'll come back. The little trip out of the house was nice, yet I can't help but feel something is missing now. Belle interrupts my daydreaming when she slides a chopping board and tomato down in front of me. "Just cut this in tiny pieces. I'll cook the beef." Drew leans against the counter near her, pouting.
"Oh, really? So you let her play with the knife, but not me?"
"You're such a baby." She rolls her eyes.
"Well, if I can't cut stuff up, what do I get to do?"
She doesn't even look at him when she responds and simply turns the stove on. "You can just stand there and look pretty." With a villainous gleam in his eyes, he leans forward and nips at her neck. A tiny whimper escapes her, and heat climbs into my cheeks. I jerk my gaze away and back to the tomato, trying to give them at least a hint of privacy. Sebastian touches me, but not like that. Not so carefree and easy. It's as if every touch of Sebastian's will sear or scar me. Is what Belle and Drew share how things are supposed to be? I wouldn't call what Sebastian and I have right now a relationship. Not that I have any previous experience. Sure, we're married, but it's nothing more than a word at this point. Drew slides some chopped up lettuce toward me, and I realize I'd zoned out again. Did you say something? He shakes his head and continues watching me.
No, just adding this to the veggies. Figure it would be easiest to serve that way.
I nod, uneasiness coating my insides from the inspection of his direct gaze. I texted Sebastian. Maybe he'll be back in time to eat with us. Drew shrugs.
Maybe, maybe not. The guy's busy as hell.
He casually moves closer to Belle, pulling her back into his front and using his hands to cradle her hips. I clear my throat and hop off the stool. I'm uncomfortable with his outright display of affection toward her, and I don't know how to handle it. I'm going to go wash up. I'll be back down in a few minutes. I don't give them the chance to reply before I run out of the room, up the stairs, and head straight into our room. His intoxicating clean scent surrounds me and calm settles over me. It only takes a minute to wash my hands and splash some water on my face. There's this nervous energy in my stomach, and I can't get it to go away. I don't know what it's about or why I have it, but it feels like something bad is about to happen. I check my phone again. He didn't even open my text message. What could he be doing when he's so adamant about staying near me at all times? This is stupid. I laugh to myself. How do I both want him to keep his distance, but also want to make sure he's safe and tucked into my side? Possible scenarios fill my mind and do nothing to calm me. They only ramp up my anxiety. Could he be dead somewhere? What if my father got his hands on him? My breaths become ragged, the telltale signs of a panic attack looming in the distance. No, this is just my fear, my trauma. No matter who tried to grab him, Sebastian wouldn't be taken easily. He's a fighter, always fighting. Maybe if he gets home in the next few minutes, he'll be happy I'm waiting here for him. The thought makes me want to run, since that's exactly what he wants. But another part of me is fighting back against that impulse. The one considering what Belle said about Sebastian doing everything in his power to protect me. Yes, he killed his grandfather, but he had to have a reason. He doesn't do anything unless he has a very specific reason. Belle suggested it was because of me, because his grandfather tried to own me. But is there more to it? Or am I overthinking it all? There's no way to know when he absolutely refuses to speak about that night. I give myself another minute to wallow in my thoughts, and then choose to go back downstairs because the last thing I want is Belle having to come find me. Straightening my spine, I fill my lungs with air and slowly release the tension. Then I head back down to the kitchen. When I enter, Belle is piling tortillas on the counter with a wide, happy grin. And I can't help but smile back. She's infectious with her joy. A feeling I used to know. Okay, fine. It's not that I'm unhappy now. Just different. My experiences wore down the juvenile innocence I once had. Can't say it's a bad thing. It's probably for the best, since all that did was make me vulnerable. I slide back onto the stool and grab a plate. Should we wait for Sebastian? I clear my throat. Maybe if you text, he'll... Belle cuts me off. Please, that man lives and breathes for you. If he's not texting you back, he won't respond to me either. My chest is tight at the thought, but I don't comment. Instead, I nod, focusing on the food. Thank you for cooking. It smells amazing. My stomach rumbles so loud they both hear it, freezing at the noise. We all laugh, and the tension from earlier is broken. I can breathe again. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I snatch it out so fast I almost fumble it into a bowl of shredded cheese. I spot Sebastian's name on the screen and immediately hit send. Hey, He cuts me off, mid-sentence. Hey, you with Drew? I shake my head and stare across the counter at Belle's and Drew's questioning looks. Yes, I'm at home waiting for you. When he continues, something in his tone sends shivers rolling through me, panic churning in my gut. Good. Stay put. Drew, Aries, Lee, and Belle will be over to keep you company. I meet Drew's gaze, noticing the sharpening of it, and the way his lips thin as he studies me. What? Why? What's going on? I hate the frantic edge overtaking my tone, but I'm incapable of reining it in. Do me a favor, though. Tell Aries I need him to find me the best lawyer in the tri-state area. It seems the sheriff wants me to accompany him downtown to discuss a couple of things, and I don't talk to cops without legal counsel. I snatched the phone away from my ear and hit the speaker button. What the hell, Sebastian? What do you mean he's taking you to jail? I nearly screech and twist my hands into the fabric of my shirt to try to calm myself. Unfortunately, yes. But stay with them. I'll see you soon, babe. Love you. There's a click. The signal he's hung up the phone. Now I'm both confused and frantic. My voice trembles as I speak. We have to help him. I don't think either of you understand how powerful my father is. He'll kill him. Sebastian's the only thing standing between my father and me. My phone starts to ring again, sliding on the smooth granite countertop. I peer down at the screen. It's an unknown number. Shit. How did my father get this number? It's a new phone. He couldn't have gotten it off Sebastian's phone that fast, right? With a hammering heartbeat, I move to answer it, but Drew snatches my hand in midair, shaking his head at me. No, you don't answer to that fucker anymore. Answering his call would be feeding right into his bullshit, and you're above that. Sebastian has fought tougher villains. He can take care of himself. I don't understand why he's not taking this more seriously. He's going to jail, Drew. He merely shrugs. Here's the thing about Sebastian. He's all about strategy. If I had to guess, I would assume that's exactly where he wants to be. He has a reason for the madness, for even talking to your father in the first place. My bet is he would be livid if we did anything to ruin his plans. You might be capable of listening to his bitching, but my ears start to bleed when I'm forced to endure his whining. I tug my hand out of his grasp and look at Belle for any type of advice. But she's staring down at the counter, her forehead wrinkled. It looks like she's devising a plan. Tell me if I'm right or wrong here. Okay? Belle looks up at me. Your father wants to get Seb out of the way so he can have you all to himself, right? I nod and swallow hard. Yes? Belle smiles, but it's a strange smile. Almost evil. And it doesn't fit her soft features. Then you have to show him you can't be separated. That you won't be separated. I think I know where she's going with this, and I'm not sure I like it. She continues, I'll call the lawyer, and you go get changed into something. She waves at me. Something expensive looking. I shake my head, confused. What good is that going to do? Your father will never expect you to be strong, to show ferocity in the face of fear. What we're going to do is make sure he knows you're not to be fucked with. You'll go pick Sebastian up at the police station and prove to your father you're a united front. And that if he wants to get to you, it won't be as easy as he thinks. Show him your teeth and claws. I know you have them. Hell no. I can't face my father. I can barely leave the house, let alone stand up to the man who abused me for years. No, it won't work. I can't sell that. Look at me, I'm shaking at the very idea of it. Drew skirts the counter and spins me to face him. Do you love him? All I can do is blink. I part my lips, but nothing comes out. It's a simple question. Drew's features turn cold. I try to organize my thoughts, considering, weighing, measuring. Do I love him? You don't need to think about it. If the answer isn't yes, then it's no. He releases me, and I wobble on my legs trying to find the words. Do I love him? Yes, I love him. Even if I shouldn't, even if it's wrong, even if he's a murderer. I'm one too. Sometimes the things you will do to protect yourself and those you love aren't morally correct. Turning back to Belle, Drew says,
Let's get the car. We'll go pick him up.
No, I growl. His narrowed gaze shifts back to me.
No?
No. I'll do it. I'll go. I'm his wife, and it needs to be me. I can barely believe the words coming out of my mouth right now. Let me go change really quickly. I'm a trembling mass of worry, but I don't focus on my anxiety. I race up the stairs, grab the first dress I can find that isn't too fancy, and wiggle into it. Shoes come next, and then I walk into the bathroom. A bunch of hair products are sitting on the counter, but I grab a claw clip and secure my brown locks in a bun at the back of my head. Glancing at myself in the mirror, I can see the worry lines forming, the fear trickling in. Fuck. I wish I was as good as Sebastian is at masking my emotions. I reach for the mascara and apply a little to brighten up my eyes. The last thing I want my father to think is that I've been held up in the house, anxiously waiting for him to attack, even if it is the truth. As I walk past the bed, I stare down at where Sebastian keeps a gun sheath. A weapon might not be a bad idea. But then I remember another sheath. Sebastian's knife. I check the nightstand and under the bed, but it isn't until I slide my hand beneath the pillow that I find it. The protective walls I've built around my heart crumble slowly as I grab it, check the sheath, and race back to the kitchen. It isn't until I've nearly reached the kitchen that I realize I'm still holding the mascara tube in one hand and the knife in the other, my dress flapping open in the back, still needing to be zipped. Wow, what a damn mess. The second Belle sees me, she leads me gently to a bench near the wall, turns to zip me, and then sits me down. Breathe. We have time. It'll be a little bit while they process him. Drew already sent the lawyer. I called the car service. We can't go in with you, but we'll be parked nearby with Lee and Aries in case something goes wrong. Panic sinks its nails into my skin. Belle's lips are moving, but her voice sounds far away. What if I can't do this? What if I'm paralyzed with fear? What if he hurts Sebastian? Belle snags the items from my hands and cups me by the cheeks, forcing me to look into her eyes. Breathe. You can do this. I know you can do this. You're strong. Stronger than you think. And fierce like a lion. Go in there and show your father he doesn't have the hold he thinks he does on you. Stare fear right in the face and say, fuck you. Yes, I whisper in reply. I can do this. I can do this. I have to do this. There is no other option but to go forward, to face my fears. Sebastian would want me to do it. He'd expect me to play the part. The thought of his praise, of him looking at me with pride, makes my chest swell. This isn't something I can do, but something I must do. I might be afraid, might be trembling, but at least I'm standing up for myself. Let's do this, I announce, and Belle's hands fall from my face. I stand, ignoring the way my knees knock together. You can do this. You have to do this. Belle gives me an approving smile before she reaches down to fasten my shoes. Once she's done, I turn to face Drew. He gives me a curt nod.
Everything's in place. Let's get Sebastian home before your father does anything else that might result in his untimely death.
Huh? You make it sound like he's already done something. Has he? Is Sebastian okay? Dread fills me. Drew extends his phone out to me and, using his thumb, presses play on a video. I watch, stricken, as the video shows my father, escorting Sebastian out of a coffee shop. Where the hell is that? I've never seen him in that shop, or even been there myself. Did he meet my father there? Or did my father catch him there? He doesn't appear to be hurt, and looks more annoyed than anything, which relieves me. At least he's not hurt. I hate not knowing what happened or how he ended up there, if this was planned or something else. But I'll get the answers to those questions once we're back at the house together.
This is circulating on social media already. No surprise there, though. Like I said, Sebastian has a plan. He always has a plan.
Drew's voice trails off. His plan sucks. Next time, he should tell us what he's doing before he does it. We're his family. We're supposed to lift him up and support him when he needs help.
Now you're getting it.
Drew smirks, and all I can do is shake my head. I'll get Sebastian out of jail. But by the time I'm done with him, he'll probably wish he was back in that cell. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it right. And that means honesty with one another going forward. You've got this, Belle offers in parting as she walks with us out to the car. Doubt lingers in my mind. What if I don't have this? What if I'm not as strong as you think I am? I don't realize I've spoken the words out loud until I hear my own voice ringing in my ears. When we reach the car, Drew places his hand on my shoulder and gives it a squeeze.
Sebastian wouldn't have chosen you to be his wife or to walk through fire with him if he didn't think you were strong enough to handle it. And also, to quote some really old guy who was a president once, Teddy Roosevelt, I think, we have nothing to fear but fear itself.
If you're trying to give me strength, it's not working, I mumble. All he does is smile.
I don't need to give you strength, Elise. You're strong enough. You just need to pull out that courage, put the mask in place, and conquer your demons. The only thing standing in the way of that is you.
I swallow thickly, sliding into the back seat of the town car. Drew closes the door, trapping me inside and leaving me with nothing but my thoughts. Am I the only thing standing in the way of my own happiness? And if so, am I willing to conquer my fears and let them go so I can experience true happiness?
Chapter 16. Sebastian. Remind me to never let Ares pick a lawyer on my behalf again. I know I said no to using my family or business attorney, especially considering the circumstances, but I expected better than this. A man in a stained tie with greasy hair. Apparently I should have lowered my expectations. Nevertheless, the fucker did what he was supposed to do, because I barely spent an hour in the holding cell. The worst part of the experience was facing the sheriff every 5 minutes as he tried to talk me into giving him Ellie. Over my fucking dead body, and Drew's, and Ares's, and Lee's, because not a single one of us would allow her to fall back into that bastard's hands. The thought of Ellie reminds me it's been too long since I last saw or touched her. I need her in my arms so I can be sure she's safe after her trip out with Drew and Belle. It surprised me when Drew messaged and said Belle got her out of the house. I'm glad she made the decision to do something. I know she thinks leaving the house is dangerous, but it's necessary in terms of healing. She can't possibly get back to feeling normal if she doesn't do normal things. I shift on my feet as the police officer behind the glass assembles my wallet, keys, and phone into a plastic bag. I should tell him to toss the phone in the trash, since I won't be using it again. The sheriff might have tampered with it. I suppose Lee could tell me for sure, but I'd rather trash it than get a new one just to be on the safe side. The thin, uniformed cop slides the plastic Ziploc bag toward me along with a clipboard. Sign here. I stare into the man's eyes while I scribble my name on the paper, then snatch the bag from him and head toward the double doors. Freedom at last. I step outside to find the sun setting and the sky painted in an array of pinks and oranges. Now it's time to get back to the house, check on Elise, and figure out what to do with the sheriff. If he thinks he can threaten me and I won't retaliate, then he's more stupid than I thought. I pause on the stairs when I spot Ellie standing near the car, and then nearly lose my shit when I see who stands beside her, talking to her. Piece of shit. Of course he would wait until I'm behind bars to talk to his daughter. Elise is pale, her body still stone, although she seems to relax a little at my presence. The change in her posture is so evident, even the sheriff glances over at me. His body language becomes rigid, but in a different way, like he suspects he might have made a mistake. Fuck yeah, he made a mistake. Forcing my legs to move again, I shove the bag into my jacket pocket, my hands along with it, and head toward them. Once I'm close enough that I know the sheriff can hear me, I call out, "I don't care who you are, what your name is, or how much money you have. If you want your hands to remain attached to your body, I suggest you remove them from my wife." His gaze shifts to me, and there is no hiding the hatred there as I come to a stop beside them. It's only then I notice what Elise is wearing. The dress hugs her lithe body, the heels giving her a few inches on those long, muscular legs. She's done her hair and makeup, and the ring on her finger glitters in the light. Fucking hell. My fucking girl is a goddess. She meets my eyes and gives me a little pout. "We're missing dinner." I lean down and kiss her cheek gently. "Well, I'll have to make it up to you." I skip my gaze down her body one more time, and the sheriff's hand clamps harder onto her wrist. "Sheriff, I'm going to give you 5 fucking seconds to take your hand off my wife before I remove it. And when I say remove, I mean shatter the fucking bones in it so every time you even consider moving, you're reminded of me." That sounds like a threat, and I do believe you're in enough trouble as it is. Or would you like me to pile on a little more? I shift closer to Ellie in case he wants to try something, and the way my chest tightens when she leans closer to me. There are no fucking words. I know she's terrified right now, but I doubt her father can see it. I can barely see it, and I've gotten very good at spotting every little emotion she tries to hide. That might work on others, but it won't work on me. I'm not intimidated by you. Now remove your hand, or I'll remove it for you. I snap. He works his jaw and the muscles tense, and I know he's considering what I've said, wondering if I'll really do it. Try me, fuckface. It'll be a pleasure to break your hand and watch you squeal in pain. With a sneer, he squeezes her wrist hard, and in turn, Ellie winces. So help me God, if he leaves a bruise on her, I will kill him. Consequences be damned. Lightning quick, I snatch 2 of his fingers and crank them back. Almost instantly, he releases Ellie, who tugs her hand away like it's been set on fire. Staring into the sheriff's eyes, I warn him with nothing but a glare. Next time, I won't be so kind. I don't care if she's your daughter, and I don't care what your reasoning is. Turning toward Elise, I lower my voice and ask, "Are you okay, babe?" She lifts her head, holding her chin high, and nods. "Yes, I'm okay. Thank you." "Good. Then I think we should be going now." I nod toward the car, and thankfully Elise takes the hint and turns on her heels in that direction. The sheriff and I remain deadlocked, glaring at one another, and I tighten my hold on his fingers. The need for revenge burns like acid in my veins. I want to rearrange this asshole's face, but I can't lead with emotion. I can't. I know it would feel great to hurt him the same way he's hurt Elise, but it wouldn't stop him from doing something similar to another girl. So while I want to kill him, I decide to leave him with a warning instead. I twist his hand enough to set him off balance, and he immediately tumbles to the ground with a grunt. "You piece of shit!" he snarls, pressing his hand flat against the concrete while trying to push himself back up onto his feet. With a triumphant smile, I step forward and slam the heel of my leather loafer into the back of his hand. A sickening crunch meets my ears, and a howl of pain rips from his throat. I know I'll be put back behind bars if his guys witness what I'm doing, but it'll be worth it in the end. Leaning down, I take him by the throat and tug him forward while keeping my foot pressed firmly on his hand. Through gritted teeth, I speak into his face. "Consider this a warning. Touch her again, and I'll peel the skin off your bones and feed it to you. Elise is no longer fighting her battles alone. Fuck around, and you will certainly find out, Sheriff." I release him with a shove and take a step back. Swiping a hand down the front of my suit jacket, I turn toward the car. Elise stands in front of the door, waiting for me, and I peer around the parking lot to see if there are any other dangers. But it isn't a danger I spot. A few rows back are Drew and Belle, watching, waiting. Emotion swells in my chest. They're looking out for her, for me. "The deal," the sheriff growls behind me, and I look at him over one shoulder, watching as he clutches his injured hand to his chest. "After what you just did, I should tell you to fuck off and there is no deal, but I'm a gracious man, so the offer is still there. You'd be smart to accept it, because things are going to get a whole lot worse for you." "Great. I love a good challenge," I taunt. Turning my attention back to the car, I continue walking until I reach Elise. Then I tug open the door and help her inside before climbing in behind her. I can still hear my pulse thundering in my ears. A mixture of adrenaline and rage leads me. The driver pulls away and I glance toward Elise, realizing she's not buckled in yet. Shifting, I grab the seatbelt and fasten it quickly. She peers over at me, her eyebrows pinched together with confusion. "Why did you do that?" "I wanted to make sure you're safe." "From a car accident? The speed limit is 25 all through town." "Not particularly. Mainly me." I lick my lips, eyeing her once more, my mouth watering as I take in the milky white flesh of her legs. "You have no idea what I want to do to you right now. That fucking dress is driving me crazy. I want to slice it off you inch by silky inch, pull back all the fabric and kiss every inch of your skin." She gulps loud enough I can hear her. Okay." Needing something else to focus my attention on besides undressing her and fucking her like a madman in the back seat, I gently pull her wrist up so I can inspect her flesh in the low light. A ball of anger tightens in my gut. The skin is bright pink where her father touched her, but I don't see any bruises. "Did he touch you anywhere else?" She shakes her head. "He didn't have time. You came out before he could get much more than a few nasty words in." "What was he talking about when he said the deal?" I sigh and scan her features, the makeup, the hairstyle. "Did you go out with Drew like this?" She huffs, no doubt at my change of subject. "No, of course not. Belle had me change before I came to get you so we could, show a united front." Gently, I slick a lock of her hair between my fingers. "She's a smart one, my sister." "She definitely is, but so are you. Smart at evading. Tell me the truth. What was the deal about?" She presses. Shit. I don't want to lie to her, but I don't want to send her into a spiral of feelings either. "Nothing. It's nothing." She swats my hand away and leans into the door away from me. Shaking her head, she stares at me with disappointment. "No, you don't get to do that. You can't just say it's nothing when I know it really is. I'm tired of being left in the dark, Sebastian." I meet her eyes now, smoked out from the makeup. Fuck, she's so pretty, even with tears in her eyes. Look, I don't want to talk about it. It doesn't matter. He doesn't matter. Whatever deal he was offering wasn't something I'd ever consider, so it doesn't bear talking about. I can't share something with you that I know nothing about. That's how little I care about him and what he has to say. She wraps her arms tight around her middle and turns to stare out the window. I want to believe that, but I can't. Is there any point in this if you don't intend to tell me things? You keep saying we're a team and must present ourselves as a united front. Yes, and we do. We are. Well, it doesn't feel like we're a team. If we were, I wouldn't be sidelined by things my father says. I'd be prepared. I'm your wife, the person you're supposed to trust no matter what. But you can't even trust to tell me something so small, something that has nothing to do with you at all? I turned to face her more fully, tucking my leg beneath the other. Anything that has to do with you has to do with me. I'm trying to keep you safe, Ellie. I made it clear from the beginning. Your safety is always my priority. Over your feelings, over my feelings, over everything. So we aren't a team. I don't get a say? You'll make the decisions and I'll just be expected to follow along and play the good little wife when you need me. I huff out a breath and scrub a hand down my face. I don't expect you to play anything. I expect you to be my wife, and that's it. Let me take care of you, keep you safe and spoil you. Let me give you the life you've only ever dreamed of having. I want to be a team. I want to confide in you, and I will. But when it comes to protecting you, physically and mentally, there is nothing I won't do. It's her turn to huff, and I watch as her breath fogs the glass beside her. After a few moments, the tension between us eases, and the pressure on my chest lifts. I want to say something to make things better, but I don't know what to say. We cooked dinner, she announces, her voice cutting through the silence. A smile tugs at my lips. Elise is strong, determined, and stubborn as a mule, but she's not stupid. I know she wants to be independent, her own person, and to make her own choices, and I hope someday I can loosen the reins on her. But for now, I'm grateful she's letting me lead the way and protect her. Oh yeah? I didn't know you could cook. What did you make? I did not make anything. Drew and Belle made tacos. I cut up the veggies, but it doesn't matter. It's probably way too cold to eat now. Reaching for her, because any time my skin is touching her, I feel a sense of calm wash over me. I gently caress her arm. It's not a big deal. I'll toss it in the microwave and heat it. I'm sure it will still be delicious. Yeah, I guess. You didn't tell me on the phone why he arrested you. It's a statement, but I know the question lingers. She wants to know why he arrested me and why I was at the coffee shop in the first place, I presume. Ellie, I warn. Let me guess, you won't tell me that either. Twisting in her seat, she gives me her back once more. I'm frustrated, but I understand her anger. At some point, I'll have to come clean about everything, but right now, when she's already in such a fragile state of mind, that time isn't now. I reach into my pocket, dig through the stupid bag and snatch out my phone. Then I remember I can't use it and throw it to the floor. Give me your phone. She bristles, her shoulders shifting as she actively tries to present more of her back to me. No. Ellie, give me your phone. There's a bite in my tone as my patience fizzles away. Please, I add, trying to abate some of my anger. Angrily, she reaches into the little purse near her hip, retrieves the phone and practically throws it in my direction. I catch it before it can smash into the side of my head and bite my tongue. I don't want to fight with her, not unless it leads to sex. Wrangling my emotions together, I quickly shoot a text to Drew telling him they can go back to his place instead of returning to the mansion. Elise and I need some time alone with one another. I slide the device back into her still open bag, then unbuckle her belt. "What are you doing?" she grumbles as I drag her across her seat and onto my lap. "Whatever I want," I reply cockily. She attempts to resist, but soon relaxes, resting against my chest. "Sometimes you make me really mad." "I could say the same thing about you, babe." She shivers in my arms and pulls away slightly to look into my eyes. "I just don't like the secrets. They keep coming back to haunt me." I know she's not talking about her father now. I understand that, but you have to accept that you'd be better off not knowing about some things. Things you just won't ever know because its potential impact on you outweighs the good of telling you. She frowns, and I doubt she realizes how innocent and sweet she looks at this very moment. "But I want to know everything." All I can do is sigh. She has no idea what she's asking. "No, you don't, little prey. But maybe someday in the future you'll prove me wrong. That day is not today. We need to go slow. We need to learn what we can handle from each other and then move forward. We aren't going from you hating me to expecting me to spill all my secrets to you in the next minute." She rests her head against my chest, and I let her intoxicating scent filter into my nostrils while I gently stroke her hair. "That makes sense, but I don't want to feel this way forever, like you get to know everything and I'm kept in the dark. I want to be your equal, Sebastian." "You are my equal. You're my everything. But I won't risk your safety or well-being until I'm certain you can handle what I'm telling you both physically and mentally. You will be kept in the dark on certain things. But I promise it won't be that way forever." She doesn't respond, but I know she understands. I can sense it in the way she allows me to hold her and her relaxed state of mind. The driver stops outside the house, and I open the door and shift her body into my arms so I can carry her inside. When she makes no show of putting up a fight, I let my guard down and relax further. I wish every moment could be like this between us. The silence of the house greets us when I walk in, and I waste no time getting upstairs and into the bedroom. When I reach the bed, I gently place her on the edge of it, and like a toddler who is done playing dress-up, she turns and kicks her heels off with a satisfied sigh. I smile while stripping off my jacket. Then I lower myself to the floor beside the bed and take her foot into my hand, massaging the soles of her feet. She gives me an approving groan while wiggling her toes. "I know you think I want to keep you in the dark, but I don't. I want you to know everything. I don't want there to be a single thing between us that the other doesn't know about. You already know I killed my grandfather. That's not a secret anymore, nor is it a secret that I did it because of you. I couldn't stand the idea that he bought a person, but it wasn't until the deed was done I realized he'd technically saved you from your own father. That doesn't make him innocent, though. Saving you from your father put you in the hands of worse evil, and I couldn't stand by and watch him destroy you." She shudders, and I can't tell if it's from my words or my hands massaging the arch of her foot. So I continue. "My grandfather spent years grooming me, breaking me down, just so he could build me back up. I know it's hard to understand, and even see, but I swear on my life I know the type of person he was, and the things he would have done to you. He easily would have made living with your father look like a fantasy world, and when he was finished with you, when you had outlived your purpose, he would have killed you and thought nothing of it because in his mind you were expendable. So, in a way, you saved me." Something sour churns in my gut, and I don't know if that's really the truth. Did I save her? Sure. But I also subjected her to a similar world. I used her, possessed her, claimed her. In many ways, I was no better than my grandfather. I don't know if you could ever consider what I did saving you. My grandfather was a very bad man, yet sometimes I'm afraid I'm worse. Where he wanted you as a possession, I took you for myself, and no one and nothing short of killing me will make me give you up. So if you want to see me as the hero in all of this, I'm fine with that. Just know that no matter the means necessary, you'll always be mine.
Chapter 17. Elise. It's impossible to sleep. And it's not because I'm not tired, but because my brain refuses to shut off. My phone vibrates across the bedside table for the third time. I'm annoyed. More than annoyed. I quickly snag it before it hits the brass lamp and wakes Sebastian. Unknown number flashes across the screen. It might say unknown number, but I know the name of the man on the other end of that line. My fucking father. I tuck the phone under my pillow and try to ignore the hole his text messages have created in my chest. Hiding my phone from Sebastian, scanning the screen, and pretending I'm okay when I'm really not. It's harder than you think. I replay his texts back in my head. This is your fault. Your fault. All your fault. It's the same things he used to say to me as a child. That he was beating me for my own good. The punishment was my own fault, and if I had tried harder or listened better, then I wouldn't be punished. It wasn't true. The harder I tried, the worse the punishments were, and the more depressed and exhausted I became. And even though deep down I know it's what he does, manipulating and cajoling, I can't help but think he's right. If you're told something enough times in your life, you start to believe it. I roll over in the bed and skim the outline of Sebastian's body under the top sheet. He's sprawled on his side, legs up and bent. Seeing him sleeping is the only time he appears relaxed and unguarded. It's one of my favorite times to look at him because he's himself. There is no mask, no front. He's just Sebastian. Today, however, I can't appreciate this moment of watching him sleep. Not with my father's voice ringing in my head, reminding me everything is my fault. That whatever happens to Sebastian will be my fault. The phone vibrates again and I flinch from the sudden jolt. I should block the number. That's the safest move. Shut him out of my life completely, now that he's no longer controlling me. It's what any normal person with a stalker would do, right? But my father isn't normal. He's far from normal, and he's willing to do anything to get what he wants. Blocking him would only piss him off, and I don't want to rock the boat more than it's already been rocked. Knowing sleep is out of the question, I gently slide off the edge of the bed and grab one of Sebastian's t-shirts off a nearby chair. I slip into it, and with my phone in my hand, I walk toward the bathroom. I pause at the entrance and peer back over my shoulder to Sebastian. He hasn't moved, not even flinched. Slipping inside, I hit the button on the phone and watch with dread as the cascade of messages appears on the screen. They're all terrible, but it's the last one that catches my eye and makes me unlock the phone. You're an ungrateful little bitch, and I plan to make you pay for every second you've kept me waiting. P.S. I'll kill your husband first. My hands tremble so badly that I nearly drop the phone. Breathing through my nose, I try to calm down, but the reminder of who he is and what he's done to me in the past bubbles up and out of me. Pressing my hand over my mouth, I hold in the scream of horror. Why? Why am I stuck with his cruelty? What did I ever do to deserve someone so evil in my life? As my father, no less. I know I shouldn't let my thoughts play out of control like this, that it's only feeding into him. But it's hard not to. He's already gone after Sebastian once, and my biggest fear is that he's not going to stop until he gets what he wants. Control over me. Worse? I fear he might retaliate in more permanent ways, when his patience runs out. I don't care what happens to me, but don't think I could live with myself if something happened to Sebastian, and it was my doing. I quickly type out a reply and hit send. Me. Leave us alone. A response comes back almost immediately. Unknown number. Never. And when I blow out his skull with my gun, that will be your fault, too. It's always the threat of death. Everything good in my life is taken from me by this man, and I'm tired of it. But even as angry and sad about that truth as I am, there is something much bigger here. The threat of him hurting Sebastian. Of killing him. My stomach clenches and a wave of nausea ripples through me. I can't be the reason he hurts Sebastian. I won't be. I sink to the cold tile floor, and while the cold sinking into my bones makes me shiver, it also jolts me back to life. How can I fix this? Is there even a way to fix it? I don't know. I stare at the cell phone screen for a long moment. I'm not going to sit here and read through all of his messages. Knowing my only option is to call him, I hit the green call button and wait. The line rings and rings and rings, and my anxiety climbs higher and higher with each pause, until the very end when he finally answers.
You're smarter than I've given you credit for.
His menacing tone cuts through the phone's speaker. I asked you once already. Please leave us alone.
Where's the fun in that? You're my daughter, and I have every right to have contact with you.
I swallow the fear, the revulsion, and nausea tied to his name and voice. I shove it down deep into the pit of my stomach so I can focus on a solution instead of my emotions. What do you want? I can give you money. You've always wanted money.
Not this time. This time I want revenge. I want you to pay for the damage you've caused. For taking away one of my best associates and ruining my plans. But mostly, I want you to pay for standing there smiling like nothing happened, while your piece of shit husband broke my fingers.
I have money. Arturo money. Isn't that better than revenge? There's a long pause, and I'm waiting for the next curse, the next threat. But instead, I'm surprised when I hear neither.
How much money?
I'm not sure. Maybe $100,000. He scoffs.
That's a down payment, nothing more. I know Arturo has more money than that.
I pause, my heartbeat thundering into my throat when I think I hear a scuffle outside the door. Shit, is he awake? I listen a little harder, but all I catch is my heartbeat pounding in my ears. No. He would open the door and walk in if he were awake.
Elise, don't fucking toy with me. I promise you won't like what happens.
I'm not, I whisper, moving deeper into the bathroom to get away from the door. I'm just trying to be careful. I only have access to what's in the house.
I don't care. It's not fucking enough.
There's nothing else to barter with. I mean, yes, there is some jewelry and fancy clothes, but that's it. I've never had any money myself, and I can't exactly walk up to Sebastian and ask for some, not without a million questions attached. What will it take for you to leave him alone? To let him do his business and live his life in peace? There's another pause, and I listen as he puffs on a cigarette a few times.
Just bring me the money, and yourself. It's the only trade I'm willing to make.
In exchange for... I prompt. He's not likely to keep his word, but I need him to say it out loud, to be certain. I pull the phone away from my ear and quickly navigate to the record app. Then I hit the button and let the app do its work.
You bring me $100,000 and yourself.
As you listen, remember that rest is also part of the experience. Enjoy this break as a small gift for your mind, and thank you for choosing this free audiobook.
And I'll make sure no one fucks with your husband.
It's not exactly incriminating, but I save it regardless. At the very least, when I'm gone, Sebastian might be able to piece together what happened. Fine.
Now.
He bites into the phone.
Come home. Now.
I shake my head and then speak. No, I can't. We both know he won't let me just leave here. That will cause a bigger problem.
Sounds like paradise.
He sneers.
You sure know how to pick them, Ellie.
Hearing him say my name makes me shudder. Makes me feel dirty and disgusting. I breathe through my nose to stop myself from puking. That's all I need to do right now. We have a deal, but it won't be right now.
How fucking long do you expect me to wait? I mean, You're the one who wants this. I could give two shits. I'll kill both of you and move on with my life.
I'm going back to school in the next day or two. If I can get away from him, I'll get the money and meet you somewhere. The only stipulation is that I need some type of guarantee you won't hurt him once the deal is done. He makes a soft humming noise.
Let's put it this way. As long as you do what you're told, I won't feel the need to take my frustration out on your husband. You be a good girl, and I'll leave him alone.
It's a shit deal all around, but if it lets me fix even a portion of the mess I've made, then it's worth it. At least for Sebastian. A hot tear slides down my cheek and I angrily swipe it away. Fine. Like I said, give me a day or two and I'll be there.
Well, I have to admit I'm pleased. You know I've missed having you around terribly.
I grit my teeth against his comment. He means he's missed using me as slave labor to cook, clean, and serve his every need.
Before we move forward, I want to confirm how much you have.
I stand and tiptoe to the door, peeking around the frame. Sebastian lies in the same spot I left him. Holding my breath, I slowly inch out of the bathroom and into the closet, closing the door behind me. It only takes a minute for me to find the duffel bag filled with cash. I turn the flashlight on my phone on and use it so I can find the zipper. Opening the bag, I nearly gasp, realizing there is way more than $100,000 in here. I lift the phone and whisper, I have $100,000, but I don't know if I'll be able to carry it out of the house, let alone up the driveway.
Guess you better figure it out before then.
I scan the stacks of cash, and a great aching hole opens up in the middle of my chest. I can't steal from Sebastian, even if it's to save him. But what other options do I have? My father will kill him. I'm not naive enough to think otherwise. My fingers and toes tingle, and my stomach coils as anxiety bubbles into that hole, filling to overflow. I have to do this. He'd do anything, be anything, kill anyone to save me if the situation were reversed. He has way more money than this, and if it can save him, if I can end this war before it begins, then I will. I lift the phone to my ear again. We have a deal then? This time I don't bother recording. He's not going to say exactly what I need him to in order to incriminate himself. Everything he's said so far can be spun and twisted, especially by someone acting as the sheriff.
Yes, we have a deal, but I want one more thing.
Of course he does. He always wants more. What? I don't bother to hide my irritation.
Watch it, little girl. Don't push me, or I'll make this homecoming even more miserable for you than I already planned to make it. I want one more thing.
Okay.
Your ring.
I jerk my gaze down to the gleaming ring on my left-hand finger. My ring? Why?
It's probably worth another good 10,000 or so. Plus, let's call it another layer of commitment on your end. It tells me if you're really serious about this or not.
I twist the ring a little with my thumb, watching as the stone catches the tiniest bit of light from my phone screen. Whatever. 2 days from now, then. I'll text when I have a specific time I can get away.
I'll be sure to sit by the phone.
He deadpans. God, he's such a dick. Can I really turn myself over to him? Why doesn't he kill me and get it over with? The idea I could do so myself had occurred to me after the fourth "this is your fault" text. But I figured he would still go after Sebastian even if I were out of the picture, simply because he can. Is that it? I ask. No more threatening texts. No more poking at me. Leave me alone, and Sebastian, until I text that I'm ready to come to you. There's a soft sound through the phone, and then he laughs.
Sure. Although, I do have to say I feel this is all quite poetic.
Huh? What do you mean?
Nothing, really. It's just, you're trading one leash for another. And I find it interesting. Especially since you spent most of your life fighting against me and what I wanted for you.
The anger surges up full force and I can't hold it back. I fought against being beaten and raped by you and Yanov. That is what I fought against. I don't give a shit about making drinks and cleaning toilets. I can handle a lot of things, but it's the abuse I can't abide.
Yet you think Sebastian's leash is better? You can't go anywhere alone. He's literally, legally chained you to him. It doesn't matter who retains ownership, sweetheart. You won't ever be free.
I won't ever be free? Then why do I feel like I've never been more free in my entire life than the months I've lived in this house with Sebastian? I swallow down my rebuttal, and instead of saying what I want to say, I reply, even if I'm not free, he will be, and that's what matters. I don't wait for his reply because I don't care to hear it. I hang up the phone and sag down to the floor, my heart pounding in my chest. The guilt of what I've agreed to do already eating me alive. I hate that I've chosen to turn my back on the only person who's ever truly cared about me. But I'll do anything to protect him. I refuse to let him spend his entire life fixing my mistakes. Sometimes you have to fix things yourself, and that's what I'm going to do, even if it kills me. Chapter 18. Elise. 2 days pass in a blur, and if it isn't the guilt of what I've done becoming harder and harder to swallow, it's the impending jail sentence I know is looming when I return to my father's care that kills me. I can't even enjoy Sebastian's company because every time I look at him, I nearly confess what I've done. The gaping hole in my chest grows a little wider, the secrets I'm keeping filling the space, drowning me from the inside out. Honestly, I don't know how much longer I can do this before I either make good on the deal with my father and disappear, or vomit the truth out to Sebastian. A few days ago, he announced we were going back to school, which surprised me because I didn't remember ever seeing him actually attend classes. At least, not any I attended. Although I guess he was. He wouldn't be able to play football if he didn't attend, right? I put down the piece of bagel I'm holding and finished chewing. What's your major? He blinks up at me from his own bagel and the tablet that he stares at every morning like it's the newspaper. He's been scrolling through a news site since we sat down. Where did that come from? I shrug and slide the tiny slice of bagel around the plate, thinking. I was just thinking I haven't really ever seen you attend classes. Yes, I saw you at the mill, and on the football field and around campus, but I don't think I've ever seen you in an actual classroom. He dusts his hands off over his plate. I'm majoring in business, as dictated by my grandfather before he died. You're not majoring in business, so for obvious reasons you wouldn't see me in class. Right. I guess that makes sense. With me studying vet services, you and I wouldn't have a lot of crossover. Plus, you're about to graduate. I'm babbling, subconsciously trying to push the thoughts that won't leave me alone away. Are you okay? He asks, tilting his head to the side as if examining me. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm fine. It was just a question of curiosity. Can't I get to know the man I married? Slowly, he scans me, from my jeans to my hoodie and then down to my bare feet. You already know me, little prey. Now go put your shoes on. We're going to be late. Damn, he's bossy. And what does it say about me that I like how bossy he is? I extinguish the spark of desire burning low in my belly before it can become a raging inferno. Then I hop off the stool and go find some sneakers and grab my bag. By the time I return downstairs, Sebastian is waiting, his letter jacket held out for me to slip into. It takes a minute to waffle the bag between my hands as I slip my arms inside the coat, but like always, he's patient. He settles it over my shoulders, then tips his head to the door.
Are you ready for this?
All at once, the rush of desire I'd felt seconds ago coils into a knot of fear. I do my best to hide it and plaster a smile onto my face. Ready for anything? We walk outside together and he opens the passenger side door to a sleek black sports car parked outside the garage. You're driving us today? He holds my bag while I slide in and buckle up, then passes it to me.
Yes, I thought it might be fun. Plus it sends a message.
I peer around the oiled leather interior, taking in the new car smell lingering in the air. A message? He climbs into the driver's seat and buckles himself in before turning to me.
Yes, and that message is that we're together.
I hold my hand up, the light catching on the ring. I really don't think that is going to be a problem, not with the giant ring on my finger and the knowledge that you've gone from player to husband in a matter of weeks.
Player?
His tone is teasing and relaxed.
I don't remember promising any of the women I've ever been with anything. They knew the score.
He's not lying, I suppose, but it doesn't change the fact there were so many before me. I stare out the window at the frosty, multicolored leaves. I mean, yeah, it's not like you dated anyone, although I could be wrong. I don't recall you ever having a girlfriend, but I can tell you a good majority of those girls thought they were the one. Almost absent-mindedly, I massage my upper arm where 2 perfect scars are hidden.
First of all, that's their problem. If they thought it was more than what it was, I can't help that. Second, just because you didn't see me with anyone doesn't mean I wasn't with anyone.
Oh, believe me, I know. I changed your bed sheets. But there is a difference between being with someone physically and dating them.
Says the one who lost her virginity to me.
He snickers and my cheeks heat. He turns into campus parking a few minutes later and we head to my first class, an animal biology seminar. When he said we needed to return to classes, I didn't actually think we were going to be attending classes together. But here we are. As I suspected him to always be, Sebastian is the model student as he takes the spot beside me. I glance at him on and off through the lecture and smile when I notice him jotting down notes on his tablet. At the end of the lecture, I stand and peer over his desk. He's drawn little doodles of stick figures in inappropriate positions. Should have known he wasn't taking notes. When I shake my head at him, he grins at me, and I can't help but grin back. This feels normal. It feels good. Until I glance up the tiered seats to the girls in the back row and catch them glaring at us. I shoulder my bag. Let's go. I think I need some coffee. He doesn't argue and shoves out of the chair quickly, following me out of the lecture hall. We make it to the coffee cart stationed in the quad, and I'm relieved to notice hardly anyone seems to be watching us. I mean, yes, students are looking, but not in a way that makes me feel singled out. The line is longer than I remember, but we stand together, my own impatience intensifying my anxiety. Sebastian reaches for me and links his fingers with mine lazily. My insides warm from the gesture and touch. He's never shown me off before, and I'm not really sure how to handle it. It's nice, but it also makes me feel like the spotlight is on me. Well, isn't this fucking cozy? A mocking voice cuts through the warm, cuddly feelings, tossing me deep into shark-infested waters. Whirling around, I spot Tanya as she ambles toward us. God, please kill me now. I try not to stare at her, but it's damn near impossible when she looks like she walked off the page of a magazine, a fur wrapped around her upper body while her legs are encased in skin-tight denim. Her dark hair is straight and hangs down to her waist, shimmering in the sunlight. There's a shift in the air around me, a sudden rush of cold, and I look at Sebastian watching as his features change in an instant. Releasing my hand, he takes a step forward.
What the fuck are you doing here, Tanya?
She shrugs. Whatever I want. It's a public campus, and I'm a very generous donor. No one is going to stop me from getting a coffee. I clench my fists, suddenly returning to that night when I watched her straddle him in the study. I hate her. And not because of what she's done to him, but because of the shitty person she is. Her hard gaze shifts back to me, judgment building with every blink as she takes in my features and the love bites Sebastian left on my neck. Oh, Elise, you look tired. She leans in and brushes her lips against my cheek. It won't be long until he gets tired of you, too. Just wait, she whispers, barely loud enough for me to hear. Seb circles my waist with one arm and hauls me backward, putting distance between Tanya and myself. She smiles like she expected him to make that move. Well, I'll leave you two lovebirds. I have a meeting with the dean that I need to get to. I'd hate to be late when he's always so accommodating. Taking a step back, she tightens her arms around her fur coat and turns before walking away. Her heels tapping rhythmically on the concrete steps rings in my ears as she disappears from sight. She's up to something. Why would she need to talk to the dean? The look of horror in his eyes remains for a few more seconds, and then, as if realizing he's safe, he recoils into himself, his body slowly relaxing.
What did she say to you?
I shake my head, closing the space in the line we'd left while dealing with Tanya. Nothing. She is just trying to rile us both, as usual. I'm a heartbeat away from asking about that night, about what happened with her and about their past. But as I consider it, I realize it's not something I really want the details of. The main points seem obvious enough in context, and I especially don't want to talk about it here, with so many of the campus's eyes on us. We make it to the coffee cart, and Seb orders for us, handing me a hot paper cup when the barista is finished. As we move away, I spot a bench and head to sit. Tanya's arrival stirred everything into hyperfocus. It's all too much. The sound of students talking, the scent of the coffee in my hand, even the burn on my tongue. When I realize my hand is shaking, I lower the coffee to my lap and try to steady myself before I have a panic attack. It takes me a second to notice Sebastian is speaking to me.
You have one more, right?
I quickly try to fill in the blanks. Class? He nods, studying me more intently.
Yes, one more class, right?
I try to keep cool because letting him know my internal system is going haywire will not help any. Yes, one more. Something in his eyes changes, and I watch as darkness fills his eyes.
Elise.
His voice becomes stern.
Talk to me. What the fuck did she say to you? And don't tell me she said nothing, because you look like you saw a ghost. Plus you're shaking, and before she showed up you were fine.
I take another sip of the coffee. She didn't do anything. I think it's just the sudden change, returning to class and feeling everyone's eyes on me. It's going to take some time to get used to again. He white-knuckles his coffee cup, and I worry it's going to collapse in his grasp and spill hot liquid over us both. Really, it's fine. I'm fine.
No, obviously you're not. Maybe we should go home. We can go to your other class tomorrow or whenever it's held next. This has been enough for one day.
I shake my head and stare at my lap. No, I can do this. I want to do this. I don't add I want to prove I can do this, that I'm not this fragile, broken creature now, especially when it's how everyone keeps looking at me, like at any second I'm going to lose it and run away screaming. I promise I'm okay. Just give me a minute to caffeinate. Coffee isn't going to fix your reaction to Tanya showing her face here. He's right, and I know it, but I don't want to tell him the truth. As quickly as my panic set in, guilt washes through me. If he hadn't been trying to make me happy by taking me back to school, we wouldn't have been here for Tanya to ambush. I'm so stupid. This is all my fault. All of this. And if we stay, it will only get worse. You're right. We should just go home. It's probably safer there. Safer? He echoes. What do you mean safer? I shake my head. I don't mean like that. Let's just go. Why don't you show me what that fancy sports car can do? He flashes me a smile. You think that car is safer than being here? Than going to animal surgery classes or whatever? I stand and hug the jacket tighter around me. Yes. Anywhere you are is safest for me. We can think about transitioning back into classes a little slower. He nods and tosses his still half-filled coffee into the trash. Whatever you want. He leads me to the parking lot by the lecture hall and helps me inside the car again. I buckle up and relax. No one can hurt him here. No one can get to him when it's just us like this. We speed off campus out to the forest roads at the edge of town, and he opens up the speed on the car. And holy hell, it goes fast. By the time he slows, I'm gripping the door and his arm so tight my nails ache. He laughs as he pulls off to the shoulder and parks. How was that? Better than animal surgery or whatever, I mock. When he smiles at me, like I'm his reason for breathing, my heart aches. All it takes is one look, and I'm consumed with desire and need. I want him, and it terrifies me as much as it excites me. Keep looking at me like that, little prey, and we won't make it back to the house for me to properly fuck you. He pulls onto the road again, back toward town, and I can't help but stare at the beautiful trees flying past. This feels good. It feels nice again, like it did before. Slowly I relax until we make it to the driveway and crawl up toward the house. He helps me out of the car. Wait here a second. I'm going to put the car away. With the minimal staff, I have to move the vehicles myself. I nod, and as he pulls toward the garage, my phone vibrates in my pocket. I grin as I tug it out of my pocket, thinking maybe he's acting like a weirdo and texting me from 3 feet away. But it's not him. That warm, safe feeling I'd been harboring pops like a balloon. Unknown number. Tick-tock. My throat tightens, and the dread intensifies. I open the phone and type out a response. Me. I know. Meet me tomorrow night at the edge of the property. I stuff the phone back into my pocket and prepare myself for the hard part. I don't want to leave him, what we share, or the feelings developing between us. But I have to protect this. I have to protect him from more of my mistakes. Chapter 19. Elise. Before Sebastian even returns from the garage, I'm hauling ass into the house and heading straight to the bedroom. He tends to be a creature of habit, and knowing him, he will likely go into the study to check emails and handle business, giving me the time I need to pack a few things and get the money ready while he's distracted. When I step into our room, a wave of anguish slams into me and I close my eyes against the pain developing there. God, this hurts. Thinking about leaving him hurts. Being away from him hurts. I've been fighting him over and over this whole time because of what he's done. Yet here I am, lying to him. I know I'm not a good person. I've hurt people, killed a man. And even now I'm about to steal Sebastian's money and betray him to his enemy. If the roles were reversed, though, I'm sure he would do the same. Right? My emotions are all over the place, and I scrub my hands up my face and groan in frustration. This is my opportunity to fix things. If I go to my father, he'll leave Sebastian alone for good. And maybe if I'm lucky, I can have him take Tanya out of the equation too. Or, if I have to, I'll do it myself. My father won't lock me up, not when he can sell my body for his own benefit. It might be the one and only perk of being the sheriff's daughter. A humorless laugh escapes me, and I start walking again, heading straight for the closet. There is no other option. No other way to undo what I've done. It's this or nothing. Turning the light on, I search the closet for a suitcase. Some are stacked in the corner, along with a duffel bag or two at the back, but they all have fancy designer names on them, and I don't want to add insult to injury here. At the very bottom of the duffel bags, I spot an old gym bag. It smells a little sweaty, but my father can fucking deal with it. I drop to my knees and tuck my feet beneath me. Then I drag the fancy bag of money out of its hiding place. It takes a minute, but I transfer $100,000 over to the sweaty gym bag. Then I turn my attention to the clothing and start rifling through the items, grabbing the cheapest thing I can find. Why doesn't this man learn to shop at a big box store like normal people? I end up shoving a couple of overpriced jeans into the bag on top of the money, along with some underwear and a few sweaters. My father will take whatever he wants and sell it for cash, then give me the scraps. But I'll take it in hopes he won't be as much of an asshole as he usually is. With everything nearly packed away, I turn off the light and step out of the closet and into the bedroom. I listen carefully for any sounds of Sebastian's presence. The seconds tick by, but all I hear is my own breathing and silence. I don't know what I would do if I walked out of the room and he was standing there, but he isn't, so it's okay. I slowly relax my shoulders and try to release some of the tension and ache in my bones. But every step I take solidifies my betrayal and the inevitable pain he will feel because of it. I don't want to leave him. I've never wanted to leave him, not really. I've been too stubborn for my own good and for way too long. An outcome of years of having to rely on myself and only myself from a young age. I guess I never really trusted Sebastian completely. No matter what, I was always counting down the days until he got tired of having me around. Until he sent me away or sold me to the next person. I never had a constant in my life. Not until him. And now I'm going to throw it all away. The duffel bag slides off my shoulder and falls to the floor with a loud thunk. Try as I may to not cry, I can't help the tears from coming. And once they do, I'm consumed by them. Every time I blink, another tear falls, sliding down my cheek and leaving a cold trail behind. They keep falling, even as I swipe at them, insisting they disappear. I hate that after everything I've been through, I won't get to experience true happiness. I won't get to live a happy, normal life. But it's a sacrifice I have to make because, at the very least, I'll have ensured he's safe. My cell phone vibrates inside my pocket, and I pull it out, my hand getting tangled in Sebastian's oversized Letterman jacket. I have to tug my arm free of the sleeve to swipe the screen properly, which is way more effort than necessary when I realize it's only my father. Unknown number. Don't be late. You know I don't like waiting. Red, hot anger pulses in my chest. I hate him. I hate him so much. With trembling hands, I toss the phone toward the bed, needing to get it away from me. But it bounces off the coverlet and onto the floor instead. I don't really care. I'd love to break the thing, to toss it out of the car while driving down the road. Anything to get him away from me, to sever contact. That's the least of my worries, though. The guilt builds, pressing down on my shoulders and chest like cinder blocks. I can't do this. I can't. But I also have no other option. My legs give out on me, and I sink to my knees, the jacket puddling on the floor around me. My leg accidentally hits the bag, sending it sideways with the contents spilling out across the shiny hardwood floor. That sends me careening over the cliff's edge of emotion. I don't want to do this. None of it. I want to let Sebastian hold me and tell me it's going to be all right. For once in my life, I want to put my trust in someone and not have it be misplaced. Curling into myself, I rest my head in my hands and fight against the indecision battling for supremacy. I'm so buried in this grief. I don't hear Sebastian enter the room until the warm air stirs around me, alerting me to his presence. What the fuck is going on here? I should be afraid. I should beg for his forgiveness. But I don't. I slowly unfold myself and look up at him. I take one moment to admire his beauty, to see the warmth in his eyes that is there because of me. Because once I tell him what I've done, what I plan to do, I know he'll never look at me the same. Even if I don't want to, I have to tell him. I have to make a choice. To keep running or face this head on. To let him do what he promised. The only thing we can do is try. Since if he fails, my father will likely kill me anyway. At least then I won't have to live with the pain and guilt of what I've done. Sniffling, I wipe my fists under my eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Shh. It's all okay. Tell me what the problem is.
His voice is a soothing balm, but the cold rigidity of his body tells me he's preparing himself for something worse. I need to tell you something. He nods, and then his gaze leaves me to sweep over the contents of the bag strewn on the floor. Reaching for the mess, I try to gather it into my lap, but it proves difficult. I thought... The tears start pouring down my cheeks again, making my vision blurry. I thought I could take this money and leave and go to my father, and maybe he would leave you alone if I did. All he does is blink, and to my shock, he doesn't respond with anger. If anything, he seems surprised. Hold on. He pinches the bridge of his nose, and I know that movement. He's frustrated. Am I piecing this together correctly? You made a deal with your father to protect me? This is all my fault. I wave at my phone. If you had never met me, if I had never come here, you'd have never been on my father's radar. Tanya wouldn't have felt the need to assert her dominance. None of the terrible things that have happened since I appeared on your doorstep would have happened. Moving, he kneels beside me, and I can't help but notice the way his pants stretch over his muscular thighs. Little prey, I say this as kindly as I possibly can, but that is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard come out of your mouth. I flinch and withdraw into myself, but he refuses to allow the retreat and reaches out lightning fast, scooping me up in his arms. Stop. I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying what you've concluded is stupid. None of this is your fault. Your father is money hungry and gets off on power. Him seeing me as a threat has nothing to do with you. Even if you weren't a part of my life, he would still see me as a threat and find a way to come for me. He thinks I'm less of a threat than Drew, or he'd go after him too. I try to listen to what he's saying, but I can't make myself believe it. This is my fault, all of it. Cradling me in his arms, he stalks toward the bed, kicking the money and clothes out of his way. He sits on the edge of the mattress and turns me in his arms to face him. Elise, look at me. When all I do is shake my head, he maneuvers me to straddle him, my knees resting on either side of his hips. Our positioning is intimate. The warmth of his touch makes me shiver when he cups me by the cheeks and swipes his thumbs under my eyes to clear away the tears. Listen to me, please. There is nothing and no one on this earth I wouldn't murder or fucking destroy to keep you safe and happy. If I haven't made that very clear by now, then I'll have to work on it because I mean it. You belong to me, and I belong to you, and so the second you left, I'd have hunted you down and dragged you back here kicking and screaming. There is nothing I won't sacrifice or do for you. Not even hell itself will stand in the way of us being together. There's so much conviction in his growling tone, all I can do is swallow around the knot of emotions developing in my throat. I stare into his green eyes, and I see it. What he's been trying to tell me for a while now. I've always just felt like an obligation. I watch as the muscles of his jaw flex and tighten before he releases a sigh, catching a whiff of the minty gum on his breath. And that's on me. I don't exactly have a lot of experience with all of this, but I'm trying. I will always try for you, for our marriage. I want you, Elise, and that will never change. I want you too. I sniffle. Good. Now tell me about this deal with your father. What did you promise him? I tip my chin toward my phone. He's been texting me, using the same tactic he always has, reminding me how everything bad in my life is my fault and how worthless I am. I hate the slight tremble of my voice, and Seb gently rubs his thumbs down my cheeks, almost like he knows it too. I'm really sorry. I wanted to fix this, make things right so you can move on without him trying to hurt you. I promised to bring him money, the money I saw hidden in the closet, and myself. In turn, he promised to leave you alone for good. Anything else? I hold up my hand between us. He wanted my ring, too. Another jaw clench, but this time his gaze darkens. Little prey, you're so fucking pure and perfect. I can't even be angry with you right now. What? What do you mean? Didn't you just hear what I said? Sebastian lets out a small laugh. Oh, I heard you. But I also know your father would have taken everything you promised him and still sent someone to kill me. He used your kindness and naivete against you. I understand you thought you were doing the right thing, but a man like him can't be trusted. He's out for one thing, for one person, and that's himself. I just want you safe, I whisper, and look away from him because I'm ashamed of myself for believing he might actually follow through this once. No, don't look away. Sebastian lifts my chin, forcing my gaze back to his, and then leans forward and gently brushes his mouth against mine. Even the tiniest contact ignites flames of desire low in my belly. I know you didn't mean any harm. You thought you were doing the right thing. But we both know neither of us will have peace or be safe until he's taken care of. Yes, you're strong, but we're a team. We work together on this. I need to know you trust me to keep you safe and to get rid of the problem. Will you let me do that for us? The way he says us warms me from the inside out, making the tremors slow. Us? Yes, us. We are partners. You are my wife, and I know I'm not the most forthcoming bastard, but I'm trying, Ellie. I'm really trying.
It'll take time for me to break my old habits, to rely on you, and for you to rely on me, especially when I know all we've ever had is ourselves. He glances at the bag of cash. But we do this together, as a team. I want that. I want you. I want us. I lean in, staring deep into his eyes before I kiss him. As soon as our lips touch, his eyes drift closed, and his hand splays across the back of my neck, holding me in place as he kisses me back with the same unwavering passion. Fuck. I need him. I want him. Like I've never wanted anything else in my life. The bubble of desire pops when I move to deepen the kiss and he pulls away. No, he says breathlessly. I want you to. So fucking bad. But we need to clear the air. Spill any other secrets before it's too late. I have nothing else to tell you. This time, he looks away, his eyes landing on something over my shoulder. I watch him swallow, his throat bobbing. Okay. Well, I have something I need to tell you. And it's not going to be easy for you to hear, but I can't carry the guilt with me anymore. There's a desperation to his voice. I need you to listen to me, to be understanding, and... This sounds bad. Really fucking bad. And I don't have the bandwidth to handle much more right now. Not when my insides feel like someone took a cheese grater to them. We can talk, and you can tell me whatever it is you need to tell me, but not right now. I can't handle anything else. I just need you. Need you to hold me. Need you to tell me everything will be okay because it doesn't feel like it is. He presses his forehead to mine, relief flickering in his eyes. I know the future seems daunting right now, but we'll get through this together. We're both fucked up, fractured, and flawed. But that doesn't mean we don't deserve happiness. Nor does it mean we can't create our own version of it. I pull away enough to look into his eyes again. Do you really think so? He nods. I read this quote once. Oscar Wilde said, "We're all a little broken. That's how the light gets in." It stuck with me, because at the time I read it, I wanted it to be true. I wanted to be someone with light. I wanted to know that even if I was broken, it didn't mean I was unworthy, that I was done for. Then I met you. You shined light into all the fractures in my soul and made me realize there is more to myself than the darkness, than the little abused boy I used to be. You're my light, my everything, and we will get through this together. My heart seizes in my chest. I love him. There is no denying it. Taking his cheeks in my hands, I kiss him with a desperate need, while speaking through each brush of my lips. You're my light too, and I'm sorry. Sorry for my stubbornness and for succumbing to old habits, for letting my past trauma dictate my future. He clutches my hips, pulling me closer and ensuring there isn't an inch of space between our bodies. You mean that? No more running. No matter what happens, no matter who comes for us, we will stand against them together. Agreed? I'm afraid. I'm terrified to say yes because I've never had anyone in my life I could rely on who would defend me and protect me. But I'll never be able to move forward if I continue to live in the past. Agreed. No more running. We're a team. Swear it to me. We made vows, and while I suppose I can't hold you to the first one since you were kind of out of it, I'm sure as hell holding you to this one. Promise me you won't run anymore. That when shit gets hard, you'll lean on me. I smile. If you promise the same to me, I promise the same to you. Except the no running part. If you're chasing me, then I'm running.
The corner of his full lips tips up. Oh, you'll never have to worry about that. I'll always chase you. Wherever you go, I'll be there, little prey.
Chapter 20. Sebastian. Holy hell, her heart is beating so hard I can feel it against my chest. The frantic beat matches the mix of fear and hope in her eyes as she looks at me. I don't know if I'll ever be good enough for this woman, but I'll try until my last fucking breath. There is no other option, no giving her up. Not anymore. Not now that I know her so well, inside and out. Come here, little prey. I need you. She blinks, eyes heavy-lidded. I catch her face between my hands and crash my lips against hers. Immediately she opens for me, seeking, tasting, and I can't get enough of it. I deepen the kiss, sliding one hand around to catch a fistful of her hair, not pulling, simply holding her tighter, needing more contact with her skin, her lips, her body. I'm fucking ravenous for this woman. She tries to pull away, her chest heaving as she pants, but I'm not done yet. I'm addicted to her kisses, her touch, and I might go insane if I don't get to sink between her legs soon. I'm not done with you yet. I growl and pull her back in, devouring her mouth, savoring her taste on my tongue. We need this, something for us. Not a fight, not a surrender, but making love, giving and receiving. I release my hold on her, and in response, she wraps her arms around my shoulders to keep herself in place, her hips moving and causing her pussy to press harder against my lap. With anxious need, I tug the hem of her hoodie up, along with the thin t-shirt underneath, and lift. She makes a humming sound of approval against my lips, but pulls away enough for me to peel the fabric up and off her. I take in her trembling body, her gauzy, lacy bra, cupping her perfect handful of breasts the way I want to be. I move to find the clasp, but she grins at me and shakes her head before peeling it off her body and tossing it to the floor. Smart girl. I would have ripped the thing off you if I couldn't find the clasp. I catch one nipple between my lips, and her arms wrap around my neck again, clutching me closer. Arching her body gives me further access to her tits, and I suck on the diamond-hard bud, flicking my tongue against it until she squirms. That feels so good. She moans, and I smirk against her skin while trailing my hands down to the waistband of her jeans. I fucking need her, but I also know, based on her past trauma, that making sure she feels seen and connected to me is the most important part. How is this, Allie? Talk to me. More, she groans. Sebastian, please. I won't make a lady beg. Stand up. She practically jumps off my lap, and I have to steady her when she nearly crashes to the floor, her feet slipping on the cash that's been strewn over the floor. Her gaze roams over my body, and then she moves to the open fly of her jeans. I smack her hands away and do it myself, peeling the material off her body and sliding down her knees at the same time. Spread your legs, little prey. Let me see how wet my pussy is. She doesn't argue for once in her fucking life, and instead shifts her stance. The light in the room catches on her glistening skin, and my mouth waters to taste her. Climb up onto the bed. I need to taste you, and I can't eat you like I want with you standing here. So bossy. You're lucky I like it when you tell me what to do. She trails beside me, bumping my shoulder with her hip. I groan, stand, and quickly strip out of my clothing, leaving it all in a pile on the floor. My cock stands at attention, the head swollen and purple, aching to sink deep inside her wet heat. Soon, so very soon. Once she's situated on the edge of the bed, I drop to my knees right between her spread thighs. I sink my fingers into her flesh and spread her even wider, needing to see every single fucking inch of her delicate pussy. Perfection. Your absolute perfection, Ellie. My mouth waters, and I lick my lips in anticipation. And beautiful. Fuck, you're so beautiful. She whimpers and rests back on her elbows so she can watch me. Leaning forward, I inhale her heady scent into my lungs. Then I dive between her legs and take my first taste. In one pass, I lick her from asshole to clit and back again. Honey. She tastes like honey. Tiny mules of pleasure escape her lips, and I love how reactive she is to my touch. I want her arousal coating my face, to feel her thighs clamped around my head as she crumbles into a million pieces. She reaches for me, and when her fingers dip into my hair, I damn near sigh. Fuck, her touch, her sweet scent, her fucking taste. It consumes me. She clenches her fists around the strands of hair as I take the little swollen bud of her clit between my teeth and bite ever so softly. I do this a couple of times, teasing her, giving her both pleasure and pain. Pulling back a little, I peer up the length of her body and stop once I reach her face. Her eyes are closed, her chest heaves like she's running a marathon, and her skin is flushed a dusky pink. Pure fucking beauty. And this is how I want to see her every single day. Vulnerable and loved without a single inch of room for fear. Driven by lust, I sink between her thighs once more and flick my tongue against her tiny little clit before finding my way down to her entrance. Gripping her a little harder, I press my tongue into her tight cunt and fuck her with it. She's as desperate as I am, because in seconds she's lifting her hips, trying to fuck herself against my face. I can't take it anymore, though. I need to be inside her. I kiss her sex softly, then stand, lift her hips, and move her up the bed a couple of feet. She clutches onto the sheets, keeping her legs spread, and my gaze catches on the wetness of her body and my mouth, the evidence coating the insides of her thighs. Fuck. Could I be any more consumed by this woman? I climb up onto the bed and crawl toward her, blanketing my body over hers. The look of trust and need reflecting at me splits me down the middle. You're everything, Elise. Every fucking thing. I grit the words out while I slide between her folds, gathering her arousal on my cock before positioning myself at her entrance. Just as I'm about to thrust forward, there's a pounding at the door. What the fuck? I cock my head to the side, my adrenaline spiking. There shouldn't be anyone else in the house, but clearly someone is in the house. Ellie's expression turns fearful, and I'm about to tell her it's okay when a familiar voice greets us. I know you're in there, and I doubt you want me to come in, so get out here. We need to talk. Fucking Drew. All I can do is shake my head. And preferably with clothes on, he adds. I drop my forehead to her sternum and release a long sigh. Fucking hell. The only reason he would be here is because Belle's here. I don't know what he wants to talk about, nor do I care. Ellie's lips spread into a smile. What are the chances he goes away if we ignore him? The chances are zero. He's far more stubborn than even you. She pokes her tongue out at me, but her eyes watch my face carefully for a reaction to her teasing. This is new territory for her, so I give her a grin, then take her tongue into my mouth and kiss her deeply. Her laugh melts into a groan. Believe it or not, my ears work fine, and I can fucking hear you both in there. So get your asses moving. This is serious. Ellie pushes at my chest gently. Let's see what he wants, and then we can start this whole thing over again in a little bit. I narrow my eyes. I'm holding you to that. We quickly pull on some clothes, Ellie dressing in one of my t-shirts and a pair of gym shorts. I forego a shirt and pull on a pair of shorts I find on the floor. Mentally, I try to prepare myself for whatever is going on, but that's hard to do when I haven't a clue. Hand in hand, Elise and I leave the protection of our bedroom and head to the kitchen. There we find everyone, and I mean everyone. Drew, Lee, Aries, and Belle are all here, and the air in my chest shudders out. Belle appears the most anxious as she rolls a water bottle between her palms. Drew stands at her back, protective as ever. I peer around the room to my two other friends. Lee is sprawled out across the other counter, his feet hanging off the edge, while Aries is braced near the back of the kitchen, his gaze ping-ponging between us and the back door. What the hell is going on? Drew pins me with a look I can't quite read. Looks like the sheriff decided to retaliate against you. My entire body goes rigid, and Ellie's grip on my hand tightens. What do you mean? What happened? She asks, and I hate the shake in her voice. I guide her over to the stool next to Belle and force her to sit. Then I turn her to face me and speak directly to her. It's okay. I'm not surprised. We knew he would do something. He wants our attention. Yeah, but I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me, she whispers. I understand, but there will be casualties. There always are. It's all about tactics. He wants to break us down, isolate us so we have no one and nothing in our corner. But he doesn't know a damn thing about us or our brotherhood. Not yet, but he will soon, Drew adds. Lee shoves himself into a sitting position, and I grit my teeth when I catch sight of the black and blue bruises overtaking half his face. I don't need to ask what happened. My gut tells me already, but I need him to tell me so I know it's true. What happened? Did you get into another fight? He shrugs, but the typical playboy humor he carries with him is gone. Right now, he's callous and cruel. Seems one of the sheriff's men didn't like seeing me and my friend Philippe together outside the rat house. Even though I suspected it, I can't seem to rein in my reaction. He did that to you? His lip twists up into a wry grin. First, you should see what the other guy looks like. And second, I took exception to him calling me a faggot. Then I punched him in his dumbass face. So, technically I started it. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch as Ellie's face fills with terror. Fucking asshole, I sigh. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Elise blurts out, and the pain in her voice cuts deep into my skin. There isn't anything for you to be sorry for. Lee gives her a sad smile. We're all the victims of our parents' sins. The bruises will fade. He'll get what's coming to him, Aries announces and cracks his knuckles like he's ready to deliver a beatdown. We need to approach this the right way. I knew he would retaliate, but I didn't think it would be so soon. I'll need to move up the timeline for some of my ideas. There are a lot of moving parts to keep straight. Are you saying there's more going on than I know about? Belle accuses. I dislike her accusatory tone, but I don't comment on it. It's my fault for keeping secrets in an effort to carry the burden. Everyone knows about Tanya. She's decided to try to use Ellie's father against me and have me arrested for domestic violence. I don't know what she has on the sheriff, but he wouldn't work with her unless he had an incentive, one getting him closer to fulfilling his own wants and needs. Okay, what are his own wants and needs? Belle asks, her voice quiet but firm with steel. More than anything, he wants Ellie back. The second best thing would be me dead. Okay, and Tanya? What about her? Aries asks. I shrug. Tanya wants what she's always wanted. Power, money, attention, and my body. Everyone's eyes lock on me, and I swear they're all holding their breaths, waiting for me to speak the truth they already know. All the layers are peeled away now, and I can't believe I'm about to say it out loud, even if it's something already widely known by my friends. We all know how convincing she can be. I'm unsure how to spill this secret, this shame I've lived with for so long and only recently started shedding, thanks to Elise. She took my virginity after my father died when I was 16. She got me drunk and used me for sex. And after that, it happened any chance she got until my grandfather sent her up to New York. 16? Belle whispers. I'll fucking kill that bitch. I turned to her, and there's so much venom in her tone I can't help but smile. Maybe I was wrong. Perhaps Belle is cut out for the family business after all. No, I want the pleasure of doing that. After everything she's done to me, it's what I deserve. She gives me an approving nod, but I can still see the anger and hate gleaming in her eyes. I love her for that. For wanting to protect me, to get revenge. I scan the faces of my 3 friends. I have a few things to line up, but we're going to lure him here, extinguish the problem like we did for Drew, and then clean up our mess. They all nod in understanding. I won't lie, I never thought we'd all become murderers. Lee smirks. I'd prefer if we call it protecting our own versus murder. If you think about it, we're actually doing the world a favor by getting rid of people. We can call ourselves the exterminators. Aries laughs. Yes, I like it, Lee chimes in. No, we're not making this a full-time thing, Drew interjects. Yeah, I don't think murderer is anything you can write down on a job application, and you guys will be graduating soon. Let's keep the blood and mayhem to a minimum. Ellie nods in agreement with Belle's suggestion. We're definitely not making this a full-time gig. Boo, Lee teases, and I shake my head at him. You're only saying that because you aren't the one who got his face pummeled. Touché, but I will make certain justice is served. You better. Lee winks at me. We can devise a more solid plan in the next few days. I'll use the secure email server Lee set up for us to speak discreetly. In the meantime, I think we should all hang low, keep our distance, and when it's time to attack, we do so together, as a family. Family? Aries snorts. I don't even like you guys. Shut the fuck up. Drew rolls his eyes, but there's a hint of a smile on his lips. He's grown so much since he decided to man up and do better by Belle. Don't lie, you love us. I guess, maybe a little bit, Aries counters. So who is going to make me something to eat? I'm hungry as fuck. Lee slides off the counter and onto his feet. He looks at each of us with hope in his eyes. I shake my head. You are going to make your own food. I was feasting on a fine meal before you all rudely interrupted me. Belle makes a gagging sound. No one needed to know that. Speak for yourself, Belle. I'd love to hear all about it. Lee saunters forward with a grin. And if you're up to share, I'd be happy to join in your feasting. I shake my head and damn near growl at him. Don't even think about it, Lee. Touch one hair on my wife's head, and I will make the one side of your face match the other. Be nice, Ellie coos. He's only teasing you. If only she knew how twisted Lee was. Yeah, I'm only teasing, Seb. Lee winks again. Now who the fuck wants to go to the diner with me? I could eat. Aries chimes in, shoving off the wall. Drew shakes his head. Belle and I have plans, but thanks for asking. Lame, but whatever. It's just Aries and me, like always. "Stop whining and leave," I order, my patience slipping away. They all file out the back door, and I close and lock it behind them. Then I turn my attention back to Ellie. Now, where were we? Once I'm closer, she reaches for me and slides one of her hands into my shorts, cupping my cock. I go from semi-hard to stiff as hell with one touch. About here, I think. When she pulls her hand away, I lean in to kiss her, but she scoots off the other side of the stool and stands. So, I pause and she bolts, racing for the kitchen door to the foyer. My veins fill with adrenaline, but for a different reason. Oh, little prey, you're playing with fire. Am I? I thought you liked chasing me. She mocks, her voice carrying, and after I pinpoint the direction it came from, I sprint after her. I don't like chasing you. I fucking love it, I announce and turn in the direction of the stairs. Then prove it, she calls back, and I follow the sound up the stairs and down the hallway. All the doors are closed except one of the guest room doors. I poke my head inside, searching the darkness, and feel the air behind me stir. She bolts toward the stairs, sliding on the hardwood. I race after her, but not too fast. I don't want her to trip. When she runs toward the study, I follow and catch her around the hips in the doorway, drawing her against my chest. Looks like I caught you. Are you my prize? She spins around to face me, her arms circling my neck and pulling me closer. Against my lips, she whispers, "Make love to me. Give me something good, Sebastian. Please." I don't need to be told twice. I walk her backward into the study, our lips fused together, our kisses fueled with unbridled need. We paw at one another's clothes, needing to remove every layer separating us. After placing her gently on the fur carpet, I press a button on the fireplace. It ignites with a whoosh of flames, setting the mood. Oh, this feels romantic. She grins up at me, and I smile back at her while I kick away my shorts. I'm glad that was the plan. She opens her arms to me, drawing me deeper into her web as her palms touch my chest. Her pretty eyes fill with tears, confusing me. I don't want to make her cry. What's wrong? Don't break me, Sebastian, because I don't think I would survive. I shake my head and kiss her neck, her chest, her breasts, imprinting the touch and taste into my mind. I wouldn't ever. I might piss you off, might make you want to strangle me, but I'll never do anything to hurt you. You mean so much to me. You're my one and only true weakness. I can't be the bigger man when it comes to you. I'm too fucking weak to give you up. She stares up at me, blinking away the tears. I won't give you up either. No running, no hiding. We're in this together till death do us part. Till death, baby, I whisper, brushing my nose against hers while I position my cock at her entrance. One small thrust, and I'm gliding slowly into her warm heat. Pleasure climbs up my spine, and I swear I black out for a moment. Elise's small whimper against my arm drags me back to the present, and the moment her tiny nails dig into my skin, I feel the typical urge to rut into her until we're both spent. I nearly give in to it, but then I feel her lips on my skin, and when I look down into her trusting eyes, I know I can't. I need to give her what she deserves, what she wants. Shoving the shame and fear for that little boy who lost everything back down, I instead choose to make room for something better. A man with strength, respect, and dignity. A man worthy of loving Elise. Our gazes are locked on one another, and even as we both start to pant, beads of sweat forming against my brow from the effort it takes me to fuck her nice and slow. I know this is what we need to happen. I know this is what love should feel like. Her grasp on me changes over time, becoming tighter and harder as she climbs the peak of pleasure. Grunting, I adjust the angle of my thrusts, so every time I fill her, I kiss her swollen clit. The added pressure is exactly what she needs to get off, and her tight pussy quivers around my cock. "Sebastian," she moans. "Don't you dare fucking come without me, Elise. Together, remember. Hurry, please." Her moan is filled with desperation. "Fuck. Anything for you, little prey." I pick up the pace, thrusting deeper, harder, faster. My muscles burn and pleasure fills my gut. She is my fucking home, my beginning and end, the light creeping into all the cracks in my heart. "Oh, God, Sebastian." Elise whines and squeezes her eyes closed as she falls off the edge, her silken heat contracting around my cock. "So good, so fucking good." I whisper into the crook of her neck as I explode a moment later, her release carrying me into my own. Her tight cunt practically sucks the cum from my balls, and I groan with pleasure, thrusting deeper, praying my seed takes root and I get her pregnant, giving us both the second chance at life we deserve. Her eyes drift closed and a sleepy murmur escapes. I pull a throw from the couch and tuck it around her, pulling her into the crook of my arm and placing a kiss on the top of her head. "Sleep, Ellie. I'll be here when you wake up. I'll always be here." Chapter 21. Sebastian. We both wake before the sun peeks into the windows, and from the moment Ellie's eyes open, I know today will be hard. An aura of anxiety surrounds her, and I try my best to let it go. But by the time we reach the kitchen, I'm ready to come out of my skin. I pass Ellie a cup of coffee, and then lean across the counter and take a sip of my own. "Talk to me. It's too early in the morning to be as anxious as you are. Do I need to take you back upstairs and help you work some of it off?" I wink, trying to be playful, but Elise isn't having it. She tenses, casting her gaze away, even though I can still see by the set of her shoulders and the clench of her fists inside her hoodie sleeves that she's anxious. "Not all of us can be as cool as cucumbers." What does that mean? It means not everyone can talk about committing murder without having some type of fear of being caught, or worse, fear of it failing. "So you really doubt we can do this?" She shrugs. "I don't doubt that you can do anything. I just wonder. He's the sheriff. People will notice if he goes missing, and they'll start asking questions." I give her a lazy smile and stand, adjusting the collar of my pressed white shirt so it lays the way I want. "Let them ask questions. Proof is what they need, and unless they can prove someone did something malicious, they have nothing." "I'm not a good liar, Sebastian." "I don't need you to lie. Anyone who knows your father will know he had a list of enemies a mile long. It could be anyone. The likelihood of them sniffing around us is slim to none. Not with the money we have, and everyone knows money is power. The more money you have, the more control you have. Your father might be the sheriff, but that kind of power is superficial, otherwise known as authority. He's replaceable. All I have to do is flash around enough cash, and all our problems will disappear. Those stupid enough to ask questions or dig deeper can be taken care of too." "I can't carry that kind of weight on my conscience," she whispers. "Besides the one time, I don't make a habit of murdering people." "I know, little prey, and I'm not asking you to carry that weight. Let me do it. Just know there is nothing I wouldn't do to protect those I love and care about, including murder." Elise takes a sip of her coffee and then frowns. Do you think there is another way? Something not involving death? Could we pay him off? Make him disappear? I know you don't want to think about it, and I understand why. But there isn't any other way to remove him from our lives. Money isn't a big enough motivator for him, and we both know he'll never disappear. As long as he's alive, we will have the threat of him hanging over our heads. And the thought of living like that, of letting you live like that, not fucking happening. She tugs her sleeves tighter over her knuckles. What type of person does it make me, that even after all the things he's done to me, all the hateful words he said, I still don't want anything bad to happen to him? It makes you human, baby. It makes you a good fucking person. She pauses for a moment, seeming to ponder a little harder. And Tanya? What about her? I barely stifle the flinch her name brings out. She'll get what's coming to her, too. Anything and anyone standing in the way of us having a future together is a threat I will extinguish. Then you have a plan, right? I give her a smile right as a soft knock sounds at the back door. Right on time. Come in, I announce, and the entire crew funnels into the kitchen like marching ants. Elise looks at me, her eyes wide. Did you know they were coming? Yes. We decided it would be smarter to discuss our plans in person versus even a secure email. If anyone ever got a hold of that kind of information, it would incriminate all of us. I never even considered that. Belle comes stomping in, brushing away a few lingering snowflakes sticking to her coat. Drew is right behind her, followed by Lee and Aries. Lee splits off and slumps into a chair at the table near the other end of the kitchen. Aries zips his coat, stuffs his hands in his pockets, and stays near the door. Drew, of course, follows Belle over to the counter when Belle climbs onto a stool next to Ellie. Turning, she pins me with a glare. Let's do this so we can get back to regular programming. Yes, this whole murder the sheriff business is really cutting into my day drinking. Lee quips, his body slumped down in the chair while he hangs his head over the back of it. Drew spreads his hands out on the counter. What's the plan? My brain has been going non-stop, the ideas bouncing around inside. I haven't spoken to anyone about them, haven't put them down on paper, haven't done anything but considered all sides inside my own mind, and I think I've come up with something decent. Now to see if we can execute it. I grab Ellie's phone off the counter and wave it, the screen lighting up with a text. I've been thinking about this for hours, but before we move forward with any of it, I want your opinions. Everyone nods, so I continue. Her father has been blowing up her phone since she missed her agreed-upon meeting. At this point, I think our best option is to get him to the house and take care of things here. We can tell him that since he took out his aggression on Lee, he didn't stick to the agreement, so we've altered it a bit. Now we need him to bring Tanya's police report with him as additional security. Drew's gaze fastens on nothing in particular, and I know he's thinking it through and seeing the pieces move in his mind. Okay, but I don't want Belle here. Aries can stay with her and Ellie at our place. Ellie immediately interrupts. What? No, that makes no sense. I have to be here. If he shows up and realizes I'm not here, he'll know it's a setup, and then it won't matter what our next steps are. If we want this to work, I have to be here. I nod in agreement. She's right. As much as I hate it, if she's not here when he shows up, all of this will be for nothing. We need him inside the house to get the job done. Fine, then Belle will stay with Aries, Drew announces. Belle doesn't even look at Drew, but I can sense the anger rolling off her. Belle is an adult who can make her own choices, who, by the way, will be staying to support her friends. You're so fucking stubborn. Drew shakes his head in frustration. Trouble in paradise already? Lee muses. I think you want me to kick your ass. Is that what you just said? Aries chuckles. I think we should take bets on who gets their ass beat first. My guess is that Belle beats both of your asses. Belle gives Ares a cheeky grin, and Drew rolls his eyes. Lee, on the other hand, smirks and says, I have something she can beat, but it ain't my ass. You really want me to kill you, don't you? Drew growls, ready to explode. I need to stop this before it gets out of hand, even if I do enjoy watching Lee bait Drew into peculiar situations. Stop. We're here to discuss the plan. Afterward, you can kill each other. I don't care. Just take the mess outside. Okay, Dad, Lee mocks with a frown. Such a buzzkill, man. Ares shakes his head. I notice Ellie shifting on the stool like she's uncomfortable. I can understand why she feels this way, and if I could pull the plan off without including her in it, I would, but I can't, which means I'll have to help her through the process and find ways to ease her fear and anxiety. I think I have the perfect plan for that. Addressing the room, I say, for this to work, we will need to act as a team, with each person doing their part. First step is for Drew and Belle. I need both of you to go to the mill. Start a party big enough that the police get called. Lee grumbles. I can do that. Why are you asking them to do it? They'll start the party. You'll ensure it gets the publicity it needs. Think you can make some calls and get the press there? Lee smiles. Is that even a question? I'm a professional at fucking things up. I have a friend on speed dial who will draw some cameras. I'll just take him out to dinner. Piss my family off in the process. Okay, good. Then the three of you sneak away, making sure no one notices, and get back here. We want the sheriff to think Ellie is here alone and unprotected. I'll also be making a big show of leaving. If he agrees to come to the house, we know he'll be watching the place and want to make certain I'm gone before his arrival. I'll sneak back in without anyone noticing. Ellie reaches for the coffee mug, but I tug it closer to me with a raised eyebrow. I don't know if you need any more coffee. You're anxious as it is. Belle snatches the mug from me and hands it to Ellie. You're not her keeper. If she's anxious, give her a Xanax like a normal person. Don't withhold the goods. I can't help but smile. Belle has been a firecracker since she and Drew got together, and I kind of love her all the more for it. We can have the meeting take place in the den. I'll have Ellie get in touch with her father and set everything up for tonight. We'll wait until he's inside the room before we ambush him. Got it, Drew nods. But first, I say to Ellie, ignoring Belle's glare, I made some plans for just us tonight. Once we get back, I'll make a show of leaving. Anything you want to do in the meantime? She shakes her head. I don't know. Belle stands and drags Ellie off the stool. Come on, why don't we go for a walk? Mr. Broody over here can take us over to the mill. She hikes her thumb at Drew. We can hike the property and he can follow us. It'll give us a chance to talk. Plus, fresh air always helps expel anxiety. I almost want to volunteer to come with, but maybe Ellie needs this. A little bit of time to talk to her friend, to move her body. She hasn't been running or even walking as much as she used to with the danger and kidnapping that took place. This is good for her. Ellie looks from me to Belle. I mean, a walk would be nice. I'm getting a little claustrophobic with all of you here. Same. Go get a coat and put some jeans on. It's cold outside, Belle exclaims. I take a small sip of coffee and watch as she climbs off the stool and goes to get some warmer clothes on. Soon, there won't be anyone for her to fear. All the monsters she spent her entire life running from will be dead, and she'll finally be free. Has it hit her yet that her father is going to die? Drew asks. I shrug. I think so. She knows there isn't any other option. It's either we kill him or deal with his scheming for the rest of our lives. And she knows I'm not going to let her go through that. I can handle it, but Ellie can't, nor should she have to. She deserves to be happy, and as unfortunate as it might be, The only way for her to truly be happy is if he's gone. Sometimes you have to cut the toxic out so it doesn't eat away at all the good. Otherwise you'll be left with nothing but bones. Lee interjects. That's pretty deep. I nod, almost like you've experienced this shit yourself. I have a little experience. Lee smiles and shows me with 2 fingers how much experience he has. Ellie walks into the kitchen then, and my full attention locks on her. I can't help but smile at her presence. She's the light I never knew I needed in my life. And fuck, am I grateful to have her by my side. She looks adorable, bundled up in a jacket with a knit cap on her head. Ready to go? I quip. I think so. She smiles, her green eyes a little brighter. Let's go get some fresh air, and then when we get back to the mill we can have some hot chocolate, Belle declares, hopping off the stool. Oh, that sounds good. Elise beams back at her. See you guys later. Belle waves as she takes Ellie by the arm and guides her out the back door. Bye, Ellie squeaks. Bye. I'll see you a little bit later. They disappear out the door, and even if it's the last thing I want to do, I know I need to let her go. Let her have the freedom to explore. Drew rolls his eyes and starts after them. I stop him dead in his tracks by placing a hand on his shoulder. Anything happens to either of them, and you know the deal. In typical Drew fashion, he's unfazed by my threat of violence. I'm not scared of you, Seb. You're a suit-wearing prick. But need I remind you, if anything were to happen to either of them, I'd do everything short of killing myself to make sure they were okay. I know. I tell him and lift my hand off his shoulder. He continues forward, disappearing out the back door. I know he's telling the truth. When it comes to Belle, there is nothing Drew wouldn't do. And I know he wouldn't let anything happen to Elise by extension of his devotion to both Belle and me. Ares is still braced by the back door, his big arms crossed over his chest. What's my job in this grand plan of yours? I thought you'd never ask. I grin. You're the muscle. If anything happens to us, you'll step in. And if by some fucking miracle Ellie's dad gets away, you'll catch him. There's a hard set to his jaw, but he nods. I'll be taking care of that bitch as well. If Ellie's dad gets out of this house alive, it'll mean I'm as good as dead, so I won't give a shit. Chin up, Buttercup. The only one dying today is Ellie's dad, Lee exclaims, squeezing my shoulder hard. Even as confident as I am in this plan, I still have my doubts and fears, and my friends see that. I have to make sure this happens. The reign of terror Elise has endured her entire life will end.
Chapter 22. Elise. Hours later, Sebastian finds me sitting in the media room, the TV playing some kind of infomercial. I don't know what it is. I'm not even watching it. I couldn't focus on a television show if my life depended on it right now. You okay? He asks as he enters the room. I jump at the sound of his voice, then give him a smile. Yeah, fine. Still anxious, but there's nothing I can do about that. I'll be anxious until we see this through. He approaches, crouches in front of the oversized leather chair I'm curled up in, and tips my chin up. Good thing I have something to distract you. Oh, do you? What's that? I don't even bother curtailing the grin blooming at the idea. He narrows his eyes and smiles back. Not that, you dirty girl. But I'll remember that for later. Go put on some warm clothes, your coat, and all the layers. We'll be outside for a bit, and I don't want your toes to freeze off. Okay, I'm officially surprised. Give me a hint. He stands and smooths out his pants. Nope. Just get ready. I'll bring the car around. I bounce out of the chair and then the door, shaking my legs as I walk since my feet fell asleep at some point. In under 10 minutes, we're in the car, the heat on full blast to warm us. Sebastian even flicked on the heated leather seats to ensure I stay warm before we go out in the cold again. He drives out of the edge of town, and I'm staring out the window, scanning the light dusting of frost and snow on the last leaves of fall. You going to tell me where we're going? He doesn't say anything but turns off on a dirt road. Is this the part where you murder me? I ask, laughing at the absurd idea. He might fuck me, chase me, or use me, but he'd never hurt me. There are lights up ahead, but I can't make it out through the slight frost on the window and the darkness surrounding the lit-up area. I keep my eyes locked on the display out the windshield, the sunset behind the surrounding forest finally highlighting a small winter carnival set up in a clearing. What is this? I remember you mentioning that you'd never been to a carnival before after you missed the school's fall carnival last year. So I decided to bring one to you. I blink, tears already building along with the ache in my chest. Are you serious? You did all of this for me? He cups the back of my neck and draws me into a soft kiss. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. The sooner you realize that, the easier our lives together will be. I don't bother arguing with him and turn to get out of the car. He joins me, and he lets me stand there staring without saying a single word. Once ready, we walk toward the carnival. As we approach, I can't help but smile wider the closer we get. A small game section has one attendant lounging on a fold-out chair. Let me know if you want to play, he calls out. Sebastian nods and keeps pace with me as I take it all in. There are a few rides, a Ferris wheel, a teacup ride, a spinning ride, and a few more things like a French fry truck and a cotton candy stall. A few attendants stand near the rides, but I don't pay much attention. Not with Sebastian staring at me like that. I point at the small stall with the funnel cake. Oh, I want that, but I didn't bring any cash with me. He extends his arm and I smile again as I slide my own arm through his to the elbow. That's okay. I've already paid for everything. They'll give us whatever we want. It only takes a minute for the attendant to hand me a hot funnel cake on a paper plate covered in a cloud of powdered sugar. I eat it until I can't possibly have another bite, fold the rest into the plate, then toss it in the trash. Once I swallow the last piece, he leans down and kisses me, delving his tongue deep to catch the taste of the sugar. My face is warm when he pulls away. I clear my throat, needing a minute to settle after a kiss like that, but he apparently has plans. What now? He asks. There are so many choices, I'm not sure. Can we look around a bit? He nods and leads me to the edge of the carnival. We walk a little loop and I try to take it all in, to see everything. My chest is tight and I can't even think around the knowledge that he did this for me. For me. As we walk, I pat my belly. I'm going to need to work off all that fried deliciousness. If you need help with that, let me know. I swat at Seb's arm but smile. As long as he's not planning to do it here in the cold, I'm down. This is really beautiful, you know. I never thought I'd get to go to one of these. And here you bought the whole thing just for me. Tears coat my eyes and I blink them back, if only to keep from getting snotty when I try to kiss him later. He leads me over to a small booth with glass bottles set on a low shelf. The attendant in ratty jeans and a puffy vest slides a basket of balls toward Sebastian. Knock 'em down, rack 'em up, win a prize for the little lady. His voice carries through the mostly silent carnival. I'm already grinning when Sebastian holds a ball out toward me. You want to play? No, I'm good. I'll just watch. You deserve things like this, Ellie, he says, as he tucks some of my hair under my hat again. You deserve everything you want, and I've made it my mission to ensure you get it. Now let me dominate this game for you. He waves the ball up at the prizes hanging from the low ceiling. Technically, I think I own all of these, but how about I win you one? I eye the overstuffed bears, miniature whale plushies, and a variety of small animals hanging from a net above the game. A stuffed dog catches my eye, brown-like. I point at it. That one. Sebastian turns to the game, throws the ball, and knocks the glasses off in one swoop, one of them bouncing off the backboard with a loud crack. The crack blends, morphs, and I clutch my head between my hands, pain ricocheting off my skull. My vision blurs and I'm pulled back in time. Sebastian stands over me. I'm laying on the shiny tile of the foyer and staring up at him through swollen eyelids. There's a crack, and the small flash of a muzzle from a handgun catches my eye. Sebastian shot me. He shot me. I blink back to the present, my mind and body reeling as I try to assimilate this new piece of information, memory. He shot me. I shove away from him as he turns, saying, Ellie, what is it? He trails off. I can't breathe. The air is too thin, too cold, and I suck it down trying to get a full breath into my lungs. Sebastian. Turning to face me, he cups my cheek. His gloved hand is warm against my skin. Talk to me. What is it? What's wrong? All this time. The memories. They all pointed toward him. Tears fill my eyes and overrun to pour down my face. Oh my God. Oh my God, I remember. This man who has given me so much and taken so much, too, tried to kill me. He looks scared, and maybe he should be. What, Ellie? What is it? I don't say anything. I can't. I can barely manage to breathe. Noticing this, his fear climbs and he gives me a little shake. Tell me what's wrong. I can barely form the words, let them out, make them true. You shot me. Bile rises up in my throat. My body goes rigid and I can't believe this. The man I'm now tied to forever tried to kill me. What does this mean? I shake my head. I need to go. Get out of here. Away from him. His hands tremble when they tighten around my biceps. Slowly he lowers one hand and reaches into his coat, and my heart damn near implodes in my chest when I see him pulling out a gun. Where did he get that? And why did he bring it here tonight? Panic threatens to engulf me as I beg him with my eyes and shake my head. Sebastian, he can't mean to use that on me, right? I mean, I can sort of see it before we met, but now, after everything we've been through together, he wouldn't kill me. He grabs my hand, tosses my glove away, and folds my warm fingers around the grip of the handgun. I try to resist, tugging my hand back, trying to pull away, but there's no escaping Sebastian. No, I don't want this thing. I shake my head as I stare at the weapon with wide eyes. Gently, he moves my thumb to a little switch on the side and helps me flick it. That is the safety. Just click it to move it on and off, but it has to be off for the gun to fire. Then he shifts my index finger to the trigger. All you do to fire is squeeze here. Squeeze, don't pull. The gun shakes in my hand, in our hands. I don't understand what is happening right now. He adjusts my arm and presses the muzzle right into his chest, over his heart. Keep the gun trained here. If you feel the need to pull the trigger once I tell you the truth, then I want you to do it. All I can do is shake my head. He's insane. No, Quickly, I glance around, looking for a way out of this, a place to escape. But there's nothing but carnival lights, macabre with their jolly tunes taunting me. Listen to me. I shot you, Ellie. I shot you that night because my grandfather made me. Once he showed me the contract, all I could think was that I couldn't live in that house while he used you, probably raped you, and saw it happening. He told me if I thought you'd be better off dead, then I needed to do it myself. So I did. In my mind, death would be a better option for you. It shouldn't have been my choice to make. And I understand that, but I couldn't. Tears blur my eyes, and I blink them away as I study his face, trying to process what he's confessing to me. But you didn't kill me. You missed? He nods. Yes, I missed. I don't know now if it was my subconscious or what. Afterward, I thought you were dead. There was so much blood, and you were already pretty beat up from your father and Yanov. With the thought that I had killed you, I walked back into that room and killed my grandfather. I blink once and shake my head. What the hell is he saying right now? He shot me, then killed his grandfather to avenge what he thought was my death? You killed your grandfather for me? When I told you I did it to protect you, I wasn't lying. I was also trying to protect myself. He wanted someone to use, force into things, and submit to him. He wasn't going to stop at you. He was going to find someone else when you were gone, and I knew I couldn't stomach it. I took out one more asshole intent on taking what didn't belong to them. I guess, in that moment, he reminded me too much of what happened to me because of Tanya. He closes his eyes and slowly breathes in and out through his nose like he's trying to settle himself. There was no way I could leave you to the same fate. And when I realized my mistake, when the doctor told me you were alive, guilt consumed me. I had to fix my mistake. I had to make sure you survived and had the chance to succeed. Anger, bile, rage, all of it surges up, forcing its way out. You were such an asshole to me, though. I scream at him. I know, and to be honest, I'm always an asshole. But with you, it was different. I had to be, because the moment you opened your eyes and looked at me, seeing right fucking through me, I knew you'd be my damnation. I wanted you to be mine, on every level, and I refused to be like Tanya or my grandfather. We stare at each other, his hand wrapped around the top of the gun, mine trembling. Even as angry and confused as I am, I keep my finger off to the side of the trigger so I don't accidentally do something stupid. That's it, he whispers. That's it? I echo. Slowly, I lower the gun, and he doesn't stop me. When I turn, he snatches me hard around the middle and pulls me into his chest. No, we promised each other no more running. For sickness and health, through the good and the bad, all of it. I shudder against him and drop the gun to the ground. Why did you do this to me? How could you? Just shoot me? Like I'm no one? Not even a human being? How long did you leave me to lay there dying? He clutches me tighter. I don't know. Honestly, I was sick to my stomach. I never said it out loud, but I would have ended my own life if you had died that night. The only reason I didn't is because I owed you. I owed you the chance at a life, free of your father. I drop my face into my hands, and his confession wraps around me. Months of not knowing what happened pour out of me in gut-wrenching sobs. He gathers me into his arms, and I don't have the strength to resist. Not when I can barely breathe around the tears. I want to hate him. I want to hurt him. But that won't change what's already happened. We can't change the past, but we can change the future. Gently, he climbs into the back seat of his car and settles me onto his lap. I stare out the window and make a sound.
Shh. It's okay. This is for some privacy while we talk. It will still be there when we get this settled.
He shifts me onto his lap at a better angle. How is this okay? How will it ever be okay again? Wait, all this time, he's kept this secret. What else has he kept secret from me? What else have you been hiding? I want it all, everything, no more secrets. I'm so tired of fucking secrets. He cups my cheeks, and I can hear the heavy gulp he makes. Shit. This is going to be bad too. His voice shakes as he answers.
When I brought you back from Yanov, I gave you a fertility drug.
I freeze, processing, trying to remember that hazy time between the killing and recovery. It's hard with all the painkillers they gave me. You did what? He clasps my hands as I raise them to strike out. At what? I don't know, but I've reached my limit right now.
I want a family with you. I want to look at your daughter and see your eyes and your pride and your love. I want a happy home for both of us. So I'll make one for us.
I tug one hand out of his crushing grip and press it low on my belly. I could be pregnant right now? You didn't think it might be bad if my father got a hold of me again? I would fucking die before I let him take a child of mine and do the same thing to them. No, I'd kill him first. He shrugs.
I won't lie to you. I was being selfish. I was hoping you'd get pregnant, and it would be further proof of our commitment to each other for the world. So no one could doubt we're together, that you belong to me.
I let out a long, shaky sigh. Is that it? Any other big zingers you want to spring on me? He nods.
Oh, well, there's one more thing.
This time I glare and swipe at my cheeks, wiping off the cold tears. What? What else could you possibly be keeping from me? And by the way, after you tell me, I'm going to fucking need that gun back. He smiles like I've said something cute. I'll show him fucking cute.
I love you. I love you so much I can't even think around it. Everything I do to protect you, to show you how I feel without the words. I love you, Elise Arturo. So fucking much I'm afraid I'll crack under the pressure of it.
Well, shit. That's not what I expected to hear. Is that it? He nods, tilting to the side, like he's waiting for my reaction. I reach up and smack him hard across the cheek. It burns my palm, and I clutch my burning hand with the other. That's for trying to fucking kill me. It might make me stupid, but his honesty makes me love him more. Cupping his cheeks, I lean into his face, and right before I press my lips to his, I whisper, I'm probably a fucking idiot for loving you as much as I do, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 23. Elise. I'm so nervous I think I might throw up. There's all this energy inside me, and I don't know what to do with it. I've spent the past hour pacing the study under Sebastian's watchful eye. I know why he's watching me so cautiously. He's afraid I'll run. And I won't lie, the idea is appealing to me right now. I can't believe I agreed to this, a showdown with my father, in what is now my home. Some part of me fears this place will be tainted the second he walks through the door. But the other part recognizes this is a full circle moment, filled with inevitability. He brought me here, planning to sell me, to discard me. Sebastian saved me, in the most twisted way imaginable. And now I get to save myself and baptize this place, my home, anew. Banish every creeping memory of that time and make it mine for the future I'll share with Sebastian.
If you keep pacing, you're going to wear yourself out,
Sebastian scolds. I shoot him a glare. You aren't here, remember? He gives me a lazy grin and reaches for my sweater on my next pass. I easily skirt out of reach, but it makes me smile. And I guess that was his goal. Slowly, he coils himself back in the chair behind the desk, slumped down and looking very at home. Not like a businessman, but a bad boy, waiting for his bad girl. Something I will never be. I try not to think about that too hard, not when neither of us are willing to give each other up. The thought settles me a little bit. He loves me as I am, despite my enjoyment of following rules and walking on the right side of the hallway. I check the clock on the fireplace mantel. 5 minutes past midnight. He's late. When I face Sebastian, he shakes his head gently.
It doesn't mean anything, little prey. He might just be running late.
What if he finds the open gate suspicious? I mean, when we texted him, I did say I'd leave it open, and that security was light right now, but he's suspicious of everything. Do you think he suspects it's a trap? Sebastian shoves the chair back and stands, a fluid movement leading to the short, sharp motions of him straightening his shirt cuffs.
No. He thinks we're dumb, and he underestimates us, which is the worst thing you can do when facing your enemies. Never underestimate the enemy. If I had to guess, I'd say he's excited to get the money, bring you home, and stick it to me that he won. We're going to show him how very wrong he's been about you, us, and this entire situation. A knot of fear forms in my throat, but I do my best to swallow around it. I can do this. With his support, and Drew's and Lee's and Aries, with all of them behind me, I know nothing bad will happen to me. I know they will protect me. The doorbell rings and it echoes through the house. I'm a nervous wreck. What if I fail? What if this doesn't work? I keep pacing, wringing my hands and straining to hear the housekeeper, Carrie, open the door. She agreed to stay, open the door, and then make a quick exit through the kitchen, where Lee will ensure she gets off the grounds safely. Not having a servant in Sebastian's home would only draw speculation, and we want to ensure he's unaware of what is about to happen. The housekeeper's voice is soft, and their greetings to one another carry into the small space off the main entrance. I'm frozen with fear and worry. Failing is not an option. Today I will break free of the shackles my father spent years keeping me chained with. Today, the prey becomes the predator. You've got this,
Sebastian whispers to me as he steps into the closet at the corner of the study. He pulls the door nearly closed, keeping it cracked an inch. You can do this, Elise. You're strong. You're in control. My father's approaching footfalls make me shiver. Memories swirl in my mind, and I have to force myself to stay focused on the study door so I don't fall inside them. The door to the study opens, and my father saunters inside. No going back now. The first thing I notice is that he's in civilian clothes. Probably not a good idea to kidnap a person while in uniform, though that's never stopped him from beating me before. I take in his presence. His jeans hug his rounding belly, cutting across his button-down shirt, which is a little too tight. He's wearing a sports coat hanging open, his hands pressed inside his pockets.
There you are, Ellie. Wasn't the plan to meet at the door so we could make a quick escape?
His gaze scans the office. I swallow hard, trying to coax a response free of my suddenly super dry mouth. That was the plan, but then I realized I can't carry the cash. It's too heavy. I waved to the bag we stuffed with a pillow and some weights sitting on the floor. His gaze gravitates toward it, his eyes lighting up.
I'll take it. No problem.
Of course. Did you bring the police report? I moved to the side when I asked the question, as Sebastian instructed.
Here.
With a sneer, my father tosses a flash drive on the desk and steps closer to the bag, essentially trapping himself. As soon as he's in place, Sebastian slips out of the closet. His steel voice cuts through the air.
You might want to wait a moment, Sheriff.
My heart clenches inside my chest, and my father freezes in his tracks, his feet planted wide on the floor. Sebastian is holding his gun on him, and he jerks it slightly so my father will remove his hands from his coat pockets. Surprisingly, he does so, slowly. He pins me with a disgusted look.
What the hell is this? The plan was for you to be alone.
I shrug, still unable to speak around the lump in my throat.
What is this? What do you want?
My father demands, turning his attention to Sebastian. Sebastian comes around the other side of the desk to stand at my side.
It's not what I want. It's what she wants.
He tips his head my way. I gulp again and wrap my arms around my middle. We discussed this in detail. Yet, faced with the realness of the moment, I don't know if I can follow through. Sebastian's right hand skims down my spine, warmed from the fire.
You've got this.
My father rolls his eyes, relaxing slightly.
Yeah, Ellie. You've got this. Just like you've been able to succeed every other time you tried to get away from me. Pathetic. That's what you are.
He doesn't think I have the courage to walk away from him. His arrogance does something inside me. Solidifies my hesitancy, silences my fears. I might have failed at escaping him in the past, but today, I'm rewriting my future. When I reply, my voice is firm. You aren't walking out of here with me. Not now, not ever. That part of my life is over. But you can still walk away. You can take this money and leave here. All I want is an apology, an acknowledgement of all you've done. He narrows his eyes and plants his hands on his hips.
Or what? Your boyfriend, your husband, is going to shoot me? I'm the fucking sheriff. Or have you forgotten that?
How could we ever forget, with how many times you remind us?
Then I'll have to assume you're stupid, because there's no way in hell you're going to shoot me and get away with it.
Sebastian grins and nods.
That's what you may think. Unfortunately for you, I happen to know a guy who can make a body disappear like it never existed.
My father's gaze turns to slits.
You wouldn't dare.
Sebastian takes one small step forward, pointing the gun higher.
You should really be talking to her, not me. If I had it my way, I would have shot you the second you stepped foot on my property. A man like you doesn't deserve the honor of being her father. That's rich, coming from the man who accepted her as payment to settle a debt.
My father counters. The last thing I need is for him and Sebastian to get into a full-blown argument. Before Sebastian can respond, I grab his sleeve and give it a tug. Then I press myself against his side and stand a little taller. This isn't about what Sebastian did. This is about you and me. Do you really think you don't owe me an apology for putting me through all the shit you have? For hurting me? Violating my trust? Threatening me? Abusing me? Selling me to your friends to be used and abused? I might have been able to let all those things go if you hadn't let Yanov hurt me, if you had at least tried to stop him. But you didn't. You encouraged the abuse. And you let him do whatever he wanted, even when I begged you not to. My dad, my fucking dad, shrugs. He shrugs.
To me, you should be grateful I made sure he didn't rape you until you were old enough.
I blink. My heartbeat skyrocketing with his words. Until I was old enough? My hurt, my fear, my shame, it all tumbles down the cliff, morphing into something darker, something terrible and sinister. Moving closer, I snap my teeth at him. I don't know why I'm surprised you would say such a fucking thing, but I swear, I've heard it all now. Until I was old enough to be raped. How old, exactly, does one need to be for rape to be acceptable? As usual, my father has no response. He simply stares at both of us like we're inconveniencing him. I notice then that I'm shaking. This dark anger brewing in my chest, spreading outward into my limbs. Admit what you did. Admit you sold me to an old man to be used and abused. Admit that you gave me to your friend. That you beat me when I didn't comply. Admit it all and you can walk away. Because you certainly don't deserve my mercy otherwise, since I want to shoot you myself right now. He chuckles, and the sound turns into an outright guffaw.
That's hilarious. Ellie, you couldn't shoot me if I handed you the gun myself.
My insides go flat and dull. Is this all he thinks of me? How worthless he sees me? Something breaks open inside me, oozing, wrecking everything good, everything holding out hope that one day he might see me and love me. It was a silly little girl's dream, after everything I've been through. Yet a tiny part of me had still held it. Now it's burned away in the fire of the rage coursing through me. I shift on my heel and snatch the gun from Sebastian's hand. He jolts but drops his arm. At least he doesn't think I won't go through with it. You're a piece of shit. You know that? I aim the gun at him. He only sighs and rolls his eyes.
If you're going to shoot me, get it over with. Otherwise, I'm leaving. I don't have time to play games, Ellie. And since you didn't hold up your end of the deal, I'll be back tomorrow to take your husband into custody.
I realize then, his threats don't faze me. Not like they used to. He'd raise his hand like he might hit me, and I'd fall at his feet, begging for mercy. Not anymore. I'm not that girl anymore. You come near him, and I'll kill you myself. I double my grip on the gun and pull the hammer back, like Sebastian showed me. Then I flick off the safety. Maybe I'll kill you now, and save Sebastian the early morning wake-up call. My father laughs, this time.
Sure, Ellie. Sure. I'll believe it the day I see it. You don't have the balls to pull the trigger.
He turns his back on me and starts through the door, but the barrel of a gun cuts through the frame, and I spot Ares holding the handgun up to my father's forehead. He's all coiled rage and muscle, and for a second I think he'll shoot him first and ask questions later. But he doesn't. My father holds his hands up, raising them slowly, keeping his eyes locked on Ares.
Okay, big guy. I'm not leaving yet.
Ares steps around my father and Drew steps into place beside him.
Listen to her, or we kill you. It's really that simple,
he says.
Don't do this. I promise you, you'll all pay the price.
My father's menacing voice makes me shiver. Back up, Ares orders, and to my complete shock, my father listens. Forcing my father deeper into the room, Drew and Ares continue forward, followed by Lee, who is dragging someone behind him. A black pillowcase covers the person's face, so I don't know who they are yet. Lee discards the person in a heap at Sebastian's feet. A woman, given the heels on her feet and the bright red dress she's wearing.
Special delivery.
Lee smiles and then tugs the pillowcase off her head. The puzzle pieces in my mind come together before the fabric disappears. Tanya. Sebastian recoils, his back hitting the wall near the fireplace.
Tanya?
He rolls over and shifts, so her legs are beside her in her long, red-sheathed dress. Daggers shoot from her eyes. She's pissed off, but that's the comic relief in this tragedy. The people who hurt us the most never expect us to get revenge. They never see us coming, because they beat us down to a point of weakness that they never would have expected us to fight back from. But that's where they went wrong. That's their fatal flaw. They underestimated us, and now they'll pay. Lee undoes the gag at the back of her head.
You're welcome.
What the fuck is going on? Why did you sick your hounds on me? Sebastian's gaze swings toward my father, who took advantage of the distraction to slowly inch his way closer and closer to me. I back up into Sebastian's side. Stop moving, or I will fucking shoot you.
You don't even know how to use that thing. Why don't you give the gun to one of the big boys and run off so the men can talk?
Once again, he's patronizing me. And I'm done. He's never cared about me. He's only ever seen me as a means to an end. And if he learns one thing before he dies, it'll be that I wasn't weak. Crossing the space between us, I press the muzzle to his forehead. Lee and Drew chuckle and split off from behind him to opposite sides of the room. Your cruelty ends here. Apologize. Admit your mistakes. My father shifts and clasps his hands over his belly.
My mistakes? The only mistake I ever had was keeping you after your mother's death. I should have left you to die, but I didn't. And for what? You've been nothing but a pain in my ass since then.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I try to hide the emotion from my voice and raise my right arm to show him the circle patterns just below my elbow joint. Part of me wishes you would have left me to die then too, because maybe then I wouldn't have endured all the pain and suffering I did. Remember this? I point at my arm. These scars are from the time you let one of your friends burn me with cigarettes because he paid you $50. I lift my shirt and show him the smooth, long gash on my belly. This was the time you wanted to see if you had sharpened your knife well enough and needed a test subject. I drop the fabric and wrap both hands around the gun again. A rush of tears escapes my eyes and trails down my cheeks. The man in front of me doesn't even blink. He doesn't show a single emotion outside of irritation. I shake my head. You don't feel anything, do you? Not one bit of remorse. His cold, flat eyes meet mine.
If you're expecting me to apologize, I won't. I'm not sorry. You could have left any time you wanted.
Oh yes, any time I wanted to. I scream the words into his face. Because that's worked out so fucking well for me, huh? He tips his chin up, his face reflecting nothing but arrogance.
Like I've always told you, Ellie, your suffering is your own fault. Now I'm done here. Either fucking shoot me or watch me walk out the door. I bet you don't even know how to...
Every hit, bruise, scar, and terrible word flung my way trickles down to this one single moment. I don't think about the guilt that will come from killing another person. I don't think about the sadness of losing the man who was supposed to be my father, my protector. I don't think at all. All I see in front of me is a man standing between me and happiness. A future I deserve to have without fear of him destroying. Exhaling slowly, I squeeze the trigger. I don't flinch, nor do I blink. It happens in a second. Death. The bullet flies from the gun, and his brain splatters across the brocade curtain behind him. It's a horrific thing to witness. but somehow I feel nothing. I'm numb. And I guess maybe the reasoning for that lies in the fact that my love for my father died a long time ago. Physically, he was always here, but in every other way, my dream of having a loving, caring father disappeared. I mourned that loss then, and I won't grieve it any longer. His body crashes to the floor and the ringing in my ears intensifies. I slowly bring the gun back down to my side. I spent my whole life running, but I won't run anymore. Not after today.
Chapter 24. Sebastian. When you have everything you could ever want, it's hard to find something worth wishing for. Tanya's death has always been at the forefront of my mind, something within grasp, yet so far away. But now, after watching Ellie face her demons and knowing she's gotten her wish, that she's seen her tormentor pay, I can't help but feel a sense of pride and joy. She's escaped her prison. Now it's time to heal. And now it's time for me to get my revenge. Nobody moves and nobody says anything. We all stare at the ruin of the sheriff's skull, almost as if we are waiting to see if he will sit back up and spew more hateful words. He doesn't, of course. Drew, Lee, and Aries stand on the outskirts of the room, all of them wearing some variation of a shocked, but not displeased, expression. I turn my focus to Ellie. She slowly lowers the gun to her side, the muzzle pointing at the floor. Her lips are parted, her eyes wide and glassy, a kind of sadness lingering in her features. This is the final nail in the box holding all the memories of her past. I step forward and she shifts to the side, keeping herself out of reach. Lee breaks the ice first. I guess we all now know that she knows how to use that thing. No one says anything, and Lee releases a harsh laugh and slams himself into the chair, snatching the bottle of bourbon off the desk as he does. Aries moves toward the door to keep guard and watch. Tanya shifts on the floor, flat on her belly now, crawling toward the open door. I ignore her. She's not going to get very far with Aries there and Drew only a few steps away from him. My need for revenge calls to me like a siren's song, but I need to ensure Ellie is okay before I do anything else. Closing the distance between us, I wrap my arms around her and hold her to my chest. Don't do that, little prey. Don't shut me out. The gun falls to the floor when she releases it, and I spot tiny red splatters of blood on her cheeks and neck. Shit. We are going to have to scrub every inch of this room by the time we're done. Her features remain as if she's frozen in time. Shock. Clutching her head to my chest to keep her still and steady. It's okay. You did so good. I know you didn't get an apology, but in the end, he learned his lesson the hard way. The dam of emotions breaks, and a painful sob wrenches from her chest. It's loud and unyielding, and when her legs give out beneath her, I bear her weight, keeping her upright in my arms. Moving toward the couch, I gently set her on the old, worn leather. She folds into herself, wrapping her arms tight around her middle, her shoulders and head slumped. Crouching down, I whisper, "Talk to me, Ellie. Say something. Anything." I killed him. I can't believe I killed him." She looks up, panic and fear swirling in her eyes. "We're all going to go to jail, and it's because of me. Because of me." She sucks a shallow breath into her lungs. "Oh my God, I killed him." She starts rocking back and forth, her body trembling. "I killed him. I killed him. I killed him." She had a similar reaction after Yanov, but it wasn't as bad as this. I ease my hand down her back and cradle her tight to my chest. "Shh. Breathe. Breathe for me. I try to soothe her. There's nothing that money can't buy or fix, not in his circles or mine. Do you understand? I'll take care of this. I'll take care of you. Trust me. There's a scuffle at the door, Tanya having made it through the door. When I turn to see what's going on, I spot Aries dragging her back into the room by the neck of her dress. Tanya sputters, half choking, half coughing as she lands on the floor in a heap. I watch as her gaze darts to the discarded gun and back to me. I can't blame her for trying, but there's no point. A monster like her deserves to get the same treatment as those she hurt. She dives for the gun, but Aries is there too, and the moment her fingers ghost the butt of the gun, his boot comes crashing down on her hand. I'll be taking that. He smiles and reaches down to retrieve the weapon. With the gun in hand, he steps away, and Tanya rolls back, wailing, clutching her most likely broken hand to her chest. "You broke my hand," she wails. I turn back to face Ellie. "I know you're afraid, and I won't tell you that you shouldn't be. I don't have that right. But I will tell you that nothing that happens today will leave this room. None of them will say anything to anyone. We're a family, a brotherhood." "Your family?" she whispers. I tilt her chin up and lean down so I'm only an inch from her lips. "And yours. Any one of them would die to keep you safe, because they know if you die, I die. Same with Belle. You belong to me, to us, and no one is going to hurt you ever again, not without suffering the consequences." That response seems to connect with her, and a little bit of the panic in her features dissipates. "Yes, come back to me," I murmur, soothing her until she stops shaking. "I've got you, forever, and I'm so fucking proud of you, Elise. So fucking proud." She hums in approval of my praise, and I slowly untangle myself so I can look her in the eyes again. "Are you okay to stay, or do you want to go and be with Belle?" Her gaze flicks from mine, and I know without a doubt she's looking at Tanya. "No, I want to stay. I should be here to support you, to remind you it's all going to be okay." I nod in understanding. We'll comfort each other once we make sure our family is safe. I press my lips to Ellie's one last time before I pull away completely. As I come to stand, Drew grabs the sheriff's coat and hauls his body out the door, leaving it in the foyer. Our gazes collide when he steps back into the room. "Didn't want to ruin your rug any more than it already was. I think at this point I'll be buying a new rug." "Good call," Lee adds. Tanya lets out a low, moaning sob, bringing our attention back to her. "What are you going to do? What do you want from me?" If only she knew how much I want to simply pick up that gun and be rid of her. But I can't. Like Ellie's dad, she needs to understand and face what she's done. Unfortunately for Tanya, I'm willing to go a lot farther than Ellie did to make that happen. Turning from Ellie, I focus the entirety of my attention on her, and I don't know if it's the expression I wear or the fact that she knows she's not leaving the room alive, but she starts to sob. Her tears mean nothing to me. After all, mine never meant a fucking thing to her. "Please," Tanya begs. "Please, I'll do whatever you want. I'll go away. I'll drop the charges and you'll never see or hear from me again. Please, please, Sebastian, please." It's my name on her lips that breaks me. The anger, the fear, the shame bubbles to the surface, threatening to take me back down when they recede again. "Where's your faithful watchdog now, Tanya?" I ask. Her sobs hesitate. "Marcus? I got rid of him a long time ago. It was you I wanted, Sebi." I pin her with a cold glare. "You don't get it, Tanya." "I'll do anything. Whatever you want. Just Please don't kill me. I take a menacing step toward her. You don't get it, Tanya, I repeat. I never wanted a goddamn thing from you. Not your breath in my face, not your body against mine, not that worthless cunt you think is worth its weight in gold. I didn't want any of it. She blinks up at me, mascara streaking her cheeks in dark rivers. What? That's what this is about? I thought you were going to kill me for pressing charges against you. Her throat bobs. You're pissed because we had sex? Something hard enters her tone, and my stomach churns. We didn't have sex, I snarl. I clench my hands into tight fists and try to gain some type of control over my emotions. Looking back at Ellie, I see her eyes are clear now, the tears gone. Fuck. If I keep talking to Tanya, I'm going to do something that will make Ellie hate me. If I can get her out of here, if she doesn't witness what I'm capable of, maybe I'll still be able to have the happily ever after I deserve. War rages inside me. Tanya deserves the worst of the worst, but I don't know if doing this will set me free or banish me to the dark all over again. If that happens, I'll never be worthy of Ellie's love. I'll never be free, even if Tanya is dead. Talk to me. Ellie's soft voice meets my ears. I stare at her for a long moment, trying to figure out what I want to tell her. I'm weak, so fucking weak. Tell me not to do it. She shakes her head and takes a couple of deep breaths. No, I can't. Not knowing everything she's done to you, and that's just what you've shared with me. I don't know everything. Someday I'll tell you, just not right now. Not today. She nods. I understand. If anyone does, I do, right? I nod once, my chest almost bursting with the love and pride I feel for her. You might not see me the same after you witness this. She smiles, and it warms me from the inside out. I love you, Seb. The good parts, the bad parts, the broken and chipped pieces. All the pieces make you who you are, and I'd never want you to be anything but who you're meant to be. Are you sure? I'm more than sure. Together. Till death. I smile, my confidence in my ability to face this and end it for good restored by her simple faith in me. Last chance, little prey. Do you want to go upstairs and wait for me? She shakes her head no. Do your worst, Sebastian. Show me all your dark, depraved sides, and I'll lead you back to the light. I unbutton my shirt sleeves, slowly rolling them up my forearms, and train my gaze on a trembling Tanya. I hold my hand out for the gun, and Ares steps forward, slapping it into my hand. I'll lead you back to the light. I put all my hope into her words. Then I cross the room and crouch down in front of Tanya. Her expression fills with horror, but there's no room for it, and I slip into that dark place in my mind where nothing and no one can touch me. With the muzzle of the gun, I tilt Tanya's chin up and force her to look at me. It's time for us to have a little chat.
Chapter 25. Elise. Do you know what it's like to feel worthless? Sebastian's tone is cold, flat, and dark in a way I've never heard before. The calm before the storm. Tanya either has no self-preservation instincts or she is dumber than I give her credit for. She scoffs. Scoffs! You've never felt worthless in your whole pampered life, Sebastian. Not once, since your grandfather stuck that silver spoon between your baby teeth and took you as his heir. She shifts over onto her knees and braces her hands to stand on her sky-high designer heels. Something is different. Sebastian's face reads lethal. Tanya's face reads lustful. It's almost enough to make me throw up in my mouth. She looks at him like she owns him, and that sure as hell sets me off. Stop looking at him like that, I snap. Tanya doesn't even spare me a glance, but Sebastian tilts his head to look at me, and when he stares into my eyes, the coldness is gone. It's all heat. Tanya senses she's losing, and she gets to her feet and straightens her dress. Sebastian stands with her, turns to the fireplace mantel, and snatches a knife. One particular knife I know intimately. Not that one, I say. He looks at me again, then approaches and hands me the blade, hilt first. The razor-sharp edge between his index and middle finger like a cigarette. Take it, Ellie. It's yours. I take the knife and settle it in my lap, keeping my eyes on him as he produces a smaller knife from his pocket. This one is a little smaller, a little duller, but it'll do the job. Tanya pastes on a smile, but it doesn't reach her dead eyes. No, Seppi, come on. We can figure this out without all that. She waves at the blade in his hand. Sebastian steps up to her in a lightning-fast move, grabbing her by the front of her dress and throwing her back to her knees again. Answer the question, Tanya. Have you ever felt worthless? She gulps, shifting side to side on knees that no doubt hurt from his brutal handling. I left all that behind me. I don't feel it anymore. Sebastian studies her, and I see the warmth in his eyes drifting away. I wish I could save him from this, but I know it'll help him in the end. All I can do is be here for him while he faces it, faces her. What do you mean you left that all behind? She straightens her shoulders, trying desperately to hold on to some semblance of dignity. I don't feel sorry for her, not for a second. If I tell you, will you stop with the violence and let me go? Sebastian laughs, and it's a cold thing that slithers through my insides like an ice cube on a hot stone. No. You're going to die today, one way or another. I just want to know if the trauma you inflicted was worth it to you. If raping a teenage boy, if breaking him, was worth it. Her perfectly Botoxed forehead barely wrinkles, but I see the question in her eyes. We've been over this, Sebi. It wasn't rape. It was love. I surge to my feet with the word love echoing in my mind. How dare you, equating rape to love? You don't know the meaning of love. I snap. Again, she ignores me like I don't exist, and I have half a mind to bring the knife Sebastian just gave me over and show her that I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Except this isn't about me. I don't need to protect Sebastian. This is his trauma to accept and face. But it doesn't make any of this easier. The thought of seeing yet another death blankets my gut with a deep and bone-dense dread. Like a shark scenting blood in the water, Sebastian circles Tanya. And when he's behind her, he swipes out with the knife at the back of her neck. A thin red line blooms, and a few crimson drops of blood seep out. Tanya throws herself forward, clutching at the small wound like he's gutted her. She sobs out one long wail and plants herself on her stomach for a moment. I said I'd kill you. I didn't say it would be an easy death. I watched the man I love turn into this creature of ice-cold stillness, and God, it hurts. Sebastian? Some part of me needs to know he's still in there. My Sebastian is still behind that cold, indifferent mask. He focuses on me again, and it takes a minute for his gaze to resettle. I give him a pleading look. Come here, please. With no argument, he sits beside me on the couch and tugs my hips until they touch him. Can you handle this, Ellie? Or do you want to go somewhere else? In the other room with Drew and them? I shake my head and tug his hands up to kiss his knuckles. No, I need to be here for you. I'm stronger than I look.
Strong enough to sit here and watch me cut her until she admits every vile, filthy thing she's done to me?
His voice drops with a slight tremble that gives way to vulnerability.
I'm strong too, but I'm not sure I could watch you do something like that.
We do this together. Fight the demons of our past. No more secrets. I can carry this too, until you're able, just like you did for me. I'm not judging you. I'm judging her. There's a scuffle by the door and we look away from each other in time to see Tanya trying to stumble her way out. Seb surges to his feet, grabs her by the back of her dress, and throws her down to the floor hard enough my knees ache in sympathy at the impact. It's nothing she doesn't deserve. He crouches down to her level again, his eyes on her widespread fingers. The knife descends, and I squeeze my eyes closed. I can be here, but I'm not sure if I can watch him dissect her. Tanya wails again, and I have to look. I have to know. This cut on the back of her hand is a 2-inch wide gash, and blood pours between her fingers like a lover's hand entwining with hers.
Let's discuss specifics, he croons,
and I feel another wave of icy indifference wash over me as I watch Sebastian.
Do you remember the time you brought over a few friends and had me satisfy all of them?
Tanya settles back on her heels, rocking slightly, her makeup smudged all over her cheeks. I call that a fantasy. What man wouldn't want multiple women at once? Sebastian glares and swipes out. This cut goes across her forearm in one wide gash, blood flowing forth immediately and sliding down to the floor beside her. Tanya stares at it open-mouthed, like she can't believe he did it. Sebastian is gazing off over his shoulder now.
Man? I think you're forgetting a very important detail. That I wasn't a man. That I was a boy. A boy that you forced to grow up too fast. A boy that you took something from when it wasn't yours to take. Now I have to live with that. And before I end your pathetic life, you'll get a small taste of what it's like to live with that too.
Tears fall fast down Tanya's cheeks, but it seems like at least she's given up on the theatrics. Tell me what you want me to say, Sebastian, and I'll say it. I'll go and leave you to your wife, she bites out. Sebastian laughs that cold laugh again, and I wrap my arms around myself tight, holding myself there to keep from going to him and soothing away all this pain, all this hate. Is this who I was before I killed Yanov? The thought makes me freeze. Shit. I remember who I was after Yanov. And now a slow slither of fear replaces everything else. Sebastian is going to need me after this. More than ever. Probably all of us. We'll take care of him. Another cut. Another whimper from Tanya.
I want you to say you're sorry and mean it. But even an apology won't save you now.
I'm sorry, Tanya whispers. I'm sorry for hurting you. For whatever pain you feel from what happened between us. I roll my eyes and shake my head but stay quiet. If she thinks saying the words is good enough, then she doesn't understand what she's done. Just like Yanov didn't understand what he did either. Sebastian presses the blade to Tanya's throat, right below the curve of her jaw. The second the blade touches her skin, she leans back, toppling over onto her ass, her legs splayed sideways beside her. Sebastian follows until Tanya scoots all the way to the wall near the door, her chin tilted up as she tries to get her vital arteries away from the razor-sharp edge. This is your last chance, Tanya. You can give me closure. So you can just kill me after? Why should I? Sebastian smiles and sighs. Some part of me was hoping you'd say that. Do you remember the time you gave me a hand job while we were at a business event? And it was all I could do to sit there and not react while my insides boiled to cut your hand off at the wrist. Tanya blinks. No, I don't remember that. Seb shoots forward and nicks her pale neck. Blood pours out immediately. Tanya reaches up to clamp a hand there. Oh God, you really are going to kill me. Sebastian nods.
Yes, I really am. No matter what you do or what you say, you will die. I'm just trying to give you a nobler death, maybe. Which is dumb, as you wouldn't know anything about mercy or being noble. You don't know anything but selfishness and greed.
Tanya blinks up at him, then over at me. Help me. Stop him. He seems to listen to you. I give her a droll look and glance over my shoulder. Oh, are you talking to me? Well, let me just get right on that. I glance up at Sebastian, who flashes me the briefest smirk. It's enough to soothe my raw insides. Enough to let me know my Sebastian is still in this cold, unfeeling creature before me. Tanya looks between us a few times, and her shoulders slump. I'm done talking. Just kill me. Sebastian stands and he takes a spin around the room like he's trying to hype himself up to do this. You don't have to, you know, I whisper. He doesn't look at me.
I need to do this. She won't hurt anyone else ever again.
I could. I swallow hard, not even sure of what I'm saying. I could do it for you. Or Ares. He seems like he'd love to rearrange her face with his gun. Tanya lets out a little sob, dropping her chin to her chest, still holding one hand to her neck.
No,
Sebastian says, shaking his head, his eyes on his prey now, the ultimate predator.
No. It has to be me.
He steps forward again and crouches beside her once more.
You hurt me. And no matter how many times I told you, you didn't care. Even now you don't see what you did as something awful, something disgusting. I guess you have to go to the grave with that knowledge. And I hope when I see you in hell, you'll have a better grasp on the type of monster you are.
Tanya blinks up at Sebastian as he pulls his gun off the desk nearby and presses it to her forehead, until the back of her head is flat against the wall, trapped between the barrel and the wallpaper.
You are evil, and I hate you,
he whispers. I turn my head as the loud crack of the gun firing cuts through the room. I don't dare look. I can't. Until I hear a soft sob. I look then, keeping my eyes trained on Sebastian and off the mess of Tanya in front of him. He's on his knees, blood pooling around his pants in a slow leak. I stand, tucking the knife in the sleeve along my forearm, and approach him, keeping clear of the growing pool of blood. It's done. She can't hurt you anymore. No one can. We're free, Sebastian. Free and together. He turns enough to press his head into my chest, and the heavy sob he releases rattles me to the core.
Chapter 26. Sebastian. Even as hot tears wash down my cheeks, I feel empty, blank and endless in a way I've never felt before. Ellie clutches my head to her waist, and I wrap my arms tighter around her, as tight as I can get, so tight I can barely breathe through the tears and the fabric of her shirt. The coppery, iron scent of blood stains the air, and my knees are warm and wet with it. But that's not something I can deal with right now. I can't even look at what I've done. Not yet. When I shift, Ellie clutches me tighter, and I do the same back. Maybe she needs to hold me as much as I need to touch her. She's whispering to me softly, and I can't make out the words with my ear in her shirt and the other covered by her forearm, but I don't care. Just touching her and feeling her is enough right now. It's everything I need. I'm trying to sort my emotions, This empty, hollow hole with the cold rage I'd felt when I'd pulled that trigger. At least to figure out the bridge that got me here, from enraged to empty in 2 seconds flat. Ellie's fingers shift into my hair, and she releases some of the hold she'd had on my head for the past couple of minutes. Tears still pour down my cheeks, and I block out the shame I'd usually feel for crying in front of her. There's not even room for that in this empty ache. There's a scuffle at the door, and Ellie turns to face it, my head still held tight so my back is to the doorway. A subtle shift, but she's trying to protect me. Something in me cracks deep inside, and I hold her tighter. My wife, my love. "Did you need something?" Ellie asks, her tone curt and cold. I gently ease away enough that I can see who is at the doorway. It wouldn't be a stranger. Has to be one of my friends. Of course. Drew stands there, his eyes to his right, his face a little pale. "We heard a shot. Wanted to make sure everything was okay in here." Ellie swipes at my face with her thumb, not missing a beat, her eyes never leaving Drew's face. "We're fine, but I assume you have some way of dealing with this? I want to take care of him right now if you could handle this." Drew sighs and pulls his phone from his pocket. "I got it. Just take a trash bag with you when you go upstairs. I'll need your clothes. Both of you are fucking splattered." Ellie glances down at her shirt like she's only now remembering she shot her father a little while before. "Oh, yeah, right. Okay." I slowly stand, and it's like my knees can barely get under me, and I wobble like a baby deer until she clutches me tightly to her side. "Come on, let's go upstairs. We'll let your friends deal with the mess this time." I can't say anything as she leads me from the room, nor can I look back at Tanya, at what I did to her, at what's left of her face. Slowly, Ellie guides me out of the room and toward the stairs. Aries hands her a white trash bag as we exit the room. She crumples it in one hand, the other still tight around me. The walk to our bedroom takes a minute that feels like a million years. She closes the door firmly, then turns to face me. "Do you hate me now?" I whisper. "If you did, I would understand." She rears back, shaking out the trash bag. "No, I don't hate you. We've been through too much and have gone too far for me to hate you now. We promised one another that we wouldn't keep secrets or hide the darkness from each other. This was just you keeping that promise. I can know this version of you exists and still love the man you are. Remember, for darkness to exist, there must be some slivers of light." The empty ache in my chest fills with a little more warmth. My hands are shaking as I reach for my shirt buttons. She steps up, batting my hands away, and quickly strips the buttons from the holes and tugs the fabric away to shove into the bag. Then, with utmost care, she removes my shoes, my socks, my pants, my underwear, all of it. Once she finishes, she checks the bag for blood, then gently sets it on the floor while she strips out of her own clothes and stuffs them deep into the sack and ties it up. When she moves to the door, I grab her wrist. "No one sees you." This earns me a tiny smile. "No one is going to. I'll set it outside the door and close it. Jealous?" She winks, and I can't help it. The normalcy of it, the cheek of her, it makes me laugh. It's small and short, but again, it adds a bit more to this gnawing hole in my chest, threatening to eat me from the inside out. After she shoves the bag into the hall, closes the door and locks it, she faces me. She's gorgeously, blindingly naked. Every single one of her curves and her scars mesmerizes me. "Come on, let me clean you up." She holds her hand out, and there's nothing to do but take it and let her lead me into the bathroom. She turns the water to hot, knowing it's how I like it, and tugs me into the shower stall. I'm already a little hard staring at her, but she keeps things all business, carefully washing me, checking for any blood on my skin. Then she does the same for herself. "Did I get it all?" she asks, the sudsy loofah still in her grasp. I spin her a couple of times and nod. "I don't see anything, but come here. I need you." She drops the soapy loofah and steps into me, gliding along my skin with her own soap-slick body. I lean down and kiss her, taste her, feel her heat and warmth against me. Not just her physical beauty, but how she loves with her whole heart once she gives it, how she glows for me. She swipes her tongue into my mouth, arching into me. I melt into it, drawing her closer until I reach down under her slick ass and lift her into my arms to bring us closer together. She moans into my mouth, and her arms circle my neck, further proof of her own desire. "I need you, Ellie." "I'm not going anywhere." Her voice is breathless, and drops of water drip off her long lashes. "Let's finish in the shower and climb into bed for a bit. I think we could both use some rest." Of the two of us, she seems to be doing better than me with this whole murder business. Even when I killed my grandfather, I didn't feel this empty hole. How do I get rid of it completely? Is this one more thing Tanya steals from me, even when she's no longer here? I slowly lower Ellie to her feet, and she leads me out of the shower again, passing me a towel. I buff at my skin, lost in the idea that I'll forever have this ache in my chest, this loss of something. I don't even know what's supposed to be there. Maybe the act of killing her drove this emptiness inside me, pushing apart my chest, my organs, allowing everything dark and ugly to take root inside me, a darkness I won't be able to shake. I come back to Ellie, cupping my cheeks gently. "Hey, baby, come on, let's get into bed." Her face is soft, a little smile on her lips, but her eyes are worried and searching as she looks into mine. I nod and let her pull me behind her to the bed. Then I climb up into the soft, clean sheets beside her, rolling so I can look at her face while we lie here. She mirrors me, her hands under her cheek, her knees curled up in front of her, all her bare, pale skin gleaming in the soft light from the partially open bathroom door. "Are you okay?" I nod and then shake my head. "No, I don't think so. But eventually, yes, I will be. No more secrets means I tell her when I'm not okay, too." She skims her fingers down my cheek. "I understand. I feel the same way. It's like you're scared you're going to turn into this monster, to give in to the darkness and let it eat you from the inside out." I nod. "Yes, and it feels easier to let it." Her fingers tighten, hooking around my jaw. "At first, yes, but you won't, right? You're stronger than that. I'm stronger than that. We are strong together." I swallow the lump in my throat and merely nod. It does feel so much easier to give in to this pain threatening to eat me up. In the end, Tanya wouldn't even try to make amends or offer a real apology. She was my stepmother for so many years, until she changed into something ugly and shameful. Now she's a corpse, and some part of that little boy wants to feel bad for it, to feel guilty. But the man won't let him, won't allow me to feel guilt for destroying her for everything she did to us. She deserved it. Worse, even. I just wish she'd apologized or shown some tiny shred of understanding or remorse for what she put me through. I tug myself from my wandering thoughts and reach to pull Ellie closer. "Come here, I need you." With the memories of the past threatening to spill over into my nightmares, I need the scent of her body in my lungs and the feel of her skin against mine. Be my anchor. Keep me here with you, I whisper. She shifts closer, sliding along the sheets hips first until our bodies collide. I kiss her once, gentle, tasting, then again harder, this time seeking, once more feeling the way she melts into me, the way her body loosens, and she lets go only for me. At that moment, more of the darkness ebbs away, leaving only Ellie behind. I snake a hand between her thighs and gently part the petals of her pussy until I can dip a finger into her slick center. She's slick and wet for me. Good. I don't want sex, but I need this. I need her more than I need anything else right now. Shifting, I align our bodies and slowly glide my dick between her thighs. She helps, canting her hips up enough so I can slip into her tightness. The heat of her searing me as I push deep and seat myself fully inside her. A small hiss escapes her, and the air in my own lungs shudders out of me. This is for you, for us, to connect. It's not about sex right now. Just be here with me. I nod because she's read my mind. After everything, I'm not thinking about sex or fucking. All I want is her here with me, touching the deepest parts of my soul, keeping me in place so I don't fall down the rabbit hole and spiral out of control. I love you, Ellie whispers against my lips, and I'm here for whatever you need. I can be strong for you for a little while. If you need to let go, you can. I'll be here to catch you if you fall. I kiss her gently. I love you too, Elise. This is perfect. You're perfect. It's exactly what I need. She nods, understanding in her gaze, and I let my eyes fall closed, and her fingers brush away the tears I hadn't even noticed I'd shed.
Chapter 27. Elise. How many of these did you pee on? Belle asks, as I stare down at the newest set of tests. All of them, I reply, keeping my gaze on the tiny digital screen. Belle comes to stand beside me. Why take more than 3 if they all tell you the same thing? All 5 of the new set of tests are laid out in a perfect line, next to 10 other tests I took previously, all flashing their readings. All positive. 15 tests in total that all say the same thing. I think it's time to accept the truth. I press a hand low to my stomach, still flat but soft, as I've been gaining some weight back with regular meals and less stress. Belle plucks one of the tests off the counter by the clean white end. 15 positive tests later, are we happy? To be honest, I'm not sure what I feel right now. Having a baby wasn't something I had planned. Hell, I didn't think I'd live to be old enough to have children. But when Sebastian wants something, I'm not surprised it happened. A part of me wants to hold on to a grudge, to lay blame and be upset. I'm still in school and have so much life ahead of me. It's not the baby's fault, though. Belle screeches and hops up onto the counter of the bathroom sink. I can't believe I'm going to be an aunt. Should I be the crazy one or the cool one? There's a soft knock on the door, and Sebastian steps in. His eyes skim over Belle, then me, and back to the tests. What's happening here? Whenever he walks into a room, he seems to suck the air out of it, leaving me feeling pressurized and waiting to pop. I clear my throat. I think your shot worked. He steps closer, examining the tests before wrapping his arms around me and hugging my back to his front. It looks like it did. I'll let Dr. Brooks know he needs to brush up on his delivery skills, or find us a doctor to bring in. I blink, the heaviness of this all finally hitting me. Belle, can we have a minute? She hops off the counter. Sure, I'll go find Drew. He's getting things ready for the graduation party. I'll just meet you guys there. With a wave, she saunters out and closes the door behind her. Sebastian pulls away slightly, his gaze pulling at the fragile seams of my heart. His thumb strokes the edge of my jaw, and I'm encompassed in warmth. Are you happy? Am I? Belle asked me that too, and I don't know. I've spent so long just trying to survive, trying to keep myself safe, that I hadn't considered ever having a freedom, let alone a future. He cups my cheeks with both hands. I understand that, and I'm sure it's shocking, but I won't lie to you. I'm happy. All I've wanted since I met you is to make a family with you and build a future together. I shake my head and try to step away, at least long enough so I can think straight around the desire compelling me to drag him to our bed. You don't think we're rushing this? That things are moving too fast? Pulling me closer, he shakes his head. No, it's not too fast. I've put my life on hold for too long, needing justice for what Tanya put me through, wanting security, and you. I've been waiting for you. Now that all that is behind us, what more is there to wait for? My heart aches at his words, my body folding into his almost involuntarily. Sebastian, I whisper. Neither one of us had good parental role models. Can we do this? Should we do this? I don't want to fuck up someone else's life. His full lips tip up into a soft, gentle smile that I've been seeing more and more on his mouth lately. We will not fuck up our kid's life. There will be mistakes and errors, but we won't fuck them up. As long as the baby is safe and fed, I don't think we can screw it up, right? I shrug. Are you asking me? Because I've never even held a baby, let alone fed one. Sometimes I don't think I can even take care of myself. He rolls his eyes. Then we take classes, we read books, we experience it all together, and figure it out as one. I nod. What he's saying is true. Well, then we're doing this. It's happening. He scoops me up under my thighs and hikes me up around his waist. I wrap my arms and legs around him, letting him carry me into our bedroom. Ellie, you've made me the happiest man in the fucking world. Let me show you just how much. He gently sets me on the end of the bed and presses me down to lay flat, with his hand spread wide across my belly. Lie down. Let me love you. When I move to sit up, my mouth popping open to continue talking, he flips my skirt up to expose my black cotton panties. His jerk of the fabric makes me squeal until he tugs the material off my ankle and tosses it away. When he drops down to his knees, I still, my head tipped up so I can watch him. He scoots forward, heedless of his pressed slacks, until my knees bracket his wide shoulders. Then he stares at me like I'm a feast, and he's a starving man. I gulp and continue watching him, needing to see how much he wants me. He never hides it now. The darkness in his eyes, the way his fingers tighten on my skin. All of it explains how much he wants me and how much he held back before we resolved the dangers in our lives. Dragging me to the end of the bed, he lifts my legs to sit on his shoulders. Let me reward you, Ellie, my little prey. I want you to scream my name as I make you come. Do you understand? I nod, once, twice, again and again, frantic now, as my body ramps up, needing his touch to satisfy me. Please, Sebastian, please. He winks at me from his lower position. Oh, you know how I love it when you beg me. For a flash of a second, I'm back in a dingy motel room, but I shove down the memory, refusing to be triggered by my lover, by a man I know would rather die than hurt me like that. I spear my fingers into his hair and pull him close to my body. He takes the hint, and the first brush of his tongue on my sensitive, overheated flesh is heaven. Pure bliss. I tighten my knees around his head and he shoves his hands under my ass to hold me up against his mouth. No matter how many times he touches me, kisses me, makes love to me, it's always like the first time. It's elemental, raw, so intense I feel like I could crawl out of my skin if he doesn't take more, use more of me. His tongue delves inside me, and he uses it to fuck me deep with the length of him, then pulls out to nibble at my clit and suck the little bud between his teeth. Gasping, I arch into him, encouraging his every move. How does this feel even better than it had before? Every single time he takes me to the edge of sanity and drags me back with pleasure. Always back to him. He'd never let me stay there, drifting without him. He hums against my skin, his noises of pleasure almost animalistic as he laps at me. And when he takes me over the edge of my orgasm, I scream out his name just the way he likes. When we are both satisfied, our clothes in piles around our bedroom, our bodies wrapped in a blanket on the floor, I roll to face him. What was that? He mirrors my position and looks into my eyes. What? I thought I heard something. A shuffle, maybe? Belle is probably around somewhere. And if you know Belle is here, then Drew is also somewhere. I shake my head and sit up, clutching the sheet to my front. No, it was closer. Like, in the room? Could we have a mouse? He snorts. We better not. I pay an exterminator a small fortune to maintain the properties. If we have a mouse, then I'm getting a fucking refund. As you well know, my closet would take a hit. My neck gets hot at the reminder of how he had to replace nearly his entire wardrobe after I took a knife to it. There it is again. Another scuffle. I jerk my gaze toward the closet. Is someone there in the closet? Fear spikes inside me, making warning bells go off in my mind. Almost like he senses it, Sebastian draws me into his arms. Relax, Ellie. It's nothing. A surprise. 1 second, I'll show you. He peels himself out from under the covers on the floor, stands gloriously naked, and crosses the room to the closet. I don't know what to expect, so I remain lying there with bated breath. When he opens the door, a streak of brown bolts out of the small room and right at me. I'm only halfway to my feet when a heavy weight slams into my shins. It's a dog. You had a dog in the closet? He shuts the door and stands watching me as the puppy wiggles his little butt. His front paws are up against my knees and the little wet nose gleams in the overhead light. Okay, what's the catch? You hate dogs, so why is this little cutie in your possession? He settles back in our makeshift bed. I don't hate dogs. Besides, you like them. And whatever you like, I will learn to tolerate it. But I'm warning you, if he eats my shoes or pisses in the house, he's going to be an outdoor dog. I kneel and tug the ball of curly brown fur into my lap. You are so stinking cute. What's your name? Seb rests back on the pillows and watches us with a smile. He doesn't have a name. I figured you could give him one. I cuddle him to my chest and let him lick my face. I'll call him Osiris. That's a good name for a dog. Whatever you want, Ellie. I'm happy with whatever you choose. 2 firsts in one day. A baby and a puppy, I whisper, while I scratch the dog's long, floppy ears. Wait, I have one more present for you. I pick up the puppy by the belly and roll to face Sebastian. I don't need presents. I've told you that before. But I enjoy giving them to you, so you'll take them and be happy about it. I narrow my eyes. That sounds an awful lot like an order. Do I need to get back between your sexy thighs and make you see things my way? He asks, pinning me with a look that says to test him. A smile splits my lips before I can even try to school my features. What is the present, then? He reaches under the bed, tugs out a stack of papers, then plops them right on my chest. A stack of paperwork, my favorite thing. This earns me a little swat on the hip, which the puppy immediately jumps into, thinking we're playing. I scan over the paperwork, skimming the text to be sure that what I'm reading is really real. An animal shelter, Sebastian? That's not a present. It's yours. You can deal with it yourself or focus on school and the baby and hire people to handle it until you are ready. Tears burn my eyes and I stare up at the ceiling to drive them away. He levers himself beside me, scooting closer. Are you okay? I didn't mean to upset you. If you don't want it, you can sell it. There's an edge of panic to his tone that I don't think I've ever heard before. No, I love it. It's okay, I promise. I'm just overwhelmed. This time he drags me into his lap, ignoring Osiris as he thinks we are playing. You mean the world to me, Ellie. And I intend to spend my life showing you how much you mean to me in every way I can. I kiss him gently. You already do. All I need is you. When he kisses me back, it's hotter, darker, deeper. And he shows me again and again how much he loves me with his body, his mouth, his teeth, his hands, and his words. I've never felt safer in my life.
Epilogue. Sebastian. 6 months later. A crash in the closet makes me rush out of the bathroom to check on Ellie. I find her standing in the middle of the closet, clothes circling her in a ring on the floor and a pair of shoes by the entrance. Ellie? She spares me a glance, but then shuffles through her clothes again. I don't have anything to wear. Nothing freaking fits me anymore. I skim my gaze down her rounded belly poking out of her silk robe. Well, you're growing a baby inside you. That's to be expected. She pins me with a look that almost makes me want to take a step back. Are you calling me fat? I step over the shoes and enter the war zone to stand beside her. Of course not. I'm just saying our baby has grown a lot in the past month, and now we have to adjust, at least until she arrives. You want me to order you something to wear? She shakes her head with a huff. No, it's a waste of money when I won't be able to wear it very long. I'll put on one of my flowy dresses. It won't be as formal as everyone else's, but I can wear flats with it, which is important. I nibble her earlobe and cup her round belly gently. You can wear anything you want. I'll proudly lead you into the graduation party in whatever you choose. If anyone has something to say, they can deal with me. She leans up and kisses me, turning so she can press into my chest. With every month that passes, she spends more and more time climbing onto my lap to take her pleasure when she feels it riding her hard. Her fingers skim down my shirt buttons, and I catch her fingers. As much as I would love to take you to bed right now, we're already late, and I don't feel like dealing with Lee's bitching when we arrive even later. She huffs, then falls from her tiptoes down to her heels and turns to face the clothes again. Fine, then get out so I can find something to wear in peace. I leave the closet and head back into the bathroom to finish my tie and grab my jacket off the hanger near the door. I slip it on carefully, button up, and exit in time to find Ellie standing outside the closet, donning a pair of diamond earrings. She looks amazing in a floor-length sequined gown that cinches just above her rounded belly and flows out in a champagne bell shape around her feet. Beautiful. She drops her eyes as a pink flush washes up her neck. I love that I can still make her blush for me. After she slips into a pair of flats by the bed and grabs a small handbag that matches her dress, we head down to the car already waiting for us out front. A driver steps out and opens the door for Ellie to slip in, while I go around to the other side of the vehicle and slide into the back seat beside my wife. The Mills graduation party is always a semi-formal affair, and the most expensive party the club throws every year. Ellie shifts beside me, the black leather creaking beneath her with each movement. I grab her hand and tuck it against my lap. "You okay?" She nods, but continues to stare out the window. "Yeah, fine. Belle has been texting me for 20 minutes, asking where we are. I wasn't about to tell her we're late because you decided we needed to have sex for the 3rd time today." I press my hand to my chest in mock affront. "What? Me? You think I'm the one dragging you off to fuck every 5 minutes? I hate to break it to you, little prey, but that is all you." She ducks her chin and scans the passing scenery out the window. "I guess I have been a little needy lately. The doctor says it's because of the baby hormones. It's supposedly normal." "I'm not complaining, baby." I squeeze her knee and give her an exaggerated leer. We ride in silence, my phone vibrating in my pocket almost the entire drive. My friends are no doubt texting to see where we are, one by one. I'm surprised Lee hasn't called me to get a face-to-face update. The drive is over before it starts. Peering out the window, I see that the mill driveway is lined with soft lanterns and flowers in the school's signature colors of yellow and black leading up to the parking area. The vehicle rolls to a stop, and I squeeze Ellie's hand. It's now or never. The driver slips out and around the car to open Ellie's door while I climb out, button my suit jacket, and walk around to take her arm. Several couples stand outside the house, sipping champagne and talking. I don't see Belle or Drew, so they must be inside. It doesn't appear we've missed much. The front door is wide open, letting in the early summer air. Candles and soft lights dot the inside of the house, with servers passing out drinks and hors d'oeuvres. Long gone are the frat boy and secret society antics. Every space in the house gleams. Chairs line the walls for seating, and a large dance floor takes up the living room with a 5-piece instrumental group playing at the top of the stairs. Belle is the hostess for the evening, and she did an amazing job. I scan the other partygoers, keeping an eye out for my sister or one of our friends. Ellie leans in and points toward what is usually a small dining area, now cleared for people to grab food and drinks. "Over there." We head for Belle and Drew, both dressed to the nines, looking amazing in black, with Drew wearing a black-on-black suit and Belle in a long black sheath dress that hugs her body, her long blonde hair hanging in ringlets around her hips. This is the first time in a month I've seen her without her signature messy bun. I'm not sure I like it. We approach, and I press a peck to Belle's cheek. "Whoa, no hoodie tonight." She swats at my arm playfully. "Ha ha, I have to be comfortable to plan a party, okay?" "So you're in planning mode all year round," I quip. This earns me a narrow-eyed look, but she's smiling as she hands Ellie a champagne flute. "This is ginger ale. I stashed some away so you don't feel so weird carrying around something different from everyone else." Ellie takes it with a grateful smile. "Thank you." Turning to face the room, I scan the crowd again. Where are Lee and Aries? As I finish speaking, Aries saunters into the room, approaching our group. He's wearing a tuxedo shirt tucked into slacks, an open bow tie, and a jacket. His hair curls against the collar of his shirt as he studies us. "Well, don't you all look like a happy little bunch?" He gives Ellie a long look that makes my blood boil. Then his attention jumps over to Belle, his gaze lingering a little too long. Enough that Drew appears to notice and takes a threatening step toward him, his head cocked to the side. Problem, man? I know you've been busy with your father a lot lately and we haven't seen you, but I doubt I need to remind you who she's with. Bell gently squeezes his forearm. It's fine. I doubt Ares was looking at me like that. Ares merely shrugs. Of course I wasn't. Drew stares him down for another long, fraught moment before deciding better of it. Slowly he recedes to Belle's side. Let's go dance. They head away, and I step into the space to get out of the crowd's movement. What the hell was that about? Ares shrugs, his expression non-committal. It's nothing. Drew's just being overly sensitive like always. He's like a dog with a bone when it comes to her. I wouldn't call Drew overly sensitive, but maybe something is going on and they just don't want to share right now. We all have our problems. Where's Lee? I don't know. I'm not his fucking keeper. Ares snaps and downs a glass of champagne before walking back out into the crowd, moving toward the kitchen and away from us. That was weird. What's his problem? Ellie asks. All I can do is shake my head. I have no clue. Something has been off with him lately, but I can't pinpoint it. He's been acting weird as hell lately, but I figure it has something to do with his family and the pressure from the upcoming election. It's always family pressure with Ares, his father grooming him to step into politics as soon as he graduates. It doesn't matter what Ares wants for himself, which is definitely not politics. I kind of feel bad for him. He doesn't show interest in anyone, never really does anything except sports, and now he's graduating and seems even more miserable. I understand her concerns, because Ares is my friend, but you can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. Stop worrying about everyone else and enjoy yourself. Let's go dance. She smiles at me and lets me lead her onto the dance floor. I gently spin Ellie, then pluck the glass from her hand and deposit it on a passing tray. When I curl my arms around her, she sighs, folding against me, resting her head on my chest. Her belly is a little hard to maneuver around, but I love every second of seeing our child growing inside her. Each day is a new discovery, and I seek out moments to feel the baby kick or to rub Ellie's feet so she can rest. She's been pushing herself hard at the animal shelter. It's almost time for me to insist she stays home and hire someone to take over until after the baby arrives. That's a conversation I've been avoiding, though, knowing she will argue with me about it. Did I tell you how amazing you look? I whisper into her hair as I gently sway us. A loud crash clatters through the room, and everyone, including us, pauses to look in the direction of the noise. Drew steps away from Belle and heads toward the kitchen. Ares steps up from beside the dance floor and tucks Belle into his arms. I keep my gaze locked on them over Ellie's shoulder. Belle doesn't seem concerned, and Ares isn't doing anything to her, but something is pinging in the back of my head. He's always been protective of our little family, but lately he hasn't been around, and when he has, it's been arguments, fights, and catty comments that drive Drew insane. When the song changes, Belle steps out of Ares' grasp, and I hate the sense of relief I have from that action. But Ares doesn't appear to release Belle, and after a moment she pulls her hand back and slaps him across the face. I'm already moving, Ellie's hand in mine, when Belle turns and steps in front of me, blocking my path. Please leave it alone. I don't want Drew to kill him. Drew isn't the one he needs to worry about, I growl, trying to get around both Ellie and Belle now. Ares shoots me the middle finger, stuffs his hands into his pockets, and saunters toward the entryway. If he's leaving, I won't press it, but he and I are going to have words soon. Drew returns, sees my face, and immediately moves to Belle's side. What happened? Belle presses her hand to his chest while shaking her head. Nothing. What happened in the kitchen? One of the staff dropped a bottle of wine. Nothing significant. Even as he speaks to Belle, his gaze is on mine. We're both thinking the same thing right now. We step off the dance floor, and I already wish we were home. What the fuck is going on with Aries? I ask both Drew and Belle again. Drew clenches his jaw and circles behind Belle to tug her into his chest. I have no fucking clue. He's been really fucking weird lately. And where is Lee? It's our graduation party. Doesn't anyone else find it unusual that he's not here? Definitely, Drew says while nodding his head in agreement. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I dig it out to look at the screen. For the second time today, I'm getting a call from an unknown number. Who the hell would be calling me from an unknown number? Anxiety bubbles in my gut, and I tuck Ellie into my side and lead her to a quiet corner, hitting the answer key on the phone. Hello? Jesus fuck, man. I thought you'd never answer. I had to bribe this asshole to let me call you again when you didn't pick up the first time. Wait, what? Lee, where are you? And why are you calling me from an unknown number? He rarely calls, almost always preferring to text. Well, you see, there's been a little problem, and I kinda need your help. What kind of problem? Ellie leans in so she can hear, mouthing at me to turn up the volume or switch to speaker. I hit the speaker button so that she can hear too. Lee's voice cuts through the line, loud and static-filled. The type that involves cash and driving over to Jackson County to get me out of jail. Oh, fuck. What the hell did Lee do now? This recording of The Predator was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Renee Thorne and Ryan Stone. Produced by Haley Taylor. Text copyright 2024 by J.L. Beck. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.